homies are asking what I'm so mad at. The human race is enslaved, I can't see past that. And I'm sick of being treated like a lab rat, turning all our lives into a joke that they can laugh at. Life is supposed to be an adventure where you're free to roam, but to most people having freedom isn't even known. Free-range humans that don't even know that their freedom's gone. When you start seeking a reason, all roads will lead to Rome. The Holy Roman Empire, it never really fell. They control everything under the dome in which we dwell. They want Earth to be exactly the way it is in hell. They stole your mind and they turned it into a prison cell. Kept in the matrix, you must beware of the agents. You might just stare in amazement once you're aware and awakened. All this deception is blatant, kind of embarrassing, ain't it? There is nowhere they won't take it, and now it's time that we change it. This is our world, and there is no change in the facts. We came to take it all back. It's time to reclaim it. This is our world, and we will go out with a fight. We will stand up for what's right. We won't tolerate it. This is our world, and we just won't take anymore. Ready to take it to war. No way to escape it. This is our world. There's nowhere to run or to hide. Plus we have God on our side. You ain't gonna make it. This is our world. Open up your eyes. Look where we are. The Zionists and Jesuits took it too far. The conditions that we live in are truly bizarre. Time to rip up this entire system and pull it apart. I knew from the start that this battle will not be easy. I try to wake people up to truth and they still don't believe me. They keep the poor people poor, meanwhile the rich just grow greedy. We're gonna have to stand up to them cause they will not go freely. Everything you think you know is wrong, I bet that's a surprise. They slapped a bow on top and sold us a package of lies. From ancient knowledge and true wisdom, they have us deprived. We gotta fight, the only chance that we have to survive. We're fed up, we've had it with this stupid ass establishment. Everything they preach to us and teach us is inaccurate. We have had enough of this, we're angry and we're about to flip. They don't know how crazy it's about to get. This is our world, and there is no change in the facts. We came to take it all back. It's time to reclaim it. This is our world, and we will go out with a fight. We will stand up for what's right. We won't tolerate it. This is our world, and we just won't take anymore. Ready to take it to war. No way to escape it. This is our world. There's nowhere to run or to hide. Plus we have God on our side. You ain't gonna make it. This is our world. This is our world. This is our world. This is our world. This is our world.
How does that prove the shape of the ground? Things go up. That proves the shape of the ground?
But it does prove that things can go very high. And wait a minute, how high do you think the sun is from the sea level? How high up?
I don't know. Don't have a measuring tape long enough. Neither do you.
How many meters approximately? I mean,
no clue.
No clue. Because you say that with the where's the channel with the quote unquote and proof, the rays or something. Where is it?
I don't know what you're talking about. You talk about corpuscular rays.
Corpuscular, yeah. Yes, in that video it says that you can triangulate the distance between the sea level and the sun
I don't have to.
Yeah, that's kind of nonsense. Not gonna lie. Like people
I
have
mean, that's one
amateur.
man's opinion of how you can derive the distance to the sun. That doesn't mean it's right.
People have literally flown above the clouds with amateur rockets. It's not that hard to do. So if the
Okay,
sun
so
was that close, we would have seen it by now.
okay, that's fantastic. Rockets exist. What does that have to do with the shape of the Earth again?
Well, it proves that the sun is actually very high up and not in a very
What does
reachable
rockets have-
position, I guess.
What does rockets have to do with the sun?
Who told you it was right above the clouds?
Oh, what up?
Was
Right.
They're full of shit.
there was a video
Oh.
in a channel here. I can't find it right now.
Oh, so
Okay.
you're straw. Hold on. So you're straw manning us over some other flat earthers video? Obviously, we must agree we're flat earthers, huh? That's your logic.
No, that's not my logic. It's just in the server in
What? Okay,
in
well,
a channel.
well, it is a straw man. If you didn't ask, do we agree with that video?
Well, I guess you don't agree with that video in that case. All right.
That's
No, I
not. No. Address what's said. Is it a straw man or not? I don't believe that the sun's right fucking above us. Never said it.
Well, it's not a straw man if there's not an original argument, is it?
Oh, it is a straw man if there is an original argument. There's somebody
Yeah,
making a
but
positive
the
claim.
thing
Don't
is-
interrupt me. I don't do it to you. Somebody made a positive claim the sun's right above the clouds. You attributed that positive claim to us. We never made it. That's a straw man.
That's not what the definition of a straw man is. The definition
It actually is. You attribute somebody else's argument to me.
Well,
I'm not a child here.
I
Have you
assume
ever
that
been
you
in
agree
it?
with it. So I
Yeah,
guess I was
you
wrong.
assume that is a straw man. And have you never been in an academic level debate?
You see, the thing is, a straw man. You know why it's called a straw man?
I do, because it doesn't address anything your opponent said.
Why is it called a straw man?
Because you attribute other people's arguments to me, man.
What does that have to do with straws?
What?
It's called a straw man for a reason, you see.
Well, see, when you assume I agree with every argument made by a flat earther, you're building a house out of straw.
Well, that's nowhere near the definition. Okay, let's just move on. This
Yes,
is pointless.
Okay.
English isn't your
You wanna
first
move on?
language now, is it?
No, but at least I know what a straw man is.
I would say you don't even know how English words are defined.
What does it
Oh,
mean?
let me explain what a straw man is then. A straw man is you take someone's arguments, already existing argument, by the way, he's already stated that argument. You take it and you make a ridiculous version of it, so like a straw man of the argument. And then you debunk the ridiculous version, and you say that you've debunked the original version, even though you debunk the ridiculous version of it.
Yeah, that's one form of a straw man. Yes, it is.
We were talking about the Earth. You went to the sun. You assumed that it's right above the clouds, even though no one stated that. And then I don't care about that. Okay, sun is far away. How does that relate to the shape of the Earth? Sun is really far.
Oh, yeah. So you do think the sun is really far? All right. Let's move on to another point in
really
that case.
far away. What's up? What?
Do you think the air pressure gets lower the higher you go?
No, we're talking about the sun right now.
Right. Try to stay on
Mike.
topic.
Yeah.
Mike, we
One
can hear
point
your
at a
breath.
time.
You can hear me? Yeah.
Yeah, breathing into the mic.
No, we can hear your breath.
Oh, my bad.
It's like it's coming out your nose, like boom's too close or something. I don't know if you have a headset on. I do. Sometimes it
One
happens.
day, dude, one day my mic turns itself down. The next day it turns itself up. It's the ghost in the machine, man.
Do we have a broken mic gang tag for you here? I'll make one for you.
Oh, you are so 24/7, you viral
I know.
motherfucker, you.
I know. It's an old school. I think they made it just for you too, man. Way back when, so it's an old school fucking 24/7 reference. But yeah,
No,
man. Back to the sun. Back to the sun, man.
You know they did. Not you think. You know.
I know. I already know. All right, man. So sun far away equals Earth ball. Yeah. What's up?
Not really.
Okay. Awesome.
why?
Great. I'm glad we agree.
Oh,
Go ahead,
all right.
Dom. Sorry, bro.
But I mean, if the Earth was flat, you would be able to see the sun from any point of the Earth. So that's a kind of a
Why?
problem.
Why?
How is that? How's that? Explain it. You just made a claim. Explain it.
Because the sun is supposedly a spotlight, right? So it's like kind of like a flashlight. What is it?
Never claimed that. I do not know what it is. Neither do you.
You don't know what the sun is.
Do
But
you?
it is a light though, right? It is a light
Yes,
source.
of course it's a light source.
What if I told you that whatever source of light source it is, point light, spotlight, whatever it is, you would be able to see it from any point of the Earth if the Earth was flat?
Why is that? If there's nothing between you and the light rays, then sure. But there is stuff between you and the photons.
Have you ever shot a strong laser in the sky?
Ball or flat.
I have. A friend had a 30 milliwatt laser, and he gave it to me, and I sent it to the sky, and it went all the way up. Like it went to the upper atmosphere. You could see it, like going way up above the clouds.
Really, your eyes?
It was really far away, dude.
Wait, your eyes were on the photons?
What?
Your eyes they were on the photons? They traveled with the light source?
Not really. Your eyes don't really pop out of your skull and follow the photons. That's not really how it works.
Obviously. So, did you have like a camera sensor, or did you have some kind of censoring apparatus to detect that your light went all the way up, wherever this all the way up means?
Not really. I just saw it with my eyes.
Well, okay, I have lasers too, and they go pretty far. What does that mean?
That means that light travels infinitely.
What?
It dissipates by the square of the distance, even for lasers. Light intensity dissipates by the square of the distance.
Dissipate, but it doesn't get less intense. That's the thing. It dissipates, but it doesn't get less intense.
Yes, it does. Because the intensity gets spread out on more squares, right? That's what the square of the distance means. Right? The inverse square law. Just look up inverse square law.
Of course, but
lasers.
that deterioration is extremely smooth, and in the daylight cycle, it is much sharper. It has a clearly defined point. When like all of the day, most of the day at least, is uniformly lit, right? There's no changing in the light levels or anything. But when the sun's about to go down, suddenly the light is starting to go down very quickly, and it goes suddenly it becomes dark, and it stays at that same darkness level for a very long amount of time until the sun rises up again. It's a much more sudden transition. The curve is not the same as you would see in the deterioration of a laser in the sky. It's not exponential. It's like a curve that goes up. It's a straight curve that goes up suddenly and then decelerates suddenly and then becomes straight again. That's what it is.
I don't understand the argument exactly, so I don't want to say anything because I don't understand.
I'd like to visualize it, but I don't know. I don't really know how to do that. I think there is a function. I think there is a function that visualizes it something like that.
Okay, but light doesn't travel forever.
That's true. Even with the Rayleigh scattering, you need molecules for light to reflect. You got short wavelength and long wavelength.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, it doesn't need to reflect. It just needs to hit your eyeballs.
You are aware that your own model states that you need gases?
This is the one. This is the one. The sigmoid function. This is the one.
Okay, what does the function? Explain it to me because I'm driving.
Okay. So like, where is the West channel? What is this? Where? Okay, there it is. Okay, so look at the curve. This one.
I can't look at anything on the phone right now. I could only focus on the road and talk. So you're gonna have have to use your word.
great. I can just pause the image. Never mind. Okay, there it is. Look, you see this curve? It's kind of like that.
No.
Okay. Well,
Okay.
just imagine a straight line
Yeah,
going up and then decelerating and becoming straight again. This is this a sigmoid function? If the light really was because of the atmosphere, deteriorating, it would either be a progressive curve or an exponential curve. But that isn't either of them.
sunlight or daylight?
Both of them actually. Both sunlight and daylight are, for the most part, very static during the duration of day and night. But in between, there's a very sudden transition.
Did you know that there's actually an experimentation type test done by the USSR during the Cold War days to measure the brightness of the firmament?
So what?
Not a lot of people know that.
Okay, so what does that prove?
Well, it proves that there's a container above our head.
What do you mean a container?
A container to hold the air pressure in.
Okay.
Provide,
so
you think that the
atmosphere? You think that the atmosphere is uniformly pressured? There's no differences in pressure. Have you ever went on a plane?
Yes. Yeah. How do you get air pressure? And an airplane is pressurized, by the way, because it's
yes.
Sealed.
But what happens
What happens if you open a window? It depressurizes catastrophically.
Why though?
Because you're pressurized and the pressure outside is lower. Also, you're moving a lot faster.
That's the point. That's the point right there. The higher up you go, the lower
to do with the question that I asked you. I asked you a simple question.
If there really
How
was
do you
a container,
get gas pressure? You're explaining to me a gradient. I didn't ask you about a gradient. I asked you about gas pressure. How do you get gas pressure?
Gas pressure. Well, gas pressure is force applied by the gas over an area, divided by the area of the force. Force divided by area, basically.
No, you gave me a formula for a calculation. I've already dealt with you before. You are a mathematician.
Not really. I don't have a degree.
Yeah, you are a mathematician. I've already dealt with you.
Mathematician. All right.
Yeah.
That's a nice
you seem to
title,
like math an awful lot, and you have a lot of shortcuts, and you know what sigmoid functionality is and all that other bullshit. It's all invented by some Greek motherfucker in a cave.
Can you pull up
math explains a lot of things.
Can you pull up a university citation of what gas pressure is from a university? Pick any university you want.
All right.
I do not care. Or chemistry.
Not the formula on how to find gas pressure, but how is gas pressure?
What is it?
What is it?
What is gas pressure?
The gas pressure is caused by the force exerted by gas molecules colliding with the surfaces of objects. That seems about right.
Yeah.
I can give you the cause of it.
Well, it's because the molecules of the air are bumping into the object, causing them to apply a force onto the object.
He's got an actual textbook voice.
Well, the cause of gas pressure is having a gas.
Well, yeah, you can't have molecules if the molecules don't exist. That's pretty obvious.
Okay, according to kinetic theory of gases, because that's the one you're defining, we're all going off kinetic theory. Kinetic theory is gases. Yeah, it's called kinetic theory of gases. Look it up. The gas molecules are bumping and colliding, and their collision with the container, the walls of the container, is what causes the gaseous pressure, because that's what presses upon the container.
Not necessarily, but yes.
Dude, let's pull up citations. This is mainstream science, so if you're going to go against the mainstream that I was taught, you're going to have to pull up citations.
You don't necessarily need a container to have pressure.
Really?
Demonstrate it.
If you have, let's just say you are in an empty word, right? There's nothing.
There's
There's just a gas.
there's no such thing. There's no such thing. So you can't use that one.
Hypothetically, it's a hypothetical scenario. It's a
We live in
hypothetical
a
scenario.
practical. Well, we're practical. We're not dealing with hypotheticals. Gas is not hypothetical. Gas is real. So
Well, of
gas
course. So
molecules are real.
let's just say there is a gas, right?
Listen. Can you demonstrate pressurized gas system adjacent to a vacuum 17 to the minus 10 torr without a container?
Well, I mean, if you've ever used a weather balloon, you'll realize that the higher up you go, the lower the air pressure gets. Somehow there is a gradient, and for there to be a gradient, that means that something is disrupting the second law of thermodynamics.
No, nothing is disrupting the second law stands, buddy.
So
Second law is called the law.
How come there's a gradient?
Oh, because if you study thermodynamics, you'll understand there's also another gradient that coincides with that gradient, and that's the driving force of pressure anyways in thermodynamics, called heat. And as you go up, as the pressure drops in your airplane, read the temperature reading outside. It's going to be in the negatives. Negative like 50, negative 60 C. Right? So, yeah, and we know that. So, yeah, PV equals MRT, right? NRT, right? So you got a Charles, I think, P1 V1 equals P2 V2. If you have, let's say, a tuna can, right? Balloon, or I like to use metal cans because they're better, right? They're not movable. The walls aren't movable. And it's at room temperature. And I just put heat. I just get a torch or a candle, start heating it up from beneath. I have a pressure gauge, connected to that container. Now, the mass in it did not change. The amount of molecules in there did not change. But what did? Temperature. And because the temperature, I put heat in there, the pressure changed. And you can read the pressure with your own eyes. I've done this in the laboratory. I can demonstrate it. I can record it for you. I can demonstrate it over and over again. When you increase the heat in a closed system, the pressure goes up, right? So that's why pressure and temperature and volume could never be disconnected from each other. They're a holy trinity. You invoke one, you immediately invoke the other two. There is no way around this. Nothing we can do.
So what you're saying is the reason there is a gradient is because some of the particles are hotter and some of the particles are colder, right?
Of course.
Right. So what creates that temperature difference?
The sun does. Obviously.
So wait, I'm a little confused though. The sun is high up, right? Wouldn't that hit the molecules of the upper atmosphere, not the lower atmosphere?
That applies for flat or ball Earth. It's irrelevant because as we go up, temperature goes down even though we're getting closer to the sun. Ball model or Earth or flat, it's irrelevant.
Yeah, I believe the scientific term for that is it's all relative.
What?
Relativity,
I don't think that's relevant here.
Oh, you don't? That's funny because have you ever studied or read the work of Einstein? Have you found out what his general theory of relativity is and what the special theory of relativity is?
What are you saying something is relative to, though?
Exactly what he's talking about.
What?
Whether or not
what are you implying? Relative temperature?
Listen, whether or not he thinks what he is explaining that there's a gradient where it only works on a globe or in a container, it's all relative to your perception. If the container is large enough, you're never going to see the edge of the container, thus never know there's a container.
If the container
let me interrupt you a little bit. Do you realize that container or not, the gas does exist, right?
Two things must happen, right? Because of this gas theory right here, right? Two things must happen. Either one, there's a container above us somewhere that's keeping the pressure in. Otherwise, we would not have 14.7 psi at sea level. We would not have that. Or there is no vacuum and the air just continues forever getting increasingly smaller and smaller, like you guys claim.
Okay, so one thing that's always confused me about the requirement of a container is we've measured the pressure gradient in the atmosphere. So at what pressure do we need a container? Like, is it 0.0001 pascals? Is it 0.1 pascals? Where do you need the container?
So you didn't even hear what I was saying, did you?
I heard
This
what
is
you were
I'm
saying. You
understanding.
either need a
Okay, so you
container, or it
right,
tapers to nothing forever, is what you were
right.
saying.
So yeah, and there's actually air everywhere, because even in the theory of like the space theory of outer space, it's not a
Yeah,
perfect
there's
vacuum, which
molecules
means there's still
flying around
gas
everywhere.
there, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Since
So
you
my
like
question would
practical
be,
either one
experiments
of the
so
two.
much,
That's
if
what I
you're
mean
since
by
you
it's
like
relative. This problem
since
is
you
a
like
relative
practical
issue.
experiments so much, why don't you take a
Oh
container,
yeah.
take a gas, put it in the container, and make a gradient without, pulling
I
it
have,
downwards?
I
You
Why don't
can.
you do it?
You
I
can.
have. It's called
You
an
can.
acetylene tank.
You can.
What's at the bottom? A liquid is highly condensed. What's at the top? Gaseous. And the gaseous at the top is at a lower pressure than it is right above the liquid. That's why the
But
tap is right
that's
above the liquid.
but isn't
But
that
you have,
because there's an external force?
And
Is there
if
an
you happen
external
to
force in
lay
real
the
life?
acetylene tank
what
over,
external force?
the clay that's inside of it will get gobbed up and gum up your regulator, and then you're not going to have a nice time with your torches. So with acetylene, you have to make sure that it's stabilized and restratifies from the clay that's inside of it before you use it again, after you transport it and move it. Because that clay starts moving around, and this liquid in there, it's a liquid, right? It's a liquid gas. Gas under pressure turns into a liquid. That's
Yeah,
how we
that's
have
yeah.
liquid water, because we have 14.7 psi. If we had less pressure, I can't remember exactly what pressure.
But there is a heat
It's that
source
where water starts
heating it
to
up. In reality,
Yeah.
sublimate.
there isn't a heat source heating it up.
Yes. What? In reality, you have the sun, bro. What's that?
You don't need
Is
a
that
heat source to heat up water, man. You don't need a heat source for water to sublimate. You just lower the pressure.
The sun is not a heat source now. Wow.
You lower the pressure, and the
Hold on a
ambient
second.
temperatures are
How
enough to
does the
cause
sun?
molecules to
How
start
does the
flying.
sun that's up hit the air that is down? How does that work?
It heats up the ground. That heats
How?
up the air.
How does it heat up the ground and not the air?
How?
Yeah, how does that even work?
They have a label for it in engineering. They actually never define it. It's called radiation. What it is
Radiation.
infrared.
Yes,
infrared
infrared.
photons, buddy.
Thermal
Yes.
radiation.
Yeah, I don't
Yes.
disagree, but they also heat
Yes.
up the atmosphere.
Of
You
course
know
it
what I
can.
mean?
Does it? Well, how come the air in the upper atmosphere isn't hotter than the air on the ground? If that's the
Well,
case.
it's because the Earth is round, obviously.
No, but that's okay. The upper atmosphere is closer to the sun either way, round or not.
Did you know
It's
that
irrelevant to the shape.
Did you know that
This is pure thermodynamics.
carbon dioxide can absorb infrared energy?
Correct. I
photons.
understand. I understand that it does.
If the sun really was inside the atmosphere, the energy would radiate, would
I
heat up.
I never claimed that the sun was inside the atmosphere. It's an external power source, regardless, inside or not.
So the atmosphere does stop eventually.
That, of course, it does.
Oh, so is it outside the container then?
I've got no idea. Go there and check, man, and let me know. I don't know.
I never
made any positive claims about the sun besides it pumps out heat and light. Period. That's all I said. Never, not another positive claim about the sun.
All right, let's just say it's outside the container. So it's like above the atmosphere or whatever. Wouldn't that mean that the rays that it spreads down, wouldn't that hit the upper atmosphere more and the lower atmosphere less, because it's closer?
That also stands for ball Earth. It's irrelevant. Your question stands for both ball and flat.
Yeah, because the ball Earth is a greenhouse effect.
So in the globe Earth model, the density of air decreases with altitude, as does the pressure.
Yes,
like if you went to a high altitude,
so there's a temperature
air, then brought it back down, the pressure would not be the same at sea level, even if you brought it down from the high altitude.
100% correct.
And that doesn't agree with the temperature-based argument.
Yes, it does, because you bottled pretty cold air up there.
Now, cold air, is that lower pressure or higher pressure?
Depends on gases, the gas composition of the bottled air you bottled up there.
Well, cold air is more dense than hot air, that's for sure.
Yeah, but if you got cold helium, it's less dense still.
Yeah,
air is
yeah.
80%
And on the
nitrogen.
properties, yeah.
So
Okay, you got it. You're right.
yeah. So and the lighter gases, where do we find the lighter gases, noble gases? In the upper atmosphere.
Yep.
You have a lot of problems. Like, it's not a one facet debate whatsoever, even in the global. It's not a single facet. No, it's not. You have multiple factors playing in.
Yes,
Density,
but
because the
temperature is
gases are different.
unstable.
What's up?
The 14.7 psi is relatively stable at sea level, as
Sure.
is the
Relative.
pressure at any
Relative,
other
yeah.
number of altitudes.
Okay.
Why would that be, even though temperature fluctuates? Because temperature fluctuates quite a lot, and the 14.7 psi doesn't. So if we're saying that the temperature gradient is temperature based and not because we've got less air at high altitudes than at low altitudes, then what are we doing?
The temperature, okay, if you measure the relative temperature relative to the temperature up there, there's quite the gradient. So you talk about differential between day and night, well, bust out your barometer and you will see there is a pressure difference. And then you go up, well, the temperature difference isn't 30 degrees. It's substantial. You've got like 100-degree temperature difference. So depends, of course, where you're at in the upper atmosphere. We're going to have to select how many feet up, 40,000 feet or whatnot, and you can look up the temperature up there.
Yeah, but isn't it like 40,000 feet? That's like 4 psi, right? Roughly around there.
Something. Yeah, I'd have to look it up.
But yeah, do you know what temperature is actually measuring?
Yeah, it's measuring the energy. The jittering of the molecules according to mainstream textbook definition.
Yeah, it has
Yes.
to do with pressure.
Yes.
It's directly related to pressure.
Yeah,
Is it?
because
I think he's talking
faster-
about semantics of unit.
the faster they bombard the walls of the container, well, the harder the force, the more the pressure. That's just kinetic
You
theory.
do realize that the container doesn't actually affect the pressure, right?
No, I know. Or I'm talking about the
if you increase
temperature
the
affecting
amount
the
of
pressure.
if you increase the amount of molecules within a volume, the temperature goes up.
Correct.
Okay. Well, what about a
So
barometer?
does the pressure, of course.
Well,
Yes.
A barometer just, tests for pressure, not temperature, as far as I'm aware of.
Correct.
It just measures pressure. So if we really want to debate if there's less air up there, we shouldn't be talking about temperature or pressure. We should just be talking about density.
Well, yeah. We know we have less air up there.
So then
I
what are
believe
we
the
debating?
barometer.
What
I
are
believe
we
the
debating?
barometer
You
is-
guys, we're debating. I'm debating shape. You guys are going
Right,
on
that's what I'm
fucking
doing.
strawman. Go for it.
That's
Well,
what I'm
What do
the-
you think? What do you think the sun is made out of?
I could care
I
less.
believe there's a
Let's not go into that.
barometer on your
Well, I know.
vehicle.
You see, the
Finish
thing
this
is,
out
I
first.
know exactly what the
Got you.
sun is made out of
No,
because
you don't.
I've.
No, you don't. We have new theories. New
Really?
mainstream theories.
So when
All
have-
right, let me. It's
Whoa, whoa,
actually
whoa,
pretty
whoa.
easy to see what the sun is made out by using a
liquid hydrogen and
spectroscope.
liquid lithium.
When
That's
have you gone to
the
the
newest
Do
sun
you
theory.
know
and gotten a sample of
what
it?
a
When have you
spectroscope is?
confirmed these
I
spectroscopies?
don't need to take a sample.
When have you
Spectroscopy,
confirmed the
spectroscopy
signal from a
works.
spectrometer?
Spectroscopy or whatever the fuck it's called works.
Yeah.
You don't need to take a sample to see it works.
Okay,
No, it
so
doesn't.
have you ever calibrated it? Have you ever checked
Definitely.
to see that the result is indeed just a transmission of helium?
I have
How
used
helium was
a
discovered.
spectroscope.
You should know this. You're
neon.
Greek.
He doesn't know. Doesn't know how helium got discovered because he's discussing something that doesn't know anything about. Because
Helium, well, helium comes from the sun,
PhD
actually.
Helios,
PhD.
yes.
You see.
Wait. Yeah. The word, yes. But there was a cosmologist, a PhD cosmologist, down here, and I had this discussion with him, and it's recorded. And he conceded that yes, we have to sample the sun to prove 100% that our speculation is correct. Because I used a beautiful analogy because I like light sources and light bulbs, and I do have spectrometers at home. And check this out, buddy. I'm going to use the fluorescent bulb as I used with him, and that's what made him concede. Fluorescent lamp, cool. Shine the light from it, gets absorbed by the spectrometer. What do you get? You get the reading from the phosphorus coating on the bulb. You do not get what? The UV, the ultraviolet. That's the prime mover that ignited the phosphorus, the phosphor coating, and we know this, right? So you could have a prime mover in the sun that ignites the photosphere, and we know it's a photosphere. right? We can see that there's nothing inside, but there's this photosphere. So we do not know what ignites the photosphere. And he conceded to that. He's a PhD, so he's well more versed in this than you. You know. So
I would like to weigh in on where helium comes from, because where helium comes from is near large deposits of uranium, not from the sun, at least on Earth.
Well, the helium, we found these absorption lines that we didn't know what the hell they were from the sun, right? You know, besides hydrogen, and only until we isolated the helium, we knew that it also has helium. We can correlate that, but we're not totally sure, right? But only until we actually isolated helium, because a spectrometer, well, you have to calibrate it. You have to know. So how do you do that in a laboratory? Practically, if the element has not been isolated, it cannot be detected, because you're just going to get a reading and you've got no idea what it is until you actually test it on Earth. And that's what we do. That's how
I
you
wonder
calibrate
what
it.
CMEs are.
Cosmic background radiation. It's getting emitted from Earth. Look up the axis of evil from the water.
Cosmic background radiation. That's strange. It always comes from the sun, though.
No, it doesn't. It's actually coming from the water on Earth, because water emits microwaves. Because yes. Bro,
how does it emit microwaves? How does it emit microwaves?
I got you. You don't know that? You don't know that water emits microwaves? Because in physics, which sounds like you might have studied a little bit of it, what is a good absorber is also a good emitter. Anything that absorbs can emit. So water absorbs microwaves. You don't think so? Look it up.
Wait a minute. If it absorbs microwaves, the microwaves couldn't have originated from the water.
What's the best absorption medium? Isn't it a black body?
The best absorption medium.
Yes, a black body.
Well, I'm not exactly sure what the best absorption medium is.
Do you know what a black body is?
A black body.
He does not know what black body is, nor black body radiation.
Clearly, I don't know what a black body is.
How could you talk about the CMBR and not knowing what a black body is? Because this is black body radiation. Like, what are you
Funny,
talking
he's talking about the sun here, and he doesn't know what the sun is.
Are you talking about the black spots on the sun or something? I don't really know.
No.
No.
We're talking about the sun itself.
What are you talking about?
What is a black body?
But I don't know. I don't have a PhD in physics.
Okay.
Michael posted a citation.
Okay. Neither.
Look at all the citations I just posted. Enjoy.
Dude, like I'm only regurgitating mainstream bullshit right now. I'm not even nothing flat Earth. So if you go up against what I'm saying, you have a hard fucking hill to climb.
Oh,
really hard.
It's a body
really
that
hard.
absorbs all wavelengths of light. Oh, that makes sense.
Exactly. So that which absorbs also emits. So a black body is the best emitter you can have, and it's also the best absorber. So water absorbs microwaves, but it also emits microwaves.
And it's like the
yes, exactly. So the sun is emitting microwaves that are getting absorbed by the water, that then the water emits out, and that's what the Kobe. I even know the satellites by name, bro. You got the WMAP, and you got the Kobe Fear satellite, right? Like, I've done my cosmology research about 8 to 10 years ago, and there's a lot of bullshit out there, mainstream, and there's a lot of PhD professors that going up against the mainstream model. Has nothing to do with Earth, just cosmology, because this is cosmology here. This is not Earth, actually. So, yes, it's called the axis of evil. Look it up, because these idiots, they built their quote-unquote satellite incorrectly. So all they were getting is the Earth is the center of the universe. Look at it, called Axis of Evil. There's even a Wikipedia page on it. So it's not that hard to find. Look it up, please. Axis of Evil. Cosmology. Type in cosmology next to it. So and you'll see that they're going to tell you, well, it's falsely believed that the Earth is. Well, the results show that that the Earth is the center of the universe. But whatever. You can just brush that off because that's not the result that you want. And then, anyways, you get into the cosmic background radiation, bro. They fudged the numbers so many times to get the result they wanted. Documented. It's pseudoscience. Period. In the mainstream science, they reject it. It is rejected by professors who understand what the fuck is going on. And we had one on here on 24/7, and I was talking to him about this. It was my lucky day because I've been waiting for a cosmologist for a long time. And he conceded, bro. He conceded. He's like, and then he was like, we actually probed the sun. We sent a probe in the 70s to actually test it. So that's where his argument went. And then I was like, oh, okay then. Cool.
Not gonna lie, I've kind of lost you at this point.
Talk about the sun, bro.
What about it? It's a strong emitter. I mean, everyone knows that.
No, talk about when you brought out the CMBR, I brought out that it's being emitted from the water, that's being absorbed from the sun. That's it.
Wait.
Or your microwaves.
Wait. The sun is an emitter, correct?
Yes.
The water is an absorber, correct?
For microwaves, yes.
So
Not
why
all
wouldn't
wavelengths.
the sun be emitting the CMEs? What's the problem?
That's not what the satellites showed.
But there are no satellites, according to you.
What? No.
That's
Dude. Bro. I'm talking about the WMAP satellite and this and the Kobe Fierce satellite. I never said that satellites do not exist. Did I?
Wait. You think satellites exist? How can satellites exist in a flat Earth?
For my argument, these two satellites, yes, they exist because they're a hostile witness, and I like them to exist, so they exist. Boom.
All right.
Why couldn't they exist on a flat Earth?
Yeah, I want to know. Higher you go, more positive charge there is. There's already a CubeSat that Michigan students, 240 Michigan students, produced, and it's supposedly up there, and it's being propelled by electromagnetic fields alone.
I would like. Sorry. Go ahead.
And I can give you the citation if you need it.
I just want to point out that science is just cherry picking satellites.
Yeah.
Me, of course, Cyrus cherry picks, bro.
Oh, that's
Hey, look.
rich. Coming
Hey,
from you.
Well,
you
the
want
thing
to argue? I'm gonna take you to gravity, no matter what. I love gravity, bro. I'm just waiting until any of you guys go into gravity.
Tell me all about the naturally
Grilled.
occurring phenomenon, dude. Tell me all
Well-
about the naturally
well,
occurring phenomenons.
It's not actually cherry picking. Cherry picking is where you take an article or a study and you pick one piece of information and leave out everything else.
Yes.
So
So if you pick two satellites that you like the data from and ignore every other satellite.
Yeah, but he didn't ignore
it, though.
every other satellite. He said,
I know.
satellites exist.
I'm just saying.
You're just being asinine. That's an ad hom. You want to go
No,
through
I'm not.
It is. You want to go through the master list of fallacies. You're just attacking him, not the premise.
You're just pissed off because he provided more data than
Yeah,
just
you're
a
the
couple
most
of
toxic
photographs.
motherfucker here.
No, it's nothing like that. I just thought it was funny.
I know,
Well,
man. It's cool.
Listen, we're not here for funny. We're here for honest conversation.
We are. You're picking out two satellites that
This
We're
is
not
for
put it in that way
posterity.
too.
I'll give
Remember,
you any
both
Listen,
presidential
listen.
candidates are watching this shit
Listen,
right now.
he didn't pick out. He pointed out. So
Yeah.
they weren't to your liking, and now you're being a semantical little prick about it.
No,
Stop.
I was just pointing it out. I wasn't picking it on.
I
They're the
say
only
you're
satellite-
cherry picking Cyrus because you didn't say anything about me asking. Well, how come the deflection? How can satellites not work on a flat Earth? Why
No, we
can't
can
they?
talk about that.
Yeah,
Why
man,
can't?
I want to know.
Why can't they?
Okay, well, we can talk about that a bit. The angular rate at which they move through the sky.
15
It
degrees
doesn't
per
work.
hour.
I don't think that's the angular rate at which satellites move through the sky. I think
What
it varies.
is this? Okay, so is this a purely geometrical argument? When observation on Earth isn't geometrical purely, has many factors besides just geometry.
Yeah, like refraction, but
Are you talking about geosynchronous or non-geosynchronous?
That's just
it
one.
depends on which ones you can see. I mean, you can see there was an issue with them Starlink satellites being particularly
So is it-
visible near twilight.
Is it one of them
and you can see them
purely
moving.
geometrical arguments? Yes.
I mean, it's physical. It's not really.
Well, the ideal
It's physical, and then you use geometry to figure out what the
the
physical.
ideal. Well, see, it is physical, but it's an observation, so it has on-physical qualities, and it's based on observation. So there's more that applies to it than just geometry. Your eyes
Yes.
can play tricks on you.
They can.
That's why we use the experiment. experimentation method.
But I mean, if we're saying that you can't trust your eyes,
I'm saying you can't trust arc minutes. Too many variables. And the angle of arc minutes, as it would respectively be purely geometrical, it wouldn't match observation. There's more variables in observation than just what angle is it to me in the sky.
I mean, I think the point kind of still stands that you can't fly
I
a balloon.
don't. I disagree.
You can't fly a balloon that fast. Because the
Who
higher
said-
you go, the
never
worse
said
it
it
is.
was a
Wait.
balloon.
Who
I
said
said it was a
balloon?
satellite, man.
Is it a
Never
new
said it was a
technology?
satellite.
I've seen
Satellite,
satelloons
bro.
more times than.
So once
It's
again,
a
you
satellite.
attribute to us somebody told you about a sataloon, so now we must agree with their argument. Well, you people need to ask more questions and assume less.
Okay, let me ask you then. What do you think satellites are?
That's an argument from ignorance.
It's not. It's me asking
It
you your
is.
opinion.
No, the latter argument before you ask my opinion.
Sure.
If you name the satellite, I'll look it up and tell you if it's a communication satellite, if it's, the cosmic background radiation. That's why I mentioned, I didn't cherry pick those two. Those
Yeah,
two are
what-
the ones that
what his
provided the
question
data
is-
that the
No, they're
cosmologists
relevant to what you
built
were
off of.
saying. I'm just
Listen,
saying
what is-
that in the
what his
broader
question
sense
is,
of which
how do they
satellites
work?
inside are real.
Yeah. What he's saying
Oh,
is,
sure
how
they
do
are.
they work on a flat Earth? Not what are they? What, you don't think something could stay aloft over a flat Earth because somebody said gravity doesn't apply to a flat Earth, or is it that they just argue gravity isn't a proven aspect, the force of gravity, the cause?
I'm just
Not
waiting
that-
for any of those
Isn't
guys.
force,
and
but
so-
all
Because
right.
here's the thing: most flat earthers don't deny gravity. We just say you don't have a cause yet.
label.
If you
I'm
did,
not denying the label.
If
I'm
you-
denying the causation of the effect, not the label. Label is fine.
exactly,
Things
exactly. If you had a cause for gravity, we'd have anti-gravity, and then you could just anti-gravity
go.
float
That's right.
satellites up your ass if you wanted to.
Well, that's if you
Anti-gravity
could
actually
manipulate
might
the cause.
exist, actually.
Fall. What?
There is a theory that antimatter actually has the opposite effect that normal matter does. Like, it repels stuff instead of attracting it.
Matter does not attract matter. Never been proven. Never, ever, 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 ever been proven. Ever.
What about the funny experiment that starts with C?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Tensor?
I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting. I'm busted out. Say that C word. Say it.
Bust
The
out them.
Cavendish experiment.
Cavendish.
Yes.
Yes. Can you
So-
give me the dependent and independent variables of this so-called experiment, please?
Yeah, I just want to know how it manipulates the cause of gravity. You manipulate weight and you say weight is caused by gravity, which is a reification fallacy.
No, I said gravity is caused by weight, not weight is caused by gravity. That's stupid.
Never. You can't prove
Well,
that.
that's not what Cavendish said. That's why when he
Wait.
manipulates weight,
it does. Yeah, I
excuse
mean,
me.
Cavendish was wrong though.
You
But
was
the thing
wrong.
is,
Okay. Great.
the thing
Great.
is, the Cavendish experiment does show that mass does indeed do something that makes other mass go towards it.
well, not
No,
really. It shows his mechanical rig does that. Tension. It's got tension. Come on.
You think it's
Tension.
because of the rope?
Tension is an applied force, is it not? In physics.
What's the rope? I mean,
Of course.
Okay, then.
Rotational tension.
There's your force you manipulate. The amount of tension.
do you even
what
know
if-
what Cavendish was trying to do, dude? For real.
Weight.
Have you read
Wait.
Cavendish stuff?
Yeah, the
But,
density
What
of
was,
the
in
Earth.
his writing, what was he? What's the title of his paper? Cavendish title of what is it? Please read me just the title of the fucking paper. That's all I want.
Well,
That's
I
it.
think I might be wrong on this, but I think he was trying to calculate the constant of gravity. I might be wrong on this. I don't know.
No, you're absolutely wrong. He was trying to weigh Earth. He was trying to figure out the density of Earth to weigh it. He's trying to figure out how much Earth weighs, the weight of Earth. Look at him. That's the title of the fucking paper that you guys use for gravity. Dude, he had nothing to do with gravity. He was trying to weigh the Earth.
He failed at
I-
that.
Yeah. And in his paper, getting an oscillation is a null result. And that's what you get. So how could you use that null result to verify your fucking gravity? Go ahead, walk me through the math. Show me.
Do you know there is a fucking contraption that applies a calculated amount of force on an object. I don't know what it's called, but it most likely exists. Well, you can take
Most
that
likely.
and use the that to make the Cavendish experiment and
A
do it
lot of
once.
apparatuses apply force. I
Yeah,
can name many mechanical things that do that. That's my course.
Yeah, you didn't let me finish though. Listen, you can do it once without the big bowling balls, and you can do it once with the bowling balls with the
But
same
he used
exact
lead
amount of
balls.
force. What?
He used lead
Whatever.
balls.
Some dense object. It doesn't matter.
Well,
It
lead is
does.
highly diamagnetic and is repelled in an electromagnetic field, by the way. How do you control for the electrostatics? I'm curious on that.
Well, if both objects are not charged and both objects are not magnetic, there's not really a problem there.
Everything is
discovered
inherently
that.
everything is inherently electrostatic and everything is diamagnetic.
Yes, but there's not really a force if there's not a difference in charge, or if it's not the one thing is a metal and the other thing is a magnet.
Magnets are metallic, by the way. But anyways,
Not all metals though. It has to do with the structure of the atoms.
Yeah, they have to be ferrous though. So, anyways.
Yeah, but lead is paramagnetic and it's also diamagnetic.
Right.
That's metallurgy, and that's part of my course of study. Or my
But
education.
metal doesn't attract metal. Magnets attract metal.
That's not the premise. Nobody's saying that. They're asking how you affect for the electric nature of the fucking atmosphere. You got a magnetic field. You got charge.
Actually, the magnetic field of the atmosphere is insignificant as shit,
We
so
have
we
a
can ignore it.
charge. I know these are assertions, but they're never really backed by any demonstration.
Here's the thing,
Magnetism is
how-
100%.
Have you ever used a compass? Have you ever used a compass?
I have. Magnetism is 100% more powerful than the force of gravity. And this is why a magnetic compass works anywhere on Earth, because the magnetics are strong here. But it's not just magnetics that you need to account for, electric charge. We see a rise in voltage as you rise up off the Earth.
Well,
Fine.
it does. Well, I'm not gonna do the experiment in the higher atmosphere, am I?
Altitude change, elevation.
There's voltage charge at ground level also, guy, and flow of electric.
Yeah, but
Just the movement of water creates the flow of electric, which creates a magnetic field.
well, I'm not gonna do it near the ocean though. If both of the
Listen, water doesn't just flow where you can see it in a river or in an ocean or in a lake. It also flows underground. These are called aquifers. How do we know there wasn't an aquifer or underground river under Cavendish's shed?
Well, what if I do it in my house? Doesn't have to be Cavendish.
Go ahead, do it, and you'll see that you're not gonna get an oscillation every time. Do it.
Yeah, it's not. Listen, they say
I actually do plan on doing it.
It is, but it's kind of like survey equipment. You get more faults than you do true readings.
What? So what I plan on doing is do it twice, once with the balls and once without the balls. And I want to see if with the thing without the balls, the thing moves at a larger angle than the thing with the balls.
He said do it multiple times under one setup and just see if you get the same result every time. I guarantee you won't. I've done this.
That's cherry picking.
Because you didn't have the thing that applies the exact. You need a thing that applies.
How do you know?
What?
How do you know?
How do you know what?
Listen. How do you know what I didn't have? Period. Whatever it is. So I went to school at Michigan State University, and I did this when I was seeking a degree in mechanical engineering.
How did you push the rope, the ruler or whatever?
No, not what I asked. I asked, how do you know what I had?
Well, I don't. I don't have clairvoyance.
There you go. So don't comment on it.
So anyway, as I was saying, you need the thing that applies the exact same amount of force every single time you
I
push the
know what you
button.
need. I just said I did this at an accredited engineering university, one of the best in the nation.
Well, all right. What were the results?
They weren't the same every time. This is the point.
Well, there was probably some sort of outside influence messing with it then, because
Well, that's what you mostly
Well, there
get
you go
is
then.
faults.
macroscopic physics are deterministic. If there is no
Well,
outside thing
Then
messing
how do
with
you know
it,
it's gravity? How do you know it's gravity then?
Microscopic physics are all theoretical. No offense.
If you're microscopic
what do
physics,
you? I didn't say
Listen.
microscopic. I said macroscopic.
macro.
So listen, macro, micro, same fucking shit. So here's the point. You get more faults than you do accepted readings, and you keep going past faults to look for the reading you're looking for.
What I was trying to say is that physics in the large scale, with the object that we touch, are deterministic. Every time you do them, if they're supposed to be the same, unless there is something else, there's a third thing, outside variable messing with it. So if you got different results each time, that means that either you.
Listen, can I say something? When we say there's a fault due to that, we don't have to actually prove it or demonstrate it. We just call it a fault and then do it again and look for the reading we're looking for.
Well, yes, you can get an average, I guess.
Yeah, so even in college, when I asked, hey, man, how do we know that caused it? He said, we don't worry about it. We just write it down as a fault and move on. So, yeah, that's science, right? And that's sarcasm.
Cherry picking, that's what that's called in science. That's what cherry picking is. Picking
Well,
the result.
if you're doing
that you
an
want.
experiment as precise as Cavendish, I don't think that
Precise as hanging balls in a shed. What precision did he
it
have?
requires incredibly precision.
I assert it doesn't meet the. I say it doesn't meet the requisite of an scientific experiment.
What? Why?
Why? It doesn't manipulate the cause. It asserts a cause of weight and then manipulates weight.
Yes. What's the problem?
What is it?
So the problem is, hold on. The problem is manipulate the cause of gravity and prove gravity causes weight.
Wait, what?
Oh my God, man. Why are you people so sharp when we say stuff, but so slow when we have a valid point? So the assertion is by manipulating weight, we manipulate gravity because weight is caused by gravity. It's a reification.
Yes.
Can you not interrupt me? It's a reification because nobody ever manipulated the cause of weight and showed we could lighten weight up because this is the cause of gravity. So either way, if weight was caused by gravity and you scientifically proved it, you wouldn't have needed Cavendish.
Hold on a second. We're not trying to prove gravity. We're trying to prove weight.
Man, I thought we were talking about the sun cuddling back on radiation.
Dude, Cavendish just said
gravity.
Cavendish said it proved gravity by rate, the rate of pull. But now you're saying they proved the rate of pull weight? Which is it, man?
Do you know what weight is?
Yes, I do actually.
I do. It's a unit of measure.
Weight equals negative kx.
No, that's not true. Mass is a unit of measure. Weight.
What's mass?
Listen, we can cherry pick the definition of mass. There's 1,000 of them, and nobody can tie down. Nobody's DMing me. Somebody entered the VC.
Weight is measured by spring deflection. Hooke's law, it's called. So weight, W equals negative kx.
Hooke's law has to do with springs.
Yes, that's how we measure fucking weight. How else do you measure weight on Earth?
Yes, but
even your digital scale has a calibrated spring inside. All of them have springs.
In order to calculate weight, you need to know the mass of the Earth.
No, you don't.
Yeah, no, you don't. If you want to calculate the newtons, you do.
No, you don't. How? Go ahead. And then you convert your newtons back into kilograms by dividing by 9.81 meter per second squared. Ha ha ha. Now you get kilogram again. Funny. So why don't you just get rid of 9.81, which I like, by the way. So if you want to, okay, let's backtrack, and I'll concede.
Wait,
That way
no,
I
I
can get
think I
gravity.
just,
No,
I
no, no,
think I
wait.
just said a bunch
Let's,
of bullshit. Never mind.
yes, you did. So let's backtrack. We have a density gradient because of gravity. Yeah, you agree or you
Yes,
disagree?
I
Awesome.
agree.
Thank you. I agree. Now what's gravity? Let's play this game now because I've been
Well,
I only have 15 miles to my destination. Then I'll hop off. So I really want to hash this out.
well, what gravity is I
Yes.
guess the bending of space-time of mass that makes other things go towards the mass.
But you bend space time.
Well, you bend space-time by having mass. So if you have mass, you bend. So I bend
Okay.
space. I'm bending space-time right now as we speak.
You're bending space time. So you invoked Einstein, right? Correct.
What do you mean? What does invoke mean?
He has no idea about the
You
discrepancy.
called upon him. I know he's about to get grilled on Einstein. This is all I wanted from the beginning of the convo, and he gave me Einstein. He
What
didn't go
does
mass
the
attracting mass.
word invoke mean? I legit don't know what the word means.
Invoke, like call upon a spirit, like so you called upon
Oh, yeah, I
Einstein,
see.
right? Because you didn't say mass attracting mass. You said bending and warping of space time, and that's the current scientific definition for it. It is not mass attracting. Mass has been superseded by Einstein in 1915, correct?
Yes.
Or 1910? Yes? All right, then. So now we have to discuss Einstein and his beautiful tensors. So can you divide in Einstein's field equation, what is lambda? The Greek
Well,
letter lambda.
I haven't reached the theory of relativity in school yet, so I can't really answer the question.
Why are you regurgitating it like it's truth then if you've never studied it? Because you said mass bends space-time. Okay, that's in Einstein's field equation. Can you show me where space-time in Einstein's field equation?
Well, you don't need to know everything about
Yes, you
something
do.
to accept
Yes, you
it
do.
as true.
Yes, you do. Dude, you have to prove it correct first.
It's already been proven correct by
So?
the scientific community.
Really?
I don't know.
So
I don't know about that.
what you don't know, okay, is Newton came out first with the theory of gravity, right? Now you're thinking it's something different. I'm not talking about a 1666 work. I'm talking about an earlier work in 50 to 40. He helped another man work on this other thing to get it unified, and he helped quantify the periodic table by specific gravity, finding specific gravity and quantifying it and giving a surefire definition of what it is, that it is repeatable, demonstrable, and accepted. It's not a theory, it's a known variable. It's a substance weighed against itself or its own displacement in water. So that's what specific gravity is. That's how the periodic table was finalized. It's all based off of atomic weights, and they figured out the atomic weights by getting a kilogram of something and then getting the displacement and then figuring out the specific gravity of it to figure out how dense an object is, because it's also known as relative density. Okay. Now, that's all fine and dandy, and then Newton came out with the universal theory of gravity, which is just a theory, and it's a very bad theory. In fact, the National Center of Science Education says so, that it's just a religious theory, and it's a very bad thing that it's actually taught at schools, because it's not even a very good scientific theory. So,
well, it is relatively accurate, though.
That's why relativity was taken over. Einstein rebuilt it and came up with this space-time fabric, right? And what do we know about time, right? You think time is a function of math, right? And it is, right? Time is a function of math. However, if time is a function of math and mathematics is a construct, just like time is a construct, does that mean there can be a natural fabric made of such a construct as time or space?
Because time is not it's not simply
space,
a concept.
Right, I know, but just hear me out. This is a little experiment. Take up both of your hands, put it out about shoulder length, like your hands about shoulder length apart and like open the palms of your hands, you have space between the palms of your hands,
Yes.
right? That's the definition of space, right? So if that's the definition of space, would that be inner space or outer space?
Hold on a second. What?
The distance between your hands, would that be inner space or outer space?
I think you're confusing space as in spatial dimensions and the area where the atmosphere doesn't exist outside the Earth, because they're very different things.
Do I need to get the Macedonian book out?
What?
Space is the distance between objects, man.
Yes.
Yes?
But
Okay.
when you're
Like-
when you're saying outer space and inner space, you're not talking about space as in the distance between objects. You're talking about space in space and not space in not space.
What's that? It's the space between Earth and Mars. It's still the distance between objects. Dude.
Yes,
space
of course,
is the distance.
but that's
There you
an
go,
entirely different concept. Space
So
is
you're talking about the vacuum, the ever-expanding vacuum of outer space, correct?
that's what you're
It
talking
doesn't
about.
exist.
I thought you.
No,
I
that's
thought
what
you were talking
I'm
about.
not.
Space between objects, but then you said saying about outer space.
I'm talking about Einstein and gravity, and I'm only here to rip your Einstein apart and nothing else. I'm waiting for Einstein to come out.
But the word
all I want.
outer space has absolutely nothing to do with the definition of distance between objects.
There is no such thing as outer space. Where does outer space start? Give me a height, please.
Outer space, well, outside the Oort cloud.
How far is that? Good
If
answer,
I
but
recall
how far is
correctly by memory, it's about 30 million kilometers or something. Let me actually correct. I don't know.
30 million kilometers.
That's by memory, by the way. I'm probably dead wrong.
So the moon is not in outer space, correct?
Yes.
Well, there's space and then there's outer space. All of the lines are arbitrary, though.
There you go.
But what is it out of? What is
Outside
the
your
space out of?
Out of your head.
This
Arbitrary.
this make-believe arbitrary outer space. What is it outside of?
Oh, Jesus Christ, it's much more than 300 million fucking kilometers.
Are we trying to prove things with definitions again? Because it's just a waste of
No,
time.
we're trying to get somewhere.
No, you're a waste of time, boys.
Outer space is not 30 million kilometers from the Earth,
Yeah, I just checked it. It's significantly more. I just said it from memory.
Because outer space, like out, usually means up, right? They say that there's no direction, so you have in and out. You don't have up and down.
There's not really
like
up. Up doesn't really exist.
Outer space
Exactly.
is much
So you have
lower.
out.
Exactly.
So it's above your head,
Exactly.
right?
Outer space
This
is
is directional.
much closer to us than 30 million. Are you serious?
There's no such thing as outer space, bro. Get it in your head.
Oh, hello,
Get real.
hello.
It's actually about 2,000 astronomical units away.
Whatever that is.
Did you say space is about 3,000 astronomical
Wait.
units away?
Wait, no. It's outside the Oort cloud, so outer space is 100,000 astronomical units away.
Cool. Whatever.
So
let's
that's
make up
interesting.
numbers. Awesome.
Why is the distance from the Earth to the Sun known as Aurum?
Aurum, it's non-astronomical units. I don't know what Aurum is.
It's
Gold.
You might know it as Krios, gold.
Gold. Aurum.
Yeah.
Gold- what? What are you saying?
No. Seized. Yeah, seized. Outer space isn't even close to 100,000 astronomical units away from us. It's
Yeah,
not even-
I thought outer
outer-
space was outside the solar system. Am I wrong?
I have reviewed
No,
the internet.
Okay, no.
Deep space. Deep
Space means everything in the universe. Outer space is everything in the universe except Earth.
Supposedly, outer
All
space
right,
is
all right.
outside of the Kármán line.
I have a result.
Common line.
Outer space and
That's it.
space are the same thing.
No,
There we go.
they're not. One of them excludes the Earth.
So
See, one of these days, you guys
It
will know
does
your
exclude the Earth.
science.
Because outer
You keep
space is
talking
commonly
to us
shortened
flat
as
earthers,
space.
and one of
Word
these
magic.
days, you'll understand what words are, so you can find out what the science really is. It's okay. This is a flat Earth server, but it's somehow turned into a globe Earth echo chamber.
Definitions are also arbitrary.
No, you are arbitrary, boys.
Oh, I mean the Kármán line is a
No,
defined
you
boundary.
are arbitrary.
Stop with the ad homs. The Kármán line is a definition, and definitions are arbitrary, which is why the Kármán line is arbitrary.
What was his first name though? It was named after someone, wasn't it?
I don't know.
Oh, I thought you had the information in front of you. I'm gonna take that back.
Debates are
line.
so stupid when you're
Because
talking about
I
Ron
definitions.
Kármán.
I
So
think it has
pointless.
something to do with like 72 miles altitude or there in his or abouts, right?
He was Theodore. Is his first name?
Theo, Teddy.
Teddy
Never
von
trust a
Kármán.
man named. Never trust a man named Teddy.
Oh, but honest Ted.
No, there's nothing honest about Theodore Roosevelt. He was a daemon.
But what about Theodore Herzl?
But what about disease-carrying teddy bears?
Oh my god. Alright, this convo kind of degraded a bit.
Hmm.
Oh, it did. But yeah, no, discussing definition is only useful in knowing what you're communicating to someone.
Yeah, but you don't even understand the words that you're speaking.
I mean, how would you know that?
I've proved it.
Oh,
We've had this discussion several times, boys.
incredible.
Several times we've had this discussion. You don't remember it?
Which discussion is that? The one where you proved I don't know what words mean?
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
Like you kind of got me on something that photograph doesn't always mean emulsion because of digital photography.
Oh
But
no,
then again, what is digital
we
photography?
had a result where I was correct there, and we conceded that a digital photograph is a photograph because at the time of the first definition of photograph, digital cameras didn't exist, so they necessarily could not be included in the definition of photograph. And what makes an image a photograph is it being stored. That is what makes it a photograph.
For even if you draw it, because an image is something that is art. It is not a real picture. You see these images that are on, like, say, the newspaper. You think that's a real photograph? No, it's an image. It's a matrix of dots.
Well, there's images and there's photographs.
Yes. That. Thank you. That's what I was trying to say.
Not all images
I'm
are
saying
photographs, and not all all photographs are images.
I'm saying most of the time you have, like, it's a JPEG or GIF or whatever. There's a couple different file types for images, right? There's even IMR, which would be image, right? IMR or IMG. I think that's like iPhone or Macintosh or some weird crap like that. But anyway,
how you capture an image is not really critical. I mean, you can have someone do a photorealistic drawing. Does that make it
is it still a picture if it's a hologram, if the image is captured on, say, a one-dimensional piece of film, but it's made to, like, the way that it's captured is like different, like a hologram. So is that an image or a picture? The hologram.
A hologram.
Yeah. You know what I'm talking about? The like the sticker holograms and like the foil packs cards and all that crap that you see.
Oh, you're talking about when you turn it and the image looks different?
Yeah, it's actually a two-dimensional thing, but it looks three-dimensional, but it's not.
Yeah.
Those things.
It's multiple images, I believe. It would be kind of similar to a GIF.
But is it a picture?
You're recreating it physically, and actually that does have some depth to it in order to create that effect.
But is it a picture?
Is it a picture? Well, there's picture and then there's photograph.
It's a It's a generated picture. It's a generated 3-dimensional picture on a plotted on a 2-dimensional surface. Yes.
It's not a 2-dimensional surface.
Yeah, okay.
It's close to 2-dimensional, but it's a 3-dimensional surface, which is how you get the depth effect, is because the light scatters differently through it.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
So how does it happen on foil then?
how does it happen on foil? Foil still has some depth to it.
And then
I
you
mean,
can
or
even get
do you mean just like the reflection?
Then you can even get a negative of it and keep running it over and over and over again, right?
Of a hologram,
like a mold for it, almost like a. I can't remember what that one. It was like an interference pattern. It's applied science. He did. It's one of these science guys that think he's from Canada because he talks kind of like a Canadian, with the O's drawn out and stuff. Anyways, he decided to do like
a. He's in Cali.
Yeah, applied science.
He's
the
in
one
Cali.
with the beaker cup and the wrench.
Yeah,
oh,
he's
really?
American. Yeah.
Okay.
He lives in Cali.
Well, I don't know why he sounds like a Canadian. Anyway,
he's from Canada.
maybe.
Maybe.
I don't know. Anyways, chocolate, like he's taken like optical chocolate or something like that, and you're thinking optical chocolate, you can't see through chocolate, but that's not what he was doing. He was doing an optical effect with the surface features of the chocolate on a 2-dimensional surface that's flat, making it appear as a 3-dimensional surface, even though if you look at it microscopically, the only difference between the film of the and he even tried it with holograms and was able to get some results, right? Or wasn't able to get it with the results of the hologram because the hologram, there was issues with the whole process when he was doing his thing, but he was able to get like sticker holograms, only the ones that were backed with foil, not like the gel ones like he thought he was going to do. So not the green ones, right? It's only the silver aluminum foil backed ones that he was able to get the pattern off of, right? So I think it's kind of interesting because I've seen both types of holograms.
Yeah.
One actually looks like there's depth to it, like it's a piece of plastic or something, an emulsion. Right?
What type of hologram are you like talking about? Speaking of, I just jumped in. I'm curious.
Oh, I don't know how old you are, but like if you were growing up as a child in the 80s, then you had the He-Mans and the G.I. Joes that had the special faces on the tape deck player that would pop back and forth between like 2 or 3 different faces of the Transformer head. And each face would be different. It would be a hologram type thing. And there's like other little toys and stuff like that. Ninja Turtles, crap, just all kinds of weird shit, dude.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Like those things that were in cubes.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's sometimes like on keychains too. And then they came out with the thin, like clearly piece of foil, 2-dimensional foil type thing, or 1-dimensional, whatever you want to call it. Well, 2-dimensional because there's height to it, right? And there's a plane to it, right? But anyways, yeah. Let me see if I can find that.
There's 2 forms of holograms I'm familiar with. I feel like they're very different things though. Like there's the one where like the background just kind of shimmers and it reflects light differently, and then there's the one where the actual like image moves. Like, and that one has like a rib.
Yes.
Above it.
Well, that's another one. That's another one. You're talking about the one with the Fresnel pattern on it.
Like if you rub your finger over it, goes
and you can see like a little horse running or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
But when you take that part off, you realize that the image, you can't even see what the image is. It looks nothing like the picture was.
Yeah.
Because it's engineered with a gradient pattern to. Anyway. OP.
It's cool. I don't know what we actually. This is a discussion at this point, not a debate.
Here we go. Tech Ingredients did one too. Ooh. So did Action Lab.
I like Tech Ingredients. Yeah, it's a cool channel too.
Action Lab is one of my favorites. He does a lot of cool stuff.
I don't like his voice.
Yeah, I like watching some of his stuff, but
His voice is yeah.
vacuum can
Sounds like he's constipated.
Oh yeah.
I mean, no offense, but it's
I
just
mean, his
like,
voice is
come
just
on,
kind of
bro.
higher. He doesn't
No,
do that much
yeah.
talking though. His videos are pretty short, so.
But there's that applied science one, the holograms on chocolate, right?
Okay.
So what you're seeing there is like just the chocolate. There's no foil, no coating, no chemical at all on it. It's just the pattern from the foil of the sticker. He goes through the process, the painful process on how he was able to do it. He also has the same a thing about how to do an electron scanning microscope in your garage if you have a turbomolecular pump.
Yeah,
And
I
he actually
watched all of
builds
his
it and
videos.
finds. He confirmed that indeed the no salt substitute has no sodium in it, only potassium. I mean, that's
Applied
the kind of
science is
science I
badass.
like,
I like
where you have theory
Dude,
and you put theory to apparatus and you run apparatus to prove theory.
dude, that's
It's
what
because he's a mechanical engineer. I just tend to
Yeah.
happen like I just like mechanical engineers. They're our minds are the same. We all think the same way.
I like
Their
mechanical.
content is always really good.
I like them, but electrical engineer is more of my desire.
Oh, then you're dealing with gremlins that no one can see.
There's a sense of
I know.
hopelessness with electrical engineers. Like they're like, oh, I couldn't possibly understand mechanics.
Couldn't possibly understand what? My signal is
Mechanics.
slightly shitty. Mechanics is so easy.
It's stupid easy.
Yeah. How about electromagnetism 1 and 2? Did you study that? That's easy, huh?
Yeah, it's fun.
When it comes to
most
mechanicking, it'll only go together right one way.
That's just correct design. It's poka-yoke.
No, you can put it together many different ways that are incorrect, but there's only one correct way to put it together.
Well, if the engineer did their job right, there's only one correct way that you can put it together. Called
Yeah,
poka-yoke.
but some people don't know about the witness marks and all that stuff. So when they take it apart, they don't lock in the cam or anything, and it slips the cam. And they forget what rotation it's on because the cam's usually 2 rotations per 1 rotation to crank. And if you have that 180 off, you're in trouble.
the only problem with electrical engineering is like you don't know what like the material you're working with. You're just working. It works. Calculations work, but there's so many theories. I mean, I know the modern mainstream uses electron theory, but it has no. There's no solid foundation on that.
Yeah, I mean
Electron flow.
the biggest mess I've worked with is ampacity for wires, because it's like the way it's defined is really arbitrary. A lot of it's based on insulation temperature, but then the conditions for the wire when you're testing the failure point are also arbitrary. And every wire supplier will have like a different safety factor, and they won't disclose the testing circumstances or anything. So it's just like it's a nightmare to try and actually figure out what you can put through a wire, like at the limit.
That's true, but I would say like OFC is better than CCA. That's for sure. There's no way around that.
What's the OFC and CCA?
Oxygen free
Free.
copper.
Oh, oxygen free copper. Oh, okay.
Yeah, versus copper coated aluminum.
Copper. Yeah.
What about the marine shit? The shit that's copper clad, or not copper? It's silver clad copper.
Oh, that's
It's not a coating; it's a cladding.
Oh,
and it's usually like very finely strand. I don't know why they do it with silver. Maybe because Even under corrosive circumstances where there's like water ingress, it'll still conduct fine. Where copper, the oxygen will, it's an impurity, so it'll act as an insulator probably. Because
Oxide. is not
keyboards work with silver oxide, so silver oxide is still conductible.
Yeah, copper oxide isn't really. At least not to the same extent. I don't know.
Yeah,
Not
not to the
conductive,
same
right?
extent as like
It's
raw
insulator.
copper or raw silver, but the thing is it'll still conduct.
Yeah. Copper tarnish is pretty. It's something. Like you can, I add like a machined flat bus bar, like smooth to the touch, and then in a couple of weeks later, you can feel like the tarnish on it. I mean, it's kind of the same thing as rusting when you got iron, but it's got less of the cavitation. It just happens surprisingly quickly, like the whole surface rather than just a portion of it. Once you got the water, the oils on it.
Real
Oh.
quick, Slow Reaper, you have access to your microphone, but this really isn't the religious section. So there are people that are listening to this stream or watching this stream or even sitting in here that may have differing religious beliefs. So just an FYI. We all try to get along. Let's not let that get between us.
Nice, nice.
It's not in the voice chat.
Well, it's because some people are. That's why I would say, come on, dude, get in the voice chat.
You can't hear us though. That's why it was weird that you're. Unless he's watching the stream, which would be kind of surprising.
That's actually the best
shit.
part.
My bad.
No, that's actually the best part about flat Earth in certain places or areas you go. Not everybody agrees and not everybody disagrees. We all have our own take on things. Everybody has their own. It's not like the globe. The globe widespread. It's all the same. It's just that's to me is the cult.
I don't know, man. I disagree with a lot of globe stuff, and it's just because there's a prevalence of, especially in science education, simplifying things, and not really explaining well enough that you did make a simplification.
Sure, you'll have
like
some
things you're taught as like absolutes when really,
yes,
if circumstances
they're not.
change slightly, it no longer works. It's like gravity is always 9.81, and then you get to high school, it's like gravity changes based on the inverse square law.
Sure, yeah.
Exactly. So
Look
exactly.
at more detail, but I'm just saying, like in Discord or general terms, for the most part.
Yeah,
that's not gravity. That's the acceleration of objects dropped in a vacuum.
Yeah, but that's the way it's presented. And I also think that like debating root cause or something, like there's a lot of people who will come here and be like, gravity is based on mass attracting mass, and they're 100% convinced of that. I don't necessarily think you need to understand the deepest root cause of something, because at every single level you can always just ask why again, and then you're like, wait, what's the cause of the root cause? It's like if you're saying mass attracts mass, what's the cause of that? And
that's
then it's like space-time
that's
is bending.
Science, man.
And then the next question is, what causes space-time? And it's like,
yes, that's what science is about. It's about finding the causality.
That's science, man.
That is.
Yes.
Now, when you find a new discovery that refutes the working theory at the time, now I say working theory, quantum eraser can't stand that because there are working theories and non-working theories, right? Non-working theories are still called theories, like the theory of gravity, even though it's just a colloquial theory. A working theory is one that is being used for the grand unification model, right? The TOE, theory of everything. Know what I mean? And so it's like this theory of everything. Things have to be fabricated and simplified to make it fit, and without question, you're not allowed to question it, but science is supposed to be questioned. What is it when information cannot be questioned. You will be ridiculed and ostracized and made fun of if you question the information. It's called a religion.
Dogma, right?
Yes.
Zealot.
It depends on what you're questioning.
Evolution.
What do you mean?
Big Bang Theory.
Oh, especially
Bang
the
Theory
Big
is
Bang.
reasonable to
These
question.
are just well, these are just examples in
Yeah.
the mainstream. Like if you're in academia and you happen to refute Big Bang Theory, you lose your
Ooh,
tenureship.
dare you?
How can
Yeah.
you tell the difference between the Big Bang and two small or two very big bangs that were just really close to each other?
Very, very simple. There's not supposed to be any religious doctrine in education, right? So why is Big Bang Theory supported and invented by the Catholic Church as a way to justify reality with what the Bible says? That's a conundrum, right? So
Well,
it's
they
like,
attack that Bible, that's for sure. There's no way around that.
yes, I know. So it's like one of these things to where when you actually look into the things, you'll realize that a lot of it has to do with the culture, the cult of the Shire is what I call it, right? So it's the
nice.
cult of the village,
Bilbo
the cult of the
Baggins.
land. Yes. You know how everybody in the Shire, they said, oh no, we don't adventure out. We just stay in the Shire and mind our own. There's a big war going on. We don't care. We're going to mind our own. Right? Then
Do you study electrical
one of them
engineering
decides to
too?
go off.
Is that what you're studying?
What is this question
Boyce?
directed at?
No,
No,
you.
I'm a employed engineer.
Oh, so you're an engineer,
Electric-
already.
Yeah.
What kind?
Electronic engineer or electrical engineer?
Triple E?
I am electromechanical. So I'm
Electronics?
the one who integrates the electrical system with everything mechanical and makes sure nothing goes wrong.
So wait a minute, are you one of those guys?
Electromechanical, nice.
Are you one of those guys that can do the photolithography and all that stuff too? Is that like part of the training?
No, I have people that do that for me. So I have
that's a specialized course then, or a specialized field.
yeah,
the photolithography.
those are what we call designers. So we've got people who do our board layouts.
Oh, okay.
And then we've got an electrical engineer who does the schematic, and then we've got electromechanical engineers who do all of the PCB, like the critical stuff, like the testing, or test plan. Well, actually, test plans is more electrical, but
So what-
integrating everything into the electromechanical package, so the enclosures and stuff.
So what's
and
the one
thermals,
thing? Oh, you might say it right now. Go for it.
Yeah, we do thermals. Thermals is probably the biggest one because it's what drives the constraints for all the circuit boards.
Dynamic
Yeah.
control, man.
Now,
Yeah.
what about this phenomenon that I heard about? I figured you would know it. Phenomenon. It's a quantum phenomenon that they figured out. As far as they can tell, it's the only thing that really influenced the quantum state, and that's a phenomenon known as heat stacking, to where it'll cause a bleed through on data to where, I don't know, I guess it's the release of the PNP portion or something like that, or the NPN. It's something about the doping where it no longer is able to have its own bias, and it has a bias of the field of the surrounding stacks when it's talking about multiple stacked PCBs. Or not multiple stacked PCBs, but multiple stacked dies. Yeah.
Multi-layered.
Yeah,
PCBs?
special transistors. No, like when you have transistors
dies.
stacked directly on top of each other.
Yeah.
They'll all be open or they'll all be closed. Like the pathways will be blocked.
No, I'm not in semiconductors, so I'm not really familiar with that.
Because my grandfather worked for temp control at, which was the whole environmental control building for the Intel plant in Beaverton, Oregon. He was the foreman.
That's cool.
So he knew all about that, but he's steam fitter by trade, right? My cousins, all my family worked for Intel making chips. All the way up to the Pentium 3 until my cousin, which was the last one that was working there, decided to work for Nike. which is headquartered right there in Portland, Oregon. So
Do you believe
now
that
they all live down here.
electrons flow through the wire?
No,
They don't move very fast.
I don't believe in the electron.
I don't.
I don't know. I mean, it makes sense.
I think the electron is just part of the aether, right? So, like, let's talk about what we see, the veil, right? When I mean the veil, and you may agree with me or you may disagree with me, this is an interesting topic, I think. What we see reality is through a veil. There's a very thin veil,
Right.
and what we see is radio waves, right? Because if you look at the electromagnetic spectrum, you have a chart of all the radio waves all the way up to the high energy electrons. And somewhere in there, the electron turns into a photon through a very thin band of vibration that we call visible light, which is what we perceive reality through, only through this thin veil, right? Now, what would happen? Have you seen that movie Lucy, where she gets smuggling this drug and gets
What would
hit in
happen
the
if you
stomach?
could use 100% of your
Yes.
brain? It's so
Yes.
fucking dumb, but I like watching the movie. I
But
watched
it's
it on
the
Netflix not that long
concept
ago.
that I'm talking about. It's the concept that I'm talking about because the veil gets ripped from her eyes and she's able to see the radio communications, the cell phone signals, and all that stuff, right? Remember that
We've
part?
got stuff like IR cameras. I don't know if we have UV cameras or we've
Well,
got
we have.
some. We've got a lot of different sensors that can detect the other spectrums.
Right, we have sensors that can do that, but I'm saying we'll be able to do that with our own sensors, our own natural sensors, our eyes.
It's biomechanics.
No, I don't think it's biomechanics. I think there's going to come a
Electromechanics.
time where the state of the sun actually changes. Like it's been talked about over antiquity through all of these different cultures and these different stories that's been rendered to mythology and folklore because it's been such a long time since it happened and people forget things about these catastrophes where the sun had gotten so close to the earth that all the land caught on fire, right? And we call it mythology. Oh, they just made up this story about, you know, this guy a long time ago, this typhus.
I haven't
Is it
heard the
typhus?
one of all of the land catching on fire.
Well, one of the Helios, sons of Helios, one of the Aries sons or whatever, took the reins of the sun and lost control of the chariot and drove too close to the sun. So he ended up crashing the sun to earth, and his father had to kill him and regain control over the sun to keep from all of the earth being consumed by fire.
And the geographic origin of this story, do you know?
Greece?
Probably.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
Is that
Greece.
is
but
that just?
I'm pretty
that them
sure
having
it
a-
has.
Sorry.
I'm pretty sure it has something to do with like ancient Egypt too, because a lot of the Greeks in their mythology kept changing over time. Like the first ones was Aesop. So Aesop and his fables, right? That was the first set of mythology.
Was that
And
Greece?
then, yes, Athens, right? So the whole thing is, when you look at it, like history is skewed. The timeline is skewed. Everything that we know is on a narrative, right? I mean, like history and all of that stuff. So when it comes to what was I just talking about? Like the whole Greece and what was going on back then, right? I mean, that was like the invention. They say the founding of our modern society and our way of life and our democracy, right? Is Greek in origin. That's what they say, anyway.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of things that go back to this classic period and this classic time, including language.
I almost wonder if the entire world catching on fire is like Greece had a drought and then a gigantic ass fire. And they were like, everything's on fire everywhere.
Well, remember, right, the Greeks knew about this. They didn't know about the flood of the Bible, and they did not know about Atlantis. So Plato's, was it uncle? Solon the philosopher, the great philosopher, ended up going to Egypt and told them about the mystery schools in Greece, sitting there saying, "Oh, we know about this time that the sun came and the origin of man and how we split apart from this other thing." And it's like, okay, well, there's no old man amongst you Greeks, because what you know is just of the very recent past, since you only know of one disaster, one major catastrophe, when in fact there was 3 major catastrophes on top of the one you're talking about. Right, and that's when the story of Atlantis came from.
Yeah, I mean, the Great Flood type thing could also be taken as one section of Earth had a ridiculous natural disaster, and then it ended up in all the stories.
Right. Some people think it might have been a comet, right?
Oh, I mean, a comet doing what? Crashing into Earth?
It hitting the ground and causing water to well up from the earth and flood the ocean basin.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, if a comet collided with Earth, I don't know. I guess it depends on the size, but the tsunami would be pretty big.
Not if there's no ocean.
I think the current, because that's referring to the Younger Dryas comet impact hypothesis, which suggests that a comet impacted somewhere near Greenland and caused a lot of freshwater ice melt. Yeah.
Well, actually, is Cyrus still in here?
Yeah, what's up?
Up by his area is the scablands from that flood, that Younger Dryas flood, that meltwater rush 2B or whatever on the east coast of west coast of the United States, right?
Yeah, I think it's a lot of work going into it at the moment. People are trying to piece it together.
Yeah. You ever heard of Randall Carlson?
Nope.
He's put together a lot of this work, and he goes up there like every year and does tours.
Yeah, I live in the Scablands. You can clearly see evidence of the flood.
I'm surprised you haven't met old Mason Randall yet.
I know, will do. Have no fear. I'll hunt him down. He's the East Coast though. So.
Hey, when he starts talking about, what the ISIR, whatever that is, that was on top of the image of Christ when he was crucified, and what that truly means, that it predates Christianity and all of that. Ooh,
I've never heard that one before. Okay.
Yeah, he's got some secrets.
Ooh, he's got some cool stuff up his sleeve, huh?
Yeah, he's got like a whole seminar. I think I turned it on to you. It's Geographic Cosmographia or Geocosmographia YouTube channel.
I haven't seen that. I know his channel. I think Sacred Geometry or something like that.
That's his new podcast, right?
Okay.
So I'm talking about his first one from before he teamed up with Hancock, right? From before he went on road.
Yeah. Okay.
And he's just sitting there spilling the beans on every aspect of the secrets that are already out there in the public, so he can divulge it.
That's right, because it's already out in public, so it don't matter.
Yeah. He says he believes in the Grand Awakening, which is the grand illumination of the masses.
Yeah.
So those that are not truly profane will wake up from the deception. Yeah.
Yeah, no, there's one thing
he hates flat Earth, though. That's the thing.
Of course. That's fine with me.
Because this whole thing's about cosmic
too.
Oh, what up, bro?
Can't stand that stuff.
Fucking flat Earth is like fucking crack, man.
Right?
Next thing you know, you're staying up all night going, "What the fuck, man? It can't be. No, no."
I sleep soundly.
I know.
Well, I thought the rotation
you can only
wake you up, man. Oh, the rotation of Earth doesn't wake you up.
Nah, see, he knows the Earth is rotating because he can't feel it.
I know,
Yeah.
because you can't feel it, thus it rotates.
That's how you
He
verify
knows
something, right?
the Earth is curving because you can't see it. You can't get high enough to see the Earth curving.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
However, he can see ships going over the horizon at sea level. So which is it? Can you not see the curvature because, you know, you're not high enough? Or is it that you can see curvature when the ships go over the horizon?
You can see it when you use references.
But I mean, you see how it is when we use other globe earthers to straw man an argument.
Yeah, it's great.
Bro,
Yeah,
I'm so
so
high.
it's,
I see horizons going over the ship, dog.
It sucks though, right?
magnification.
He said he can see it when he uses references, but the problem is we lack the frame of reference to know whether the reference is moving or the Earth. That's
No,
funny.
I just posted
Exactly.
a short video. Like if you magnify the horizon and use an actual straight edge,
Yeah,
you
does
can
the
see curve.
horizon move?
No, if you magnify it and use a straight edge,
Hold
you see
on.
no curve.
Does the horizon
From theory
move?
of relativity.
Yes or no? Can it be at 1 mile, then 2 mile, then 3 mile?
It doesn't have a physical position, so yeah.
Yes.
That's right.
Yeah.
It can move. So if we calculate it 1 hour, we'll get a different radius than we do the next hour. Maybe 15 minutes later. Albor Dorini covered this, but you know, I don't know why we follow 3,000-year-old techniques when we have so many different advanced sciences nowadays that we
Yeah.
preach, that people preach. 3,000-year-old shit. Come up with new shit if it's the truth, and just bitch slap us back into science.
I mean, the claim that the horizon is physical curve doesn't even agree with Wikipedia, which says that the horizon is an apparent line that separates the ground and the sky.
Yeah, it depends. Like if you go to the Civil Engineer's Handbook, I own one. So it depends. So they say there is no geometrical horizon, but actually we have one in our Civil Engineer's Handbook. The state verifies the geometric horizon. The state, they back that in survey.
But necessarily what you see is not geometry, it's apparent.
This is true.
That appears to you.
This is true unless you're at a lower distance. That if you're at a lower distance, what is the horizon going to be dictated by?
If you're at a very low distance, then it'll be more geometry, but it's still apparent.
It will, but it'll also be topographical. Now I have a question for you. So in an ellipsoid model, with land just protruding out of water and water making up the sphere, where an ellipsoid is a non-congressional, ununiform shape, would you expect to find uniform curvature over land?
It depends how far you're measuring, I guess, because it's gonna be like anything with a lot of noise.
Did you miss the uncongressional, ununiform? So the land that sticks out is just spheres. It's a spore. So the thing is, your model doesn't predict uniform curvature over land, only variances of elevation. And we're taught this in school when we go to get a surveyor's license or certificate. So
yeah,
it actually, to say that we measured curvature over land goes against the teachings of survey and civil engineering.
I'd be curious about like what would happen if we did like a trans United States survey. So like you just stacked all of the measurements continuously.
I wouldn't, because they've done it. Hold up. They've done it. It's called topographical mathing. So it backs up it further reiterates what I said. We do topographical mapping for the purpose of known elevations, which in survey we just call the height above the water. Not from the center, but the height above the water.
And say you're in the middle of the United States. How do you have like a starting elevation?
Oh, well, see, that's the thing. You start at the shoreline and you map inward.
But I'm saying, like, if you were going to take a value for the altitude from the middle of the United States.
I just told you need a reference first or you can't get it. And it's not altitude. Altitude is something a plane gets. Elevation is something land gets. They're not the same.
They're similar, but not the same.
I don't know if that was a trick question to see if I understand that or not, but
no, there was no trick question. I'm just genuinely curious.
It's elevation, and you need a point of reference. So if I was, sanctioned or commissioned to do that in the center of the United States, well, I'd use other planar surveys for reference before I establish my datum or starting.
Yeah. So what I'm thinking is that if you have no reference and you just go across the United States, just assuming the entire thing is flat, you should get that if you start from left to right, the right side should be much lower.
Well, here's the thing: nobody assumes that land is totally flat. That's just a trigger word. It's topographical.
No, I mean like on average flat. So if you constructed all of the land across.
So that would be level then, wouldn't it? On average, a mean level.
Well, mean level is not necessarily planar.
Well, flat average isn't a measurement of flatness of surface. It wouldn't be flat on an average. It'd either be flat or it wouldn't. Level.
I'm saying if you
were can
to
be
take
mean. But listen, in survey we don't assume. That's what I'm talking about. No one would just assume the elevation of land. Hey, let's just assume this. No, we'd start a survey. That's what we did. Fuck, Lewis and Clark did this shit. What the hell? We map it. And it's done in planar survey. And then stitched together by geodetics and curve math added in. Most people think geodetic surveyors survey and measure the earth. They don't. They take planar survey from people like me, and they stitch it together and add in geodetic math. But why is there always a deflection or an error when you add it in, but no error in planar survey? Which really I can't say in truth, because planar survey is not an absolute thing. It's all approximation. So I really can't say there's no error in planar survey, because it's
I'm more curious about like what would happen if you used like the West Coast as your reference for sea level, then did a continuous measurement across the entirety of the United States, not using any
the West
extra
Coast. You
reference
mean
points.
The difference of the land versus the
between
water.
one and the other, just not using any basis. So basically,
is the assertion that on one coast it's going to sea level could be higher at a mean?
It's not an assertion. It's just a suggestion for it. I wonder if anybody's ever actually tried it. It's a lot of fucking work.
How do you think we get a mean sea level? Those buoys with beacons on them and shit, that has nothing to do with it, or
I don't know the exact process for it.
How do we know the average swell height or wave height of the ocean? See, over and over again I hear curvature, but I've actually sailed the ocean on naval ships, and I know a wave will block you before anything else. We might not see you a half mile away because you might be on the other side of a swell.
Yeah.
You can go in and out of sight onto the ocean in a half mile just due to the turbulent nature of the ocean.
Necessarily at some point, water will be the thing in the way. And if water is not perfectly flat,
well, water's,
listen,
it isn't. I just covered that. It's turbulent.
Or not perfectly flat is a bad statement. Perfectly level. If it's not, then yeah, it's gonna.
It's not. It's turbulent, and there's an average. This was all covered. Average wave height, average swell height. The ocean is always swelled, and it has nothing to do with curvature and everything to do with convection of heat through the oceans.
I'm curious. Do you have like
also
average
underground topography? Anybody can Google this. The average swell. You can Google it. It's oceanic. It's NOAA. NOAA will tell you.
I was just curious if you knew it offhand from here.
Well, not today, because see,
it's probably changed. I'm curious if you knew any.
Well, the average changes seasonally. There's seasonal averages, and that's because it's due to heat. I mean,
it's probably also local.
No, it's not local. There's underwater topography. There's the North Atlantic, South Atlantic currents. Those are due to heat. Normally, tropical regions are the warmest spots. So heat convects from there, but the convection rate can be slowed down due to colder temperatures in the area it's pushing into. High pressure and low pressure applies to water too.
All right, arrived at work, so I'll hop off. It was nice, boys, talking to you, man. You guys have a good one.
Let's see.
All right, peace.
In April 2005, a 70-foot, I don't even know what node's talking about, weather.gov.
75-foot wave was observed during what weather? Yeah, you got to read the whole thing. That's not an average. Just because we observed a high wave, that's just saying we seen this high ass wave. We can see waves out. The further out you go, have you ever really sat at the beach, like Anclove Beach, Clearwater Beach, anything like that, and watched the waves come in? I mean,
I've been to a number of beaches. It's surprising. I've been to a beach in Alaska where the tide is like 30 feet.
Yeah, exactly. So you get beat down by that. You can get drowned by a 30-foot wave, but it would absolutely
not a wave. The tide specifically, like the water drops in a period of, what is it, 6 hours?
Well, that's because
30 feet.
Extreme temperatures there. Water expands and contracts due to temperature.
No, it's just a tide.
I know that, but listen, right now, the oceanic people are studying the hydraulic nature of tides and the effect of hot and cold on tide. You can't say it doesn't affect it. We know damn well water expands under heat.
Yeah, water also holds its heat really well, though, so that it's not easy to change the temperature of an ocean.
Oh yeah, this is true. Shit, the Great Lake is it can be 80 degrees for a week here in Michigan, but you jump in that damn Lake Michigan, you'll know it's still cold.
Oh yeah.
My favorite thing to do at the lake is take my kids around and look for stuff on the beach. You can find gold, find amethyst, crystallizations, all kinds of rocks, fossils. That's fun. A lot of people do it. A lot of gold in Lake Michigan, dude. You can find a gold nugget on the beach of Lake Michigan. More people knew that, man. They'd be all over it. They'd be visiting Michigan all the time. You can find a diamond. Yeah, you can find a diamond, a raw diamond, but you got to know what they look like. There's people who make a living just scouring the beaches of Michigan, making jewelry, all that stuff. I know a Ojibwe woman that makes about $250,000 a year doing that.
Employing people to scour the beach or making the jewelry?
She doesn't employ anybody. She scours the beach herself and makes the jewelry. And a lot. Listen, some precious minerals you can just cash in right now. Find a chunk of silver on the beach of Lake Michigan. What are you going to do? Have it tested and then sell it? You can get it verified. 100%, 100% pure silver costs more than just average silver.
And besides that, if it's a silver nugget, don't melt it down for melt value because it's specimen grade. It's worth a lot more.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Josh knows. He lives out there in the desert where they mine this shit. Why is that? It's because you can separate the varying purities and get more money out of it.
Precious minerals is a weird thing unless they have practical applications.
Most of them do. Silver, electronics, gold, electronics, crystal, electronics.
Yeah. Silicon electronics, MIO, that's basically like paint.
Hell, you can get a rock. Some people line their driveway with stones that cost upwards of $250,000. Pudding stones, 2-ton pudding stone. How much you think that costs?
Shipping weight.
Well, I know it's an average $275,000. I got a pudding that was pushed up out of my field that was, when I seen it, I thought it was a small stone until I started trying to actually get it out. It took a lot of heavy equipment. I own a paving company. Literally, I had to use 8 pieces of equipment just to get it out of the dirt. It sat in a field for a long time. I mean, I moved it over 15 years from the back 40 to the front of the driveway. Just because in the backfield, it's nothing. At a cap in the driveway, it ups the value of the home and the property. I'm one of them. I go through my field zones. We got a big wall of them where 3 generations of people have stacked them there. I go through there and look for the good ones. I also got a buddy that does cobblestone siding. It's good money. You get $1 million to do a small mansion. But he sends people out here all the time and he buys stones off me. And young kids that just sit there and chisel stone all day long to make money while they're going through college.
It's interesting what you can make money with.
It is. Have you seen them cobblestone houses though? They're nice. It's more of a siding, concrete and cobblestone.
Huh. Do you just mean a stone house or just the siding itself is cobblestone?
Nope, the siding is cobblestone. It's popular for brick homes though. More popular because they can hold the weight, but they'll reinforce your house.
When I look up cobblestone siding, I get images of plastic siding in a cobblestone color.
Plastic? Oh yeah, that's mass-produced bullshit.
Oh no, like literal, just like the planks, but the color is cobblestone.
Yeah, I know. That's a veneer. That's cobblestone veneer.
Yeah. Let me send the pictures.
There's people who actually do that by hand and don't put sheet. You can put
this is what I'm talking about. I think I confused you a little bit. Like that was one of the results I got, which is just straight up siding. The color is cobblestone.
Yeah. Oh, I know. But I'm not confused. I said there's also cobblestone sheets, veneer sheets.
Yeah, I'm familiar with those as well. You can also get fake brick.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's Coney brick.
Interesting.
Coney brick. Fake brick.
Fake brick.
Yep.
Now with 10% more brick. Look what the cat drug in.
I'm not going to say shit because I made a cabin up north out of 3 double-wide trailers, and I put fake 10-inch brick all the way around. It's siding, but you can't tell. It looks like a foundation. It insulates real well, though. It's got a thick. You can have it sprayed with foam, but it's also got a thick fiberglass backing to it. So you spray it with foam, dude. I mean, my pipes never freeze, and it's in the UP. So literally, in the UP sometimes you need a 2-track vehicle to get around. They can have snow in July some years.
Oh, weather's such a fucking weird thing.
Yeah, my dad used to go up there and buy property, and my grandfather, when he bought the property I live on, the first thing he did was come in here and cut down a 2-track. And then he moved into lumber, his own lumber mill, old belt-driven lumber mill that runs on hit and miss motors. My dad used to take that around the state, buy properties, cut down trees, and make log cabins. You know what a log cabin on Lake Michigan's worth nowadays?
Oh, too much.
Yeah, doctors will buy them all day long. But that's one way my dad made a lot of money for. It was coming up with ways to afford more equipment. You know, $1 million piece of equipment for asphalt can open up new avenues for $10 million contract. Like a
lot of money in roads.
Impert heat patch truck, if you know what that is, $150,000 truck. 2 men can do 40 pothole repairs, 10 by 10 pothole repairs in a day. That's a lot of work. Normally that would require a wet saw, a jackhammer, an entire crew, a dump truck, 10 shovels. But now you can do it with one truck. 40 in a day.
The truck do.
Well, the
Do
truck
all that?
the truck has a 10 by 10
heat pad.
Heat pad that you
heat up
it's propane. You heat it up 350 degrees. It's reworkable. You spray tack on there, it rebonds it, and then the truck also has a reservoir that holds 4 tons of asphalt that it keeps hot. The truck has 4,100-pound propane tanks on it. It's all propane. That's the most you spend. Labor is cheap. Propane's expensive, but
so you just dump more asphalt in the hole.
You mix it, yeah, and then you roll it out. So you just tow a roller behind the heat patch truck, and you have less than half the crew. Instead of 15 people doing 20 potholes in a day, you got 2 people doing 40. So it increases profit greatly.
Who makes the truck?
Well, you can have it custom built, which is $150,000. That's what I did. I bought one. And after about 5 years of repairing it, I knew how to build one. So I just started buying old roll-off trucks for the roll-off dumpsters. And I started building my own.
Cool.
But I got a degree, in mechanical engineering. So it's not like I can't design, manufacture, and fabricate something. I got a crew of good guys that can do that too. We try to make a lot of our own equipment. That's why I can be more profitable than other companies.
Oh, yeah, when you've got something like a truck, it's rarely they're going to build a truck from scratch. They're going to do a modification. And depending on how much work that modification is.
Exactly. So $150,000 to have somebody build you something that's about $20,000 in materials in a $10,000 truck. That's $120,000 for the fabrication of the vehicle.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money.
That's a lot of work.
Yeah, my foreman, he's been with me since my dad. He says he wants to get out of driving dump trucks. He says we should buy all these old garbage trucks, and if they sell for $150,000, Mike, we could build these trucks. We could start our own manufacturing plant and sell them for $100,000 and get paid. I'll probably end up doing that too. There's an old airplane factory down here I can buy.
That'd be cool. Nothing like American manufacturing.
Well, I say I own the company, but I'm just the chief executive officer of the estate. So I don't own my farm and I don't own the company. They're part of family estate. So if you understand estate laws, it belongs to my bloodline, not to me. But while I'm alive, it's mine. I'm the curator, the family museum. Dude, my grandfather was a frickin' hoarder, man. Came out of the Depression. One of his habits was riding around finding old fallen down Amish barns and old barns and just getting them for free, bringing them home and standing them back up. So I got so many barns full of crap from the 60s. I've started telling my kids, nephews, everybody in the bloodline, come out here, start you an eBay, and get rid of some of Grandpa's stuff. So they all do it. My grandfather's thinking was, man, those are valuable. Somebody will make money off them someday in the family. So why not, My nephew, he came out here and did that. And we restored some old equipment, international trucks. He built a company, a roofing company out of it. Gets paid now. He does flat roofs, commercial roofs. Detroit, he's doing roofing nonstop, and a commercial roof can get up around 150,000. They're really not that hard once you know how to do them. They put pea stone on there, so we got a vacuum truck. We go in and vacuum the pea stone off, and then you got to use a wood planer and plane the entire roof to get this hot tar roofing off. Then you repair the deck, put down more hot tar roofing. I was kind of impressed. It's It's very little work for the amount of money you make. Honestly, you can do a large roof with a 10-man crew, commercial roof. 1,000,000 square feet. Right now, he's doing federal contracts for post offices. Kid's doing good, but he's also he went to college for commercial roofs, technical schools. Well, he's getting a college degree and he's got technical certificates and license. Smart kid. For 25. But that's what we promote in my family. That's one of the things the estate will do. If you have an ideal for a business, the estate will pay for that. But the state has to be able to assume the company when you pass, making the bloodline richer. So my grandfather thought good people should do the same thing that powerful rich people who actually manipulate entire demographics with their money. Good people should use the same laws to make money. What's up, Sasha? Are you muted? Oh, you're not modulating.
He did not have the role, and Sasha, your microphone's not working.
All right. Well, here, I'm going to quit talking. You guys can get back to whatever you was doing.
Oh, that's all right.
I don't know. Who was the person that was on earlier? Sinus something?
Cyrus?
Yeah, he's
he's working now.
The Glober. Yeah. The Glober, not Cyrus. I know who Cyrus is.
Oh.
The other guy named like Sinus something.
Fucking donkeys.
I have no idea.
I don't know. He's
Let me look at the voice.
He doesn't know how to talk to you guys.
It's the Greek guy.
Oh, shit.
Red dot.
Cis.
Red circle.
SISSED, cyst, or cis, something like that.
Sice. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he interrupted us and said, I know exactly what the sun is made of. With 100% certainty, I don't need to verify it.
Yeah, here's the thing. As a human race, we can't say that about anything. So how does one man know that when the human race doesn't know it? That's just...
Well, it's one of the things about science is that it's conservative in its claims. It's like, you always see, we think the sun is made of blank. It's not, we know the sun is made of this because of this.
Yeah, science doesn't have any absolution because it's just our current understanding. So we know with new knowledge or new discoveries, all things will change. So we don't say science is 100% certain. I mean,
the only way you can have 100% certainty is if you know everything, and that's kind of defeats the purpose of science.
Or if things don't change, just like the boiling temperature of water, that's at sea level. So if the atmospheric pressure changes, so does the temperature of water. So we don't say that's 100% certain. No. Even though we can demonstrate it, you know. That's just the way it is now, under our current understanding and under these current conditions. It's like most people don't even understand what a scientific law is. Scientific law doesn't prove anything. It's just a statement of an observation that rings true under these circumstances most every time.
Well, it's true in every circumstance that we've observed, I think, is the way a scientific law is defined.
Yeah, it's
so, like, you can't create or destroy energy, but you can't disprove that either unless you find an example of it.
Like over unity.
Yeah, go ahead, Don.
If you can create something over unity, boy, I tell you, I think it's possible though in the Atmo. I think I'm telling you.
What's possible?
Over unity, get more energy than you put in out.
Right. I was
with what?
Well, if you go on the appellations, you probably use a transformer stator. If you
I got an example. So
go ahead, yeah.
The movement of water, So the rain, the water system, it moves water, and we don't put any energy. It doesn't. You got heat, evaporation, and snow. Snow falls on mountains, and it keeps a constant movement of water. And that movement of water creates voltage and also an electromagnetic field by the flow of electrons. So sodium, salt water, creates it more, and it holds it more than natural water. So if we could create a system like that where we had one of them Roman springs that run paddle wheels, hydroelectric, and then we had some type of evaporation system that just filled up our reservoir that worked on hydraulic pressure, then it would be constant and we wouldn't require to put in any energy.
Well, sure. You can just reverse polarity of like a alternator and do the same kind of similar aspects. But then they don't want to consider that free energy. I'm like, oh,
Well, free energy is not the same thing as renewable energy. I mean, the energy for all those things still came from somewhere. And I mean, you can measure the energy output of sunlight hitting something. That's how solar panels work. So,
dude,
actually,
I think if you could build a rod with a caps of gold over, they say lead, I would say roughly 1,000 feet. You'll probably get about 2 to 6 amps, roughly.
yeah. How much would that rod cost?
A lot of money.
Oh, I was thinking about how much it would cost me to do gold bus bars as big as my copper ones, and the cost for the bus bar would be like 30 grand if it was in gold. It's hilarious. Oh,
Well, that's kind of why they don't allow certain drones to fly in certain areas, because the electromagnetic frequency will interact with the drone and it will take off on you. It's gone.
Near DC, it's that they don't want people flying drones anywhere near the government.
Well, yeah, planes too, yeah, but they got that. But also the electromagnetic, it'll mess with like the radio frequencies between the remote and the drone. But there was a guy, I watched his videos. I highly recommend watching this guy. He does amazing. I'm gonna post him. He did a drone with the drone, and he got electric motor to he just made one out of aluminum foil, and that sucker, he got shocked by it. It was pretty cool, and it also moved. Let me grab it.
Is Josh still around? Because before just interrupted and said the sun was. We knew what the sun was. We were talking about the pressure gradient, and I think Josh said that the two options were that there's a dome or that the pressure just goes until off for infinite air everywhere.
There's something pretty close to like that, like based off of the discovery that NASA had made, and I think that was damage control move. The moon, when the astronauts went to the moon and supposedly walked on the surface of the moon. At that time, the moon was actually inside the outermost layer of the Earth's atmosphere, so they never left Earth. Right?
In terms of what they had defined as the atmosphere?
I can't remember. I think it was the troposphere or something like that. It's like one of the it's like a barrier of gas, so there's still pressure there. Exosphere, something like that.
Yeah, and they also use that to justify how they read from the Bible. They said, well, they're still on Earth, and if you're on Earth, their human right of self-expression is still in place.
Okay, so exosphere is What's the altitude of the exosphere?
Beyond 250,000 miles. As far as we know, the claim is the furthest away from the soil that man has been, in altitude-wise, is a little less than 250,000 miles. So just say 250,000 miles, 250,000 miles. It was more like 248,000 miles or 230,000 miles, something like that.
Okay, so the Kármán line is 62 miles, and the exosphere extends to 10,000 kilometers above Earth. That's what this says. It's www.weather.gov is where it's from. The moon is supposedly more than 10,000 kilometers away, so they would have been outside of the exosphere. Or was that a recent redefinition and the exosphere was bigger before?
What are you looking up? What website are you looking up this information? Are you cherry picking again?
No, I just looked up what height the
was it the first hit? Okay.
I used www.weather.gov.
So you just went to weather.gov and asked them that question?
No.
I mean,
there's also University Corporation for Atmospheric Research, which says the same thing. NASA says the same thing. Wikipedia says the same thing. Wow, that's a surprise. 10 kilometers. Again, definitions are arbitrary, so.
You said NASA said the same thing, huh?
Yeah, they say the same thing as everybody
else.
Was there a date when it changed?
You might just want to go to the nasa.gov, right? Mission pages, mission_pages, /LADEE or LADEE, /news/lunar-atmosphere, right? Now it's talking about that the moon actually has an atmosphere, right? So this was one of the first ones. So the LADEE is the Lunar Atmospheric and Dust Environmental Explorer. And this is an old article. This is Apollo 17 days. So according to Apollo 17, the moon had an atmosphere. So
yeah.
Here we go. Is NASA... Okay, this is NASA. Is it? No, I don't want to know if there is an atmosphere on the moon, you fucking piece of shit.
I did a nice Google
Why can't it fucking just... I said, is the moon in the atmosphere? Oh.
Where did my Google search go? Is the moon within the Earth's atmosphere? Bigthink.com.
Yeah, I forgot to put Earth's.
Yeah. Observations made by the SOHO spacecraft over 20 years ago led to a new discovery. The Earth has a hydrogen envelope as part of its outer atmosphere called the geocorona. Whatever that is. The moon flies through the Earth's atmosphere. I mean, yeah, space.com is that one.
So it calls it geocorona?
That one source does. Oh, wait, there's a geocorona moon. That's from
Scientists discover that the Earth's atmosphere extends far beyond the moon. February 23rd, 2019.
This is really good too because a lot of times the globalists don't know their own model. So
the geocorona is the luminous part of the outermost region of the Earth's atmosphere, the exosphere. And then they don't consistently define what the exosphere is because it was 10,000 kilometers. It says it extends to a minimum of 15.5 Earth radii and probably up to 100 Earth radii. So 100 Earth radii.
Like I could just go down to the Home Depot and get an Earth radii as a fucking unit of measurement. Come on now. Let me just
pull out my small ruler.
Exactly.
It's 1 micron thick and it weighs 10,000 kilograms.
Now check it out. According to this one, it says scientists have discovered that, and this is shiftfrequency.com. It's like the first hit on DuckDuckGo. Scientists have discovered that the Earth's atmosphere stretches further than previously thought and extends far beyond the moon. Using data from over 20 years ago, a team of researchers measured just how far the outermost part of the atmosphere goes. The study was published in the Journal of Geophysics Research, Space Physics. RT reports, we we now know that the atmosphere surrounding our planet stretches 630,000 kilometers, or 300,900 or 391,464 miles away, and is 50 times the diameter of the Earth. See, 50 times the diameter is a little better than the radii, right? Because, come on now. How did the radii get measured? It didn't get measured, right? What's the radii? It's from the center to the surface, right? Nobody's been to the center. They couldn't have measured it.
Yeah. I mean, it's all going to be other things that you're measuring to correlate.
Right. So, thanks to discovery analysis of decades-old data, scientists at Russia Space Research Institute. So Russia is refuting the whole space moon landing thing, just like Aldrin said they were. So it means that the moon is part of our atmosphere and is not outside of it. In fact, it is actually located right in the middle of our atmosphere at an average distance of 384,000 kilometers from Earth. The moon flies through the Earth's atmosphere, explained by study author physicist Igor Balukin of Russia Space Research Center. So yeah, interesting, huh?
Yeah. What is the air pressure on the moon? Oh wow,
I have
small.
I have no
3
idea.
times 10 to the negative 15 bar. It's like,
but there's still pressure.
Yes. I mean, that's one of those things. Is
now remember, if the moon's way up there and there's still pressure on the moon, and the moon is still inside the firmament, still inside the atmosphere of the Earth, still inside of the sky, of course there's going to be air pressure up there, no matter how minute.
It's behind most of the atmosphere.
Yeah. Well, it's floating above most of it, right?
Yeah, but I mean, the requirement of a firmament is a little bit strange to me, because say the pressure is that, if we suppose that pressure is accurate, 3 times 10 to the negative 15 bar.
Hold on. What is the classical term for firmament?
Firmament. I don't know.
Even Werner von Braun said it several times. It means the heavens, the sky.
Oh.
The wild blue yonder.
You said the classical term for firmament.
Yeah, that's the classical term for firmament. I'm not saying, did I say Hebrew or biblical?
No, you said the term for it, which term doesn't usually mean.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. You know what I mean.
I thought you meant like there was a different word for firmament, and I was like, there's another word for it?
Yeah, there's the sky. Because Russia, when they did a measurement of the firmament to measure the brightness of said firmament, they were talking about the brightness of the day glow, right?
Yeah.
Not where the sun is, but off on another portion of the sky where the sun's not, to see how bright the actual blue part of the sky is.
What was that? What was the value of that? Is it brighter than the moon?
I can't remember that. No, apparently not, because you could see the moon. So
it's got to be brighter than the dark part of the moon, right?
I don't know. That was the document that came from the USSR that was talking about the flat Earth, that these Believers like to just deny and say, "Oh, that's Russia disinformation," or whatever it is.
I don't know. I'm
not saying it's not, because a lot of that stuff is. A lot of the stuff that came from the USSR is.
I mean, there's definitely a brightness value to it. It can't be that hard to measure the intensity of it, right?
Yeah. Well, you
just shadow a lens and you aim it at just any random portion of the sky that doesn't have a cloud in it. But then your value is still going to be screwed up if you have like different humidity levels and stuff because of the scattering. To an extent. I don't know.
But still, you know what I mean? Like, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, firmament meant something different 100 years ago. It meant something different 40 years ago than it did 500 years ago, right?
Yeah,
but
I mean,
the problem is when you go back to the origin of the word firmament and how it became known to be this, it still goes back to the biblical connotation of rakia. Something that means not necessarily transparent like glass, but something hard like metal that's thin and spread out that can be beaten out. Like you can take a piece of gold and beat it out into a foil, very thin piece of foil, just a couple atoms thick, if you believe in the atom.
Yeah.
That sounds like a religious question. Do you believe in the atom?
Think so.
The sole proprietor of your entire being.
I mean, at some level, it kind of makes sense that everything would have a smallest constituent part, right?
Professor Phil
But an
has
atom.
a really. Sorry.
Oh, go for it.
I was like, Professor Phil has a really good idea what the firmament would be made out of. He said it's like a superfluid.
Same here.
Oh yeah. It's that's one of the things like where I've had a really pleasant conversation with him. It's like where it reads like matter or whatever is up in the atom reaches an absolute zero and stops and creates this sort of superfluid layer of material. He said that it would look like water, appear to be water, but it just wouldn't be. It would be like this stasis field.
Did you read the? I had a about their studies of diamagnetism readings in the ionosphere.
No, I missed it.
I'll post it.
Let me see.
Yeah, so I think it sounds like we're kind of in agreement that you don't need a firmament necessarily for there to be pressure.
What did I just say? Either there's gas pressure everywhere and there is no space, and there's just an area where there's nothing else, there's nowhere else to go to. Because it just dwindles out, but not into infiniteness. Because when you say infiniteness, that sounds idiotic. That sounds childish. That's like us saying an infinite plane that never ends. You guys will giggle and laugh about that, but it's perfectly okay to say, "Oh, there's no end to the universe. Infinite and goes on forever and ever and ever." No, it's not. It's a mathematical monster.
Logically,
there is no such thing as zero. There is no such thing as infinite.
The only way a non-infinite
is a negative integer.
Well, infinite makes sense in a sense for what reality is, because
just like you cannot divide by zero.
Well, say you did reach some theoretical boundary to the world. There's a giant wall you encounter. Now, the next question would be, what is this wall made of? Because if that wall is made of something, then the world would continue until the end of that boundary. And then outside of that boundary, what would there be? If there's nothing outside of that boundary, then you would have an infinite nothingness outside of that boundary. But if there's something outside of that boundary, then you have not reached the end. So logically speaking, a bound to reality does not make any sense.
So you believe that there's another form of outer space, like an omega ultra uber space outside of the dimensional divide, or whatever you want to call it. You know, they call it the dimensional fabric when you're talking about string theory, where or the brain theory or something like that, membrane theory. So I know it's probably a non sequitur, but there's a lot of conflicting theories there.
Well, if you subscribe to the conventional cosmology of globe, space, yada yada, we don't know if there is an edge to space because we could never see one or reach one because it's so big. And that's the interesting part. So the question of is there an edge?
If there was no edge, would you ever see an indication that there is nothing beyond this point?
Well, if there's no edge, you could never see an indication that it goes on forever.
Thank you. And you would never see an indication of an end either.
You would just be assuming it. One thing I do think is interesting now about the
unless you're talking about the tired light problem, right? To where, that's the whole theory that Hubble looking at a region of space that's like dark, so to say, and pinpoint it and zoom in and take a long exposure, and they're able to see light from billions and billions and billions of years ago, right?
What's that? How far away it is?
Well, that's so a year is a distance.
Light year. It's how you take the speed
Let's
of
not even
light.
get started.
You
Hold on.
figure out
Let's
how
not even
far
get
away
started
it
with
is.
that hocus pocus. How was it measured?
Well, let's
Yeah,
talk about
that's a
sound
trip.
for a second. It's a mess.
But that's
You
a
measure the
trip.
two-way
I know.
speed, not the one-way speed. But
No.
say
I'm
you have a
saying how
sound.
was it even measured?
There's a
Is what
couple
I'm
of ways
saying.
actually, which is kind of interesting.
I think it has something to do with the decay rate or the vibration of the cesium atom or some shit like that.
Figeau apparatus is one of the more interesting ones I've seen. Let me find video.
So not an experiment, but a machine.
I mean, a measurement is never really an experiment.
Right. So you always exactly. So you hear people all the time sitting there saying, "Oh, I do science. We're working on this big experiment." Okay, well, what are you doing? Oh, it's a particle accelerator. Not an experiment. That's an apparatus.
All experiments require some form of apparatus, though.
Yes, you may
need
run
materials.
experiments inside the apparatus, but what you're building is the apparatus so you can run experiments. Right? And these are people in high education. But then again, well, Rockefeller did say, I'm building a nation of workers and not thinkers. Because overall, you don't need to know how things are done. That's up for the designer and the engineer to know how things are done. If you're just turning a wrench or working in a lathe shop, machine shop, or something like that, you just need to know how to cut the part. Right? That's the whole compartmentalization thing again. Because they're special, just like how you're saying, they're saying with your electron engineering prowess, right? Where you can be an electrical engineer and an electrical or an electronic engineer. I can't remember exactly what you said, but you don't have anything to do with the specialty of photolithography, right? And those guys that do the photolithography, they may know a few secrets that you don't know.
I don't know if they're secrets, but yeah, they definitely know something I don't know.
Now, those people that are doing that photolithography, you bet your bottom dollar that they need to know everything you know as a designer engineer yourself, right? Because you design circuits, make sure they're balanced. But you can.
Mm-hmm. With some learning, yeah.
So you're really... So if I gave you two 12-volt lamps that are, say, 15 amp, and you have a 12-volt service, you couldn't design for me a harness to set it up on your vehicle?
I could probably do that.
Of course you could. I don't ever want to hear I can't do that.
I'd need to learn something. But
exactly,
like complex circuitry, logic controllers, that type of thing is.
Yeah, when you're talking about pull down resistors where you pull the current low to have a switch mode do something funny and pop a MOSFET high. Yeah.
There's some complicated stuff where I work, so
yeah.
Small amount of hocus pocus. A lot of it's really simple, like the voltage dropped across a FET and calculating how much energy that's going to dissipate to figure out how much. The what?
The year and a half of electronics that I took, I only learned one thing really.
What was that?
Electronics, they're only made out of smoke, magic smoke. Once you let that magic smoke out, it's never going to work again. When you smoke a component, it's done.
I got what you were saying. Oh, there was a funny thing that happened on my circuit board. My circuit board has 5 powered channels. My technician reversed the polarity on one of the channels and blew up a component, and then the rest of the board was still fine. So he had 4 channels left. That was fun.
Oh, that had good design protection then.
Oh, it's
good fault.
Yeah, it's pretty good considering all of them are connected with a bus bar, all 5 channels, and the other 4 didn't fail when you reverse the polarity across the first channel.
So I'm wondering if it's almost like he had a spark gap engineered on it or something.
No, nothing like that.
Or PCB
the channels
spark
are just channels are just independent enough that they don't share the voltage.
Because I know on some things like car amplifiers, instead of using the relays and all that for over power protection or whatever it is, it has a little spark gap that will actually dissipate. But the problem is it'll damage the circuit after a while.
We have
just go out.
We have something on the board right now for ESD, so like a spot where you do have a spark gap. So if somebody accidentally shocks the board electrostatically, you won't fry everything. Like, we don't know if we actually need that part right now, so we're trying to get rid of it if we can. Yeah. It's cool stuff.
So you are designing a circuit. See what?
I interact with it heavily.
This is why I cannot take most Glober's words for anything.
I'm not designing the circuit. I'm the one that makes sure that the circuit board doesn't fail. So if one of the things I have to look at still is if we do definitely need the ESD protection, then I need to figure out something to place over the board so that we still have air there. Because if we fill that area with a potting compound, which is basically just a glue, then it won't be able to discharge across that little air gap anymore. And it'll basically be completely defeating the purpose of having on the board the spark gaps.
So why pot? Why don't you just do conformal coating and do a grease stain where the spark gap is that can be washed off with the sonic cleaner?
Conformal coating's not badass enough. I have a outdoor application, so I want to be safe.
Because you know what I was thinking, right? Just keep that one spot bare. Maybe doing some sort of a shielding.
Yeah, no, I know what you can do a mask and not have conformal coat on that one area.
Yeah. But no, I'm not talking. I'm like saying, you know how like you have those cans, like old school Nintendos or cell phones, they have RF suppressor cans that go over the electronics. But you're talking about, you would have to have like a hermetic device for your circuit to sit inside of, because there's still air inside of the unit that's sealed in it, right?
I can tell you what the cheap solution is, which we haven't had manufactured yet. But, the cheap solution for keeping potting material off of like one small location is to just have a die cut piece of foam and have adhesive on both sides of it and then cap it. And then that way you just have an area with air inside of the piece of foam. And then you pot over it, and as long as it doesn't have potting material get in there while it's curing, it'll be fine.
Oh, that's what I was talking about. Like, transistor cans, how they have the little crystal inside of it, and then the can over top of it that's soldered on.
Yeah. You just cap the thing. It's all fun. Yeah, my board should be designed well enough that you could power wash it and it would be fine. Which is a funny thought. Where were we before this? You were talking about the moon being inside of the atmosphere. Or the moon being inside the atmosphere. I mean, that's one of those things. It's like it's technically in space as arbitrarily defined by the Kármán line, but then atmosphere extends beyond the Kármán line, so it's kind of conflicting. But the definition of space is based on aeronautical engineering, which is the point at which lift doesn't matter anymore.
But you know why that information came out?
Why?
Because Russia got a hold of the data from 20 years ago in 2019, and they made a discovery. They said, wait a minute, I knew the Americans never went to the moon. Because according to their data, this
What did our data on the moon say?
Well, that there's atmosphere on the moon, right? And the fact that, according to that one satellite that they had gotten that information from, what was the name of it? Saki or something like that? Sachi? It was one of these things to where it was like an aha moment to where they just realized something, that the atmosphere extends much further than anybody could have previously imagined, and that the moon is actually in the middle of all of the atmos of Earth, right?
Oh, it's one of those
Like
things that if you think
in the
about it,
sky, stuck in the firmament, it's almost like confirming the Bible.
well, I get the middle is kind of a hard
Which
thing.
I understand why NASA wouldn't
Technically,
release it
the
just
middle
say
would be
18 miles.
technically the middle would be like the center of the Earth, if you're talking about the mass average of it, or probably slightly towards the moon since it has some pull, but
Center of the Earth
would be the
what
center of the
Earth are you
atmosphere.
talking about?
If you're talking about an atmosphere, the sphere, the center of the atmosphere would be the same as the center of the Earth.
Here, I'll read it to you again.
It being within that somewhere.
RT reports that we now know that the atmosphere surrounding our planet stretches 630,000 kilometers, or 930, almost 400,000 miles.
Yes.
Away, and is 50 times the diameter of Earth. Thanks to the discovery of the analysis of decades-old data by scientists at Russia Space Research Institute, this means that the moon is part of our atmosphere and is not outside of it. In fact, it's actually located right in the middle of our atmosphere at an average of middle? 238. That's what I'm saying, right? So I said middle. I didn't say
see what
center.
they're saying. So they're saying that it's halfway the distance between the end of our atmosphere,
the ground and the edge of it. Yes,
that's such a weird thing to say, because it's like even it like the.
I understood what they were talking about.
I guess I get it there. Yeah, when you say the full context, but when you're talking about an end to the atmosphere, that's always a weird thing. It's like, yeah, right here, that's where it stops.
Well, hey, dude, did you just say an end to the atmosphere? I thought there was a magical place where you went, where it went from, a little bit of pressure to where there was one atom of gas to where there's no atom of gas, and you're in a vacuum, and you'll never fall. You'll just stay up there forever.
The realistic thing is, at that theoretical point, all you have to do to get air pressure, in quotation marks again, is to just extend the area you're measuring until you get a single particle of gas. And then you have a slightly lower pressure, but you're just measuring a larger area. So like what you call a vacuum, like within just like normal air, you can pick a really weird and non-cubic volume that just excludes all of the atoms of air, and you can call that a vacuum because there's nothing in it. But is it actually a vacuum? It's arbitrary. Like, it's all just based on what exactly you're deciding to look at and say is relevant. So somewhere, in theory, you can just define an arbitrary vacuum, and then in the next instant, there will no longer be a vacuum there because something has flown into it. I don't know. Any thoughts, Josh, on arbitrary vacuums? Hello?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I'm saying the way you actually measure, like at like that high of an altitude, what the pressure is, would be by how many atoms there are.
It's interesting. Every time there's some sort of a consensus, there's always like, yeah, but my handler just told me to say this, and you bring something else up which kind of refutes what you were just saying. So it's like, it's amazing how that happens every time.
But what's in refutation?
Well, it's like The topic is just whatever we're talking about. You know, I can't even remember. I'm fucking tired.
I was asking what the topic is.
Yeah, nihilistic Chris.
Yeah.
He's got the participant role, so he should be able to open his mic.
I guess we're kind of talking about vacuums right now.
Well,
I mean, the conversation for a while has been just how arbitrary a lot of stuff is, because certain things are only based on like a measurement, but then the way you're defining that measurement changes what the value of it is. So like you can measure a vacuum where there's not technically a vacuum. Like you can have a vacuum located within a larger area of gas pressure just by defining the area that's not having things in it and ignoring all the area that does have stuff in it. It's like cherry picking, but with vacuums.
No, it's more like, at what point is there no more gas, or is there always gas? So if there's always gas, does that mean that there's, in fact, no vacuum, and the only way that the vacuum has been brought to the light, so to say, is because of the speed of light and the light year? Right? So it's like conflicting ideas, conflicting theories, oversimplified to make them unified.
Yeah, I mean, there's a limit to how far we can see stuff, but
I'm not talking about how far we can see.
I just had a thought in my head, which say there's one atom of gas in every, say, cubic mile of all of space. If you were shining light from 300 billion light years away, how much would that scatter or reduce the intensity of that light?
Well, not just that. Well, not just that alone. That they discovered that there's over 400 trillion gallons of water, and there's also a star shooting out water bullets the size of the Amazon River per second. So there's a lot of water up there. Well, gotta add that in.
Yeah.
Oh, and the sun also shoots out water bullets. Well, it's the winds and all that stuff, but between the earth and the sun, water, regardless.
And glass beads.
Yep.
Yeah. So to answer the question of is anywhere there an absolute vacuum, Josh, you would have to ask the question: how much area do I have to look at before I can say this is an absolute vacuum? Like, is it 1 cubic meter? Is it 1,000 cubic meters? Is it 1 billion?
So arbitrarily, there's no difference between the space between your hands and outer space. Arbitrarily. Because there's still gas around. There's no difference in environment where one environment is strangified or rarefied, where there is no gases whatsoever. The rarefied environment, right?
Yeah, it's all magnitude. Like that's all that really matters. Is there 5 air or is there 100 air?
I'm still not buying it.
Buying which part? Like how we're defining vacuum?
Yeah, no, how do you guys say that there's a vacuum up there? Instead of just extremely low pressure.
Vacuum is a much shorter word than extremely low pressure.
Because, dude, they're making outer space seem like a scary motherfucking place, and you'd have to be insane to go out there.
Well,
or extremely brave.
Let's say you were trying to scream in space. You got one atom of gas in like the 5 cubic meters your body is kind of just arbitrarily located in. That atom of gas is not going to let you scream and have somebody else hear you.
That's bullshit.
Yep.
Because they got them fucking helmets on with radios.
Yes. But if you were to yell and have nothing in the way, which it's how sound studios have vacuum insulated panels, and they're not perfect vacuums. So.
How do they test to see if sound does not travel in a rarefied environment?
You measure the intensity of sound on either side. Which means, okay, so in order to test this, you would need to first have a very quiet environment, because you need to isolate background sound in order to hear specifically the sound that you are saying is not being passed through. So you need basically an isolated vacuum sound area, and then to have an enclosure within that so that you can measure the sound inside and outside of it. So you're using vacuum sound isolation to measure vacuum sound isolation.
I got a couple questions about that.
But I don't think that's how they actually measured it. I'm just trying to think of a theoretical.
Well, the only answer I found is black body radiation to this one, but it doesn't make sense on how it's able to transmit sound through a non-medium. No, for how heat's transmitted through, how thermal energy is transmitted through space. Right, because and then here's the other thing, like with sound and all that, right? Like it makes sense. Like, don't you think it would make sense what they were talking about? Like nobody can hear you scream is because if you're in space, outside of your space suit and communications and all that, and you're try to breathe in, you're in a vacuum. You can't breathe, and there's no air to bring into your lungs. Your lungs stay collapsed, so you can't scream. Maybe that's
a different. That's a different take on it. That's a little bit more terrifying, isn't it?
See what I mean? Wouldn't it make more sense that that's how they would explain it? Because isn't that what would happen?
If the air would evacuate from your lungs. While you were talking about black body radiation and then transitioning to sound, though, you reminded me of something, which is you with a laser pointer can modulate the rate at which you're just sending beams of lasers to trick the way our microphones work. Specific kinds of them for like digital products like an Alexa, you can trick them by shining a laser at the microphone into thinking someone's speaking to it. So you could say, Alexa, unlock the front door with a laser pointed at the microphone, which is really fucking crazy. So theoretically, if you had a microphone in space, you could scream in space using a laser.
Did you know that a laser is radiation?
Yes.
Technically.
It's in the abbreviation, so yes.
Yes. A lot of people don't know that.
Yeah, it's true. They don't.
It's not radiation, it's light. It's okay, but
isn't pretty much all waves of light is electromagnetic radiation?
Yes. Oh. Even light itself is radio waves.
Yep. It's funny how some people out there don't know it. I told Bob that.
How come?
I said I was wrong.
How come radio waves are electrons, but light is photons? And then yet again, with the gamma ray is a high energy photon. You know, or not a high energy photon, but a high energy electron. So how does it go from electron to photon, then back to electron?
The gamma ray an electron?
The gamma ray is an electron, yeah. High energy electron. Moving very fast.
What is a gamma ray? It is a penetrating form of electromagnetic radiation arising from the radioactive decay of atomic nuclei. Shortest wavelength. Let's see. Electron.
Look up the electromagnetic spectrum. Because when you look at the chart where the gamma rays are, on that end of the chart is high energy electrons. It's an AKA for it. I'm pretty sure there's something higher than a gamma ray that they haven't discovered yet, but
can you send a source on it? Because at least the first image result for electromagnetic spectrum,
no,
I don't think I've ever seen it on one.
I'm streaming. I'm gonna have to do it on my phone.
Okay. or somebody else, if you're aware of what Josh is talking, because I've never heard of that. I think I heard you say it earlier as well, and I didn't really question it because you were having a very different conversation than the one we're having now.
Yeah, I'm basically saying what we see of reality. How do you perceive reality? What do you know to be true by what you see?
Not very much. You got to make a lot of inferences.
You only see through a
logic.
Very thin veil, right?
Yeah, I mean it's one of the misconceptions. So as a kid, you're like you don't know anything yet. So it's like, oh, there must be so much stuff left to discover. Then you go through education. It's like, oh, we already know everything. And then you finish education, and then you do like further education, I guess. And then you realize how little we know of everything. So it's cyclic. It's like we know nothing. We think that the world knows everything, and there's nothing left that you could develop that would be new or original. It's like everything is already known. There's no point in doing science anymore. And then it's like we know absolutely fuck all. I mean, it does diminish the work of scientists to say we know nothing, but we know surprisingly little.
We can't really. I mean, for a scientific standpoint, know where electromagnetism comes from. Right? I would say like comes from God, but I'm talking about like science.
Supposed to be at the atomic level, an electron transitioning from one spot to another. There's another way that's supposed to happen.
Right.
There's annihilation of a electron and a positron. Probably some other ways that I'm not aware of on an atomic scale. But...
No, yeah, that's the effects. I'm saying like as in the causality of, like, is it from the ether? That's I'm down that road. I'm gonna tell you that right now.
It's like, what's the cause of anything? Like, why does anything exist?
Yeah.
Because
God, the creator, but
that's created. Yeah, it was created.
That's the one thing that doesn't make sense about like atheism, or just assuming that like we weren't created, which is if we weren't created, and it's a logical paradox that I think applies to everything. Like, if we weren't created, then why is there anything? Like, logically speaking, the most like reasonable world would be the one where there's nothing everywhere forever. The fact that there is something doesn't make sense.
Well, right, like everything is uniform too. I mean, you can't have one without the other. Like, here's a very simple way. Like, you can't have fire without light, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, like say the Big Bang did happen. What was before it? What created the Big Bang?
They said God did it. It came from the Catholic Church. It's basically their creation myth expanded out to a heliocentric model.
Yeah. Which is, it's a explanation. Now, the other explanation, the other hole with that is then, when this is any religion with a God, where did God come from? Did he just pop into existence at random? Has he always existed?
Well, you create something that has entropy, right? Things like, rust is a good example. It died. Everything is like in a sinful state. It's dying. It's dissipating. It's not he's not affected by what he made. He's outside of it. He always is. Beginning, last is always. He just is.
Supernatural. It's beyond super nature. And that's what the way, if you look at Christian Bible, Moses, Moses, right? He asked God. He said, who are you? Where did you come from? He says, I am. The best answer you could give.
Yes.
I just am. And this is just the way, things are. He might not, if you want to do this regress with someone else being God, maybe that's possible, but that's beyond human understanding. You're going to have to ask, God when you get there. Like, hey, what do you think? Where do you think you came from?
It's a logical paradox, because if you assume that things can't spontaneously pop into existence, then only God makes sense. But then God doesn't make sense. Right. But then also, if you assume that things can spontaneously pop into existence, the Big Bang makes sense, God makes sense. everything makes sense. But it's still neither of them.
Okay, I see where you're going with this.
Like either way, like if you assume things can pop spontaneously into existence, it could make sense. Or if you assume they can't, then nothing makes sense. So I guess the logical conclusion is that things can spontaneously pop into existence, which doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. But to add to the time part, right? You know how mainstream, even Neil deGrasse Tyson says, further you get out, slower time is, right? You know that mainstream narrative, right? Well, actually, if you look at scripture, it says 1 day in heaven is like 1,000 years on earth. Oh, what do you know?
I don't know. It's all like one of those things. I guess the logical conclusion would be that maybe God is fourth, fifth, sixth dimensional, and our puny three-dimensional minds can't ever comprehend it.
Right.
Like it's something that would make complete sense in the fourth dimension. It's like, oh yeah, three-dimensional worlds just pop into out of existence, kind of just the way things are. Or I created three-dimensional worlds.
That's where consciousness.
Looking at it.
Yet where consciousness comes from, where people have this objective understanding of right or wrong. Like you might think about looking over your shoulder. Well, if a person has a completely subjective worldview and they don't think they ever do whatever they're doing can be justified, why they feel guilty? It's in that aspect that you're understanding these other dimensions.
Yeah, I mean, I think until the day we successfully create life, like because the way that life was created, there's all kinds of random ideas for like how it starts. I think one of them I heard was that lightning struck water, but the actual origin in like the heliocentric model is it's blurry.
You mean the evolutionary model?
Yeah, like the first thing to be alive. How did it happen?
Your globe model is part of the evolutionary model, the Big Bang.
It's loosely related.
No, they coincide. The autotrophs began to drool. The temperatures began to cool. It all started with a Big Bang.
Hey.
Soup.
Boom, monkey soup. Rock.
Yeah,
monkey
I mean it's one of those things.
So life. So you could say life wasn't created. Whoever created lightning and all that shit that it activated when it struck.
Well, the way I like to think about God, at least, is that it belittles him to think that he would just have to directly create life and that he couldn't toy with time in such a way that he could predict everything that would happen.
Well, why would he? If he's the creator, why wouldn't he create and move on, create and move on, create and move on?
I don't know. Could he have created every world independently? And also, if it only took him 3 days to create heavens and earth, what's he been doing for the rest of the time?
Probably creating other stuff that we're not aware of.
That would be kind of cool.
So I think it's more of a belittlement to say that God would need time to do anything just because, listen, it's a human understanding, human attribute. It's an abstract construct of man, time.
Yeah, that is true, man. I was gonna put that in.
Why would God be limited to abstract constructs of men or human attributes?
Yeah, you know, the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, and like the story behind like the Aslan thing, which is basically their god, I think.
I do, but it doesn't.
It's like
really
Aslan
why
came.
Would God be restricted by time?
Yeah, I think the way that one goes is that Aslan came before time began, and like in the time before time began, or something like that.
The Zep Tepi. So in the time before time began, that means God's outside of time, and it came from a timeless place.
Which is kind of an interesting concept.
So man says God created the heavens and the earth in 3 days, but I don't think, since we're in the creation, and we could never understand anything outside of the creation, that implication is just a man-made construct too. I don't believe. I take an agnostic view that there's nothing we could know of God as men. And to say we could is pride. But what's pride comes before the fall. And these are all man-made concepts that don't apply to whatever that higher life form is that we believe created us. Maybe on his level, it's not even considered life. It just is.
Right. I think it is just is. That's why I say I am who I am. I'm just saying.
But as a man, how could we know? Because some man said he died, and he seen the afterlife. Maybe that was just inside his brain because he actually didn't die. He came back. So that implies you never really left.
It was 3 days that Jesus was dead, right? It's a week. How many days was it between Jesus dying and I should know this?
You're back into that man-made concept, you know.
Well, no, I am. It's the days between that it's how many days?
I'm not into those biblical arguments, man. Shit, King James owns the Bible, and the Bible isn't the scriptures. The scriptures aren't the Bible.
Yeah.
So the Bible didn't come first, the scriptures did, but I say divinely inspired is a concept made by man too.
Wait, so that's an interesting thing. So Jesus was dead the same amount of time as it took God to create the earth. So what if while Jesus was dead, he created the earth?
Have you read the scripture? Because the truth is he wasn't dead for fully 3 days, and it depends on how you count those days. Is it a day and a night and a day? Because if it is, it wasn't 3 full days.
Or if you go the biblical way, depending on how you look at it.
So, I mean, we can get Chris in here, and Chris can break it down on that. But there literally wasn't, as we consider a day, 24 hours, there wasn't 72 hours in the grave. So it makes you, the next question is, so what do the Hebrews accept as a day?
They did describe a day in heaven as 1,000 years on earth. If you take that or leave it.
Well, I know that, but in the 3 days, supposedly, he went to hell, conquered hell, and came back with the keys to the entire kingdom. So he wasn't in heaven. But the idea is, the Hebrew concept is the sun rises, the sun sets, that's a day, 36 hours, 3 days. But those are hours of light. So it would say that he didn't have to die at night. He was dead on the first rise of the sun, then a night, then another rise of the sun, then a night, then another rise and a fall of the sun. That's 3 days. It didn't have to be 72 hours for the Hebrews.
It's interesting.
But you bring up the idea that a day is 1,000 years in heaven, so it becomes 3,000 years of creation. And the 3 days becomes another abstract ideal, but so is 1,000 years, you know?
Yeah. That's what he said, as, but not exactly.
The other question is, how did they measure the time?
I don't think
the length of the days.
Yeah, that's the question on the Hebrews. How did the Hebrews measure a day? Which is time, the passing of time, days, weeks, months, years.
If they didn't use an atomic clock, it's not precise enough.
Yeah, but the concept is, in the Hebrew mind, God separated the day and the night. So a day doesn't require a night. Are you with me?
Yeah.
So it only requires the rise of the sun and the setting of the sun, and the days.
That would make sense.
That's how they celebrate Sabbath. They Sabbath is when the sun sets, and I think is when it ends is when sun, something like that.
Yeah. So no, Shabbat is sunset. Friday to sunset, Saturday if you're Adventist, and Saturday to Sunday if you're Catholic. And it's not Shabbat; it's just the day of rest if you're Catholic. But Shabbat was actually.
Why are we going back to that?
The concept of the 3 days. In the original thing, Shabbat was dictated by the first full of the moon, or the new moon of the month. So months were dictated by the new moon too, and everything ran on a lunar calendar. Yahweh is the lunar god. In Egypt, the sun was eclipsed by the moon, which was an example of Yahweh's power to blot out the son of Ra. Two gods went to battle in Egypt, Ra and Yahweh, the sun god versus the lunar god. Most people don't know it, and they refuse to accept it. But if Yahweh's not the lunar god, what's the significance of the sun being blotted out by the moon for 3 days? Tell me.
I don't know. I just saw what Josh
Well, I
said.
know I get your point on that, but it does also talk about how the sky is for signs and seasons.
It does.
The story would be told in the sky as well as
in sacred times also, yeah. Well, when is that? At night.
Right.
Another example that Yahweh is the god of the night, the lunar god. But Yahweh pre-existed Judaism, and he was a lunar god.
Well, you got to add Allah too. Allah, the Islam god is the moon god.
Well, they're both Abrahamic religions. Whether people want to accept it or not, you got Ishmaelites, right, and Israelites, both sons of Abraham, both the bloodlines of the sons of Abraham. So Muslims are Ishmaelites. Where? Anybody know the other one? Israelites are? I know Josh knows it. The sons of Abram's two sons. One got the covenant. One was said to be made of a great nation who would bring great glory to the name of God. That was Ishmael. Isaac? Jacob? Who knows? Nobody knows Abram's two sons' names.
I want to look at what Josh said and get off of Josh sent and get off of. So it looks like you got the electron positron thing going on with gamma rays, Josh, and then a photon.
So it's Ishmael and Isaac. But yeah, you want to get off religion? Cool.
Yeah. That's interesting. I didn't actually know that there's supposed to be an electron and a positron with gamma rays.
Yeah, supposedly like they annihilate and it produces the electron or the gamma ray, right? So it's like made of a high. So like what high energy electrons are the electrons in the highest orbit. So when they crash down, they emit the what do you call it when they annihilate? And that's the other thing. It's supposed to come from like inside of a boson, right? No, it emits. Some people would say it's a photon. You would say it's a photon. But it's actually gamma ray, which is, and they say it's a wave. It's not even a particle. That's why it's called a ray, and not a particle.
It's the because it's not even. But that's really interesting. I had heard of the electron and positron supposed to be creating like a photon or light, but I never knew that's what gamma rays were supposed to be created by. It's really something.
Well. That's just theory, though, right?
It is. I mean, how could you ever observe this?
Exactly.
I want to point out the Glober took us to religion. I just walked through an open door.
To be honest with you, I heard my name and I was like, woke up. I was like, what's going on here?
You fell asleep.
So, yeah. Nice little power nap. I'm gonna go get some coffee.
I was going to ask next, how many sons did Abram actually have? Because Ishmael and Isaac were not the only two. Yep.
So about 14, the original 13 families. The 13 bloodlines.
Yes.
Some would say the 14 dragons because Ishmael, that was not allowed to be. Did I just bring that full circle?
Oh, you did. Thank you. And Veronica, yeah, we knew. We knew you knew too. Sorry I left you out.
Yeah, I don't know. We derailed on a conversation about how there's nothing logical about creation.
What's up, Rookie? Nothing logical. Yeah, we sure did, didn't we?
Yeah. I mean, it kind of makes sense that there's nothing logical about it.
But really, my point was there's nothing logical about religion either, so.
Yes.
It's man stating they can know the unknowable. But that's just my opinion too, and I'll admit I
how
could
do
be
we
wrong.
know that God didn't tell us the unknowable? I mean, that's the other thing. You can't disprove something.
A negative.
At least, yeah. You can't prove a negative. So you can't prove that something didn't happen.
You can't prove or disprove it. Yeah, so that's the fault there. So it's not scientific because it's unfalsifiable. But yeah,
here's something that's gonna fuck you up.
It's funny you admit that. A lot of people don't admit you can't disprove a negative. They say, "I don't think that word means what you think it means, Michael."
Which word?
Negative.
Negative. Well, that's the charge of an electron.
Well, a negative is just something there's no evidence for or against, and the lack of
evidence. Did you know that positive versus negative charges is arbitrary?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter which one you call which. It's one of those funny things.
Well, yeah. It works the same way in a battery.
Works the same way backwards.
Mr. Electron theory, freaking Ohm's law guy? Why is it that the negative terminal is actually where the energy comes from in a battery? Because it flows from ground to positive.
Yeah,
the direction of flow actually is the direction of flow of energy is also arbitrarily defined. It's you're not able to measure.
Yeah, because you got ground side switches too, right?
Yeah.
Because all that you're doing is controlling the voltage drop.
Well, yeah, and certain ones are to try to make it flow only one way in the circuit.
Yeah, I mean, when I was a diode is what you're thinking of, but like when I was taught electronics, you're also taught that the direction that charges flow is just a convention and that it doesn't actually matter. You can do all of the electronics problems in the world and just define it backwards, and it still works.
It's basic electronics, yeah.
I thought that's what chokes were for.
Chokes?
Diode. That's just another word for diode, isn't it?
A choke?
Yeah, just like a compressor or condensator and a condenser, you know.
Right. I'm with
Not
you.
a compressor, condenser, condensator.
Huh. Okay.
Inducer.
It's the same word, right?
Oh.
Condensator, condenser. Yeah, anyway.
Yeah.
It's the same word. Potato. Anyway.
King said the negative side is the side that creates hydrogen. That's funny. You need electrolysis to make hydrogen, but okay.
Positive creates oxygen. What's he building? A hydrogen cell?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Are you doing electrolysis? Because if you are, those two things are existing. You're separating them, not creating them. So you create nothing. We manipulate what's already here. No offense, but the word create shouldn't be applied to scientific processes.
Oh, somebody else.
Logic?
I don't know, man.
What about
you need logic for science? You need logic.
Hold on.
Separating water is called electrolysis. Yes.
This is going to throw you for a loop, right? The origin of logic comes from logos.
that doesn't throw me for a loop.
Yeah. But logos is the same as logo. Huh?
Well, ethos, logos, and what's the last one?
Prothos, I think.
It doesn't sound right. Ethos, logos, pathos.
Pathos. Oh. Well, whatever. What's pathos?
Appeals to emotion. Pathos is appeals to emotion. Logos is appeals to logic, and ethos is appeals to like stature.
Well, I heard.
I would have figured it had something to do with ethnos, like culture.
I heard Sophia was wisdom.
Yeah, Sophia is wisdom in Masonic, in the Masonic belief. Get him, boy.
Yeah, according to Solomon, that's the spirit of wisdom. This is Sophia.
Yeah.
Wisdom Solomon.
So listen. So that answered the question when Adam was put to sleep and the rib was brought out of him, and woman was brought out of him. In a Masonic belief, it's Sophia was enlightened within him, intelligence, consciousness, and he became awake and came from his sleep and his slumber through logic and reason.
Yeah, because does it ever say in Genesis that God or Adam has risen from his slumber that God put him in?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
So
that's an interesting thing.
Isn't woman supposed to be made from like the rib cage bone of Adam though?
Yeah, but the ideal of that is the woman is Sophia. So Eve was sent by Sophia in a Masonic creation. You'd have to read the story.
Well, that it's funny when he said rib. Did you know that man can grow back a rib?
It's interesting.
Yeah, you can grow it back.
Does that mean women are replaceable?
Uh-oh.
Now, what about DNA, right? Those people that may have gotten like a hallucinogenic glimpse of the DNA molecule, how we see it today. What would they call it? Ribs, right?
What?
Interesting. I don't know.
Doesn't it kind of look like ribs? Like when
I
you
heard
take
a hallucinogenic molecule.
when you hallucinate something, like people hallucinate things all the time, right? That's how the model of the atom came about. Somebody had a hallucination of vision, and they said, "This makes sense."
It was called the primordial atom, and it was George Lamette. But yeah.
Oh, same guy, huh?
Yeah. It goes along with the Big Bang.
Yeah.
It's all part. Hey man, reading is a sickness. That's all I got to say. I started on Nancy Boy Hardy Drew. I read all of them.
I started on Norse mythological books, and then went to what do you call it? Tom Clancy books. Read all the Splinter Cell and Rainbow Six. It's a good series.
I've read a lot of things.
Yeah.
A lot of detail. But I like that.
So, I mean, it's ideal that negative and positive, those are kind of true, but it's actually the ionization of these particles that causes separation and not positive or negative charge. But on the negative charge will flow the hydrogen, and on the positive charge will flow the oxygen. And that's just an electrolysis cell. I tried to build the link to that so people can understand.
So that's a free radical cell, isn't it? That's not an electrolysis cell. It's a free radical producing cell.
Pretty much. Yeah, pretty much.
Because if it rips the gases off of the molecule, then you're going to have a free radical.
Well, it breaks the bond. It breaks the bond of the two. Yeah.
And then it recombines the O and the free radical of oxygen into O2.
Yeah, pretty much. It allows it to rebond. Yep.
Which would mean that it's a weak energy bond for the oxygen bond. Hydrogen bond seems to be a little bit stronger. And then you have, what do you call it? The nitrogen bond, which is one of the strongest energy. So it's very difficult to fuse two like singular nitrogen atoms into N2, right? Because of the bond, the energy that it takes to make that bond, because we can break that bond all day long with like chemical explosives, right?
Yep.
Yeah. But when it comes to like oxygen, it's fairly weak if it can be just placed together by being around it. That's like that weak force.
Yeah. Or chemical explosions or chemical reactions. Either or. Yep.
Right, there's a second Michael J. Smith here.
Oh, yeah. Mike's just a popular one. There's a lot of us. I mean, there's probably 10,000 Michael J. Smiths just in Michigan and Indiana combined.
Did you know that Michael J. Smith was the pilot on the Columbia shuttle that blew up?
Yeah, his name is different than mine, though. Mine's Michael Jonathan Smith.
So, I mean, just think about it. It would make sense if a former NASA space shuttle pilot was killed off in public. Of course, he's going to like spill the beans on it.
You know, the funny thing is, though, his middle initial it's John. I'm Jonathan, and he's Michael Johnson. And he was born April 30th, 1945, but I was born April 16th in 72.
He's a lot older than you then.
I just thought there was too many similarities there. And when I used to grow hair, man, I parted the side. I kind of looked like the dude.
Yeah, it was reincarnation. When did he died after you were born, but still.
Yeah, he was still alive when he said, "Hey, honey, you feed the dog, I'll feed the fish." Bada boom, bada bing. Nobody gets it? Where was the explosion? Was it over water?
Cape Canaveral.
Okay,
Kennedy Space Station.
What did the teacher say before she went to space? You
Not
feed the
for
dog.
educational purposes.
I'll feed the fish. They blew up.
You know, some of those guys are just lazy about their identification. Like the same name, same image, just mysteriously a couple. Like all those astronauts had twins. You know, some of them same image because it was a twin, but different name.
Dude,
did they have twins? Did any of them actually have like a verified, like that's supposed to be the narrative?
Some of them
I don't know.
Yeah, no, some of them.
Because I've seen the pictures of them. They don't actually look like the same people to me. There's a lot of fucking people that look the same.
We're talking about 15 years later, too.
Yeah.
So.
Doppelgangers.
15 years have really fucked me up.
Doppelganger with the same name that's related to the person. That's kind of goes against the definition of a doppelganger.
What
unrelated person who you look like.
What fucking book is that? I think there's multiple pieces of media, like Doppelgangers on the Moon. Just like creepy.
I kind of like that astronaut's wife tells after death that astronaut was raped on the moon and won't tell who the guy was, but there's only supposed to be 2 people on that mission. So I'm not going to tell you who did it. That wouldn't be right, but lady.
Wait, what was that one?
Astronaut got raped on the way to the moon. You've never seen. The article is covered by 15 different news organizations, and people say it's satire, but whatever.
Sounds hilarious.
You can actually watch the interview of this woman.
What, really?
But it's satire. It's not satire unless you can prove it is, and so satire now comes with fake old 80-year-old women who are just lying about NASA astronauts.
Well, there's also the idea that you can have a dream that's so realistic that you think it actually is real. But so fuck it.
The guy got raped on the way to the moon. They say, man, that the way gravity is, you can't get an erection in space. So or in weightlessness.
I don't think that's true. Can you get an erection while sitting upside down, legs above your head?
Is that weightlessness?
It's the opposite.
I know, and it's hard for blood flow to fill those cavities. I don't know. I've never tried to jack off upside down. Have you?
I haven't. I'm just trying to. I'm not going to try and jack off. I'm just trying to think about if I can.
I'm just wondering if you did like.
Hey, language guys.
Old boy, and hung yourself upside down in a closet with a belt by your feet. I don't know. That's a weird question.
Come on, language, man.
I get a headache when I walk on my hands too long. I know that.
It's quick.
I've been walking on my hands since I was a kid. My dad used to make us compete against each other, me and my brothers. I can walk up and down stairs on my hands. I teach I teach my daughters to do it. Well, it's not really a skill. It's meant to improve upper body strength.
Yep.
And balance and posture.
Yep.
My daughter's ripped up just like me, so hey, I think it works.
Has anybody heard what China did in 2020?
No.
Make that fake song.
I mean, how many different things? They did a lot of shit.
Supposedly they launched their first module of their Chinese space station. The Long March or whatever it is.
I got the video, man. It is the work. Oh man, if you haven't seen.
Yeah, they have a cup of water sitting on a desk while they're sitting there supposedly floating in space playing with water bubbles. What? How can you have a glass of water that's flat sitting on a table on a space station? Microgravity. It's like how can people believe this crap? And then you're sitting there seeing them constantly like grabbing up above their head and pushing themselves down, or grabbing underneath and pulling themselves down like they're just in free fall.
That's weird. I didn't see that one.
I have a favorite space video.
Yeah, there's more to the ideal that you can't have sex or reproduction in space than just a man, but we won't cover that.
Oh.
There's certain things it does to a woman too that almost makes it impossible, theoretically, if you listen to NASA or read the articles.
It's something to do with the way the baby actually develops.
No, I'm talking about the act of sex, not reproduction.
So maybe that's why the aliens keep coming to Earth, so they can have sex.
Oh yeah, they can't do it on this.
They're floating bobs in space, can't lubricate or get wood. Woo! There, fuck it, I said it. Kids, this is not for you. This is not for educational purposes. Do not quote me. And don't ask your mom about that crap either, damn it. I'm in trouble enough. I'm talking to my daughter right now because I know she's listening.
Do you know what Pantone 448C is?
You know what it's like to have a 17-year-old girl shake her finger at you in contempt? And you know she's right. Now, Father, must I write it down for you to understand it? That kid's one of the best parts of me. I'll just pick on her. She keeps me civil in my old age. So, I mean, your filters are gone at this age, and you're like, fuck it, why not say it as it is? Hell, you want to go to war? Hell, I had a good life. Let's do it. I'm not a 19-year-old no more thinking, oh, I want to live through this. It's all good. I give my life for a good concept, good principle, a good change. I mean, I risk it for some crap that was just politics or economics. They called that service. And service to what? The economical system, the political system? Well, sure. They sure weren't no threats to America. They're not on our border. They're not out here like, oh yeah, we're going to invade you. Those are the only threats we should actually take people's children for. 18 years old, you're not a man. Went to service. Before I could grow hair on my face, I was trained killer. It's disgusting. And you got moms and dads who are proud of it. That's disgusting. If that's not a corruption of the nuclear family, I don't know what is. You're not.
So I'm posting a news segment from Channel 7 Denver. Basically, well, you'll have to watch it. The newscaster starts out saying, the Earth is flat. So we're gaining critical mass, guys.
Well, I mean,
Still up.
have you seen the Butterwall?
Yes, I have.
That was a great one.
That came out last year. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the fact that they actually found the Butterwall to just prove Robin wrong, because he's like, I don't see no Butterwall, I don't see no edge, buddy, Mr. Flat Earth Pancake Man.
Oh,
right?
wow, you sound like it. Oh, shoot, that's crazy.
But yeah, so the flat out truth and all that stuff. Part 1, Flat Earth growing, baby. We coming for that globe ass.
I have a supposition that they're gonna actually like make a TV show or a movie or something pertaining to like flat Earth. I mean, they did make the dome, but that's not really got anything to do with Earth, just the dome.
There's Behind the Curve. It was on Netflix. It was entertaining.
I'm saying like a show, not like a documentary, like they live on a flat Earth and something, or a video game.
I mean, the issue is that the only places it matters is in applications where they treat the Earth as a sphere, which would be pretty predominantly space travel. So, what would you do in this supposed game? I guess you would have people exploring the outer limits of a flat Earth.
I don't know, something. I'm sure there's some ideas out there. I wouldn't be surprised. Wasn't like
ice climbing the firmament.
Wasn't like what was it? Grand Theft Auto. Wasn't one of them on a flat Earth that one or something like that? It wasn't like a wrapped around flat Earth though.
A lot of games are built on flat planes because it's easy. So like you'll have like an infinite ocean underneath the world and stuff like that. There would be no point in programming it in curve. Like you wouldn't even really be able to see it depending on the game. Yeah, unnecessary computational complexity is what that would be. Because then you'd need to vectorize the direction of gravity for every single location that you're like as you're driving.
Gravity.
There's games where people have done it. But, well, it's something that's programmed into games. It's the gravity engine. So usually what they do is they apply a constant acceleration to everything just straight down. And then that way they don't have to do any complex math or any vectors. Or not as many vectors.
In a video game?
In a video game. That's how you jump in a lot of games.
They're using it's gravity, huh? In a video game.
It's a gravity engine.
I see.
That's interesting that in order for gravity to work on a plane when in a computer model, because there has to be gravity on a plane, because it's not some other phenomenon that can be easily explained and proven.
Right.
So they have to use a downward force constantly that keeps you on the ground, right?
They use an acceleration value, I'm pretty sure, not a force.
Well, yeah, but okay, so acceleration value, but is it you that's falling, or is it the ground that's accelerating up?
It's the entity.
That one's funny.
So the thing is it's almost like video games are trying to go with what the gay-ass Flat Earth Society is saying, because they're just a gay-ass controlled opposition group by government officials. They are the same individuals that's making you want to vote for one guy because Orange Man bad, or vote for this guy because Biden sniffer bad. You know, I mean, come on
It's
now.
the video game companies who are just trying to program gravity in the simplest way possible.
Yeah, I know. But that's because they had to come up with a gravity instead of some sort of magnetic attractive force.
Right.
You know,
It's only gravity and tidal.
because the avionics would not, you know, like attraction towards like attracts like. If they were to do that, then like planes wouldn't be able to take off the ground, birds and all that stuff either. In the video game, because it would be too great of a pull. So they have to do something different to where you can overcome the acceleration value.
Or for everything you could see, you'd need to program in 3,000 kilometers of unseen mass. Should be just so hilarious.
No, you don't. What about
if you wanted to make it like the
there
same
was
as
a game that was not that bad. It was all about like little Earths, or not Earths, but like little planets or something like that, globes. And the stages were on that, and you would walk around as Mario, Paper Mario, I think is what it was, or Mario Galaxies, right? And you would jump from one planet to another and all that stuff. And the gravity seemed to work how it's supposed to, according to, you know, NASA and all those smart asses. In that
I don't know how
right?
accurate it was.
Oh, I'm not saying accurate, but it worked, is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
but I think that was I think that was a snap to bungee type effect, as opposed to like any kind of a force in a force. So they didn't even use like a gravity; they used some other mechanic to have that happen. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, like because you could jump. Like I played that game. You could jump between two like close together planets, and it would just be like you'd slow, and then it would just reverse quickly, and you'd fall quickly. It wasn't
like
smooth the way it
two
should
bungees
be.
are grabbing you, like two tractor beams or bungees are grabbing you at the same time, and then one will give one side up, and you just like,
yeah,
you know,
rather than it just being like a really slow movement when you're halfway between.
Well, technically, that spot you're talking about would be a Lagrange point, wouldn't it? Or something similar to that? Where there would be no movement because you'd be stationary because there's equal pull on both sides, or on all sides.
It wouldn't be a Lagrange point because you'd already be moving when you enter that point.
Okay.
So, like, unless you had a way to slow yourself down at that point, then.
But what is a Lagrange point? Isn't it an area where there's no gravity, so an object can just exist there indefinitely?
I mean, I guess, yeah, in that sense, you could use it as a Lagrange.
Because that's what I was thinking. That's why I was thinking, well, wouldn't it? It's kind of like something similar.
If you had a way to stop there, then yeah, it's a Lagrange point. I guess it's still a Lagrange point. Yeah, you're right. It's a Lagrange point even if you aren't stopping there.
See, but you know, you're still talking about acceleration now. When you're talking about other things, even with the Lagrange points, if the Lagrange points are correct, and there are satellites out there, based on the helical model, those are not stationary. Those are actually traversing through the cosmos with the sun, with the Earth and the rest of the planets, right? Well, it's going around the arm of a galaxy while the galaxy is moving through space at an astronomical speed too. So it's almost like the more discoveries they make, it kind of refutes the whole foundation. So instead of starting over at the drawing board, because it's too much work, and let's face it, impossible, this is what we're relegated to. Oversimplification.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where if you're not using a computational model for it, it's not going to really make sense. You can't just be like, yeah, so here you can see there will clearly be a Lagrange point right here because obviously that's where it is. It's one of those things. It's just you don't get it unless you're into the computation and the simulation of it.
Mm-hmm. But then again, you know, what kind of gravity would that be? Universal gravity?
Which gravity?
The gravity that we were talking about, the gravity of space and the attraction of masses and all that, the bendy space time and all that. Anyway,
I think the illustrations. Yeah, I think the illustrations of Lagrange point are showing the space-time bendy version.
Yeah, it's like on a wave or something like that, right?
Yeah, I found a GIF. I'm going to post that in the live stream.
Because the Newtonian, there couldn't be something like that. Because the own mass of the third body creates a problem, especially with the three-body problem that exists in both the Einsteinian and Newtonian.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things about a Lagrange point is like a perfect Lagrange point is, I guess, probably impossible to achieve. So you're always going to have some instability. It's like balance. It's like trying to balance something on a knife edge. It's not possible.
That's what I mean. Yes,
so you're gonna have to have some amount of
page.
adjustment, or it's gonna be some amount of time before it fucks itself.
Yeah, so basically, in order for things to be, because they say there's like the second moon in one of these Lagrange points, like say near L3 on the other side of the sun. It's like an extra body out there that's considered like a comet or a meteor or something like that, but it's considered like Earth's second satellite.
Yeah.
And the only thing with that is there'd be a big problem if it really is a stability issue, right? And that's really, and what this illustration is showing us is actual reality. Then there's a problem with that, with the stability. On top of that, wouldn't the mass have to be fairly similar to what's on the other side of the gravity pendulum?
I mean, if it's the thing that it would be helping you there mass. Is it wouldn't matter if the mass is small enough because it doesn't scale. So that mass wouldn't affect the other bodies in a significant way. So you
no,
could
it wouldn't
ignore
affect the other bodies, but it would affect its own position in the Lagrange.
Its mass?
Yeah, it would throw it off. It would cause a drag effect.
I don't know.
Anyways, have you played with Powder Toy?
Powder Toy? What Powder Toy?
The Powder Toy. It's a program where you can do all sorts of different like simulation, experimentation, like chain reactions, how the photon with the neutron, or the photon with the electron will cancel itself out. The photon with the neutron will compound itself, right? And so on and so forth. So you have these different properties and these different like pixels that have different properties, right? So you're just sitting there playing with it, and you can like simulate gravity. So you can simulate like perfect places apart, different pinpoints of gravity with the same magnitude of attraction. And you can watch things like sit there and float for a little bit and eventually get sucked in to one of the gravity points and disappear. But that's all a simulation, right? And by the way, it's all two-dimensional. But it does have a very good demonstration of that gas pressure thing I was talking about.
Huh.
How without a container, gas will just continue to spread out until it's equalized, right?
Is it
like you'll even see it if there's no boundary on the powder toy. You'll see the particles just keep spreading out until there's no gas left, no gas particles left. But if you have a box, you'll see it bounce out and then kind of come around and then stay into an area in a gradient even.
Is that assuming the gas doesn't attract itself?
Well, it's using Newtonian physics simulation.
I wonder what the density of just like a ball of gas would be. He just stuck it in infinite
Well, it depends
space.
on the temperature. Depends on the temperature. I can tell you that much. If, say, you have
temperature without a container is kind of a
in this simulation type thing, if you have hydrogen or say oxygen, right, and you put it in gas form because they have a particle called oxygen, so you put it in gas form in a little container or a little gold sphere that you draw a circle around or whatever, gold circle, and you release the gas inside of there and you see it moving around and doing sorts of things and kind of forming a gradient over time. after it calms down and equalizes, but you see that the pressure or the gas is still inside of it and not outside of it, right? So outside of that gold circle is an absence of gas, and inside is a presence of gas. So we've created a rarefied atmosphere. So when you and you're able to with other tools, like you can add energy in the form of heat, you can add energy in the form of electricity and all these other things, or you can take energy away, right? You can even add more gravity or remove all gravity, right? So it's a complete sandbox, right?
You called it what again?
The powder toy. You can get it on your phone too. It's really, I'm surprised you haven't noticed it. Anyways, you're probably like not even into that kind of thing, but anyways, it has like a tool for like pressure even, so you can decrease the pressure or increase the pressure. So if you decrease the pressure, you'll notice that the gases will always be a gas, but when you increase the pressure and remove the heat, so you make it cold and extremely dense, what ends up happening is you get solid oxygen temporarily until the thermodynamics matches out with the ambient temperature, because nothing will ever get to absolute zero. There's always heat in the system, so it's always going up in temperature for equilibrium. Yeah, I suggest playing with it, especially the deuterium, because the deuterium, you cool it down and it will not freeze, right? It won't turn solid, the deuterium, but it will get smaller. It'll get into the form of like a condensate. Then you contain that deuterium. Then you heat it up as much as you can, and you keep heating it up. Then after you got that thing heated up, you drop a couple neutrons in it, and you watch that chain reaction go. But that's all a simulation. It's all based off of probability of math.
I just found something funny. It's just there's when I looked up powder toy, there's a people also ask, and is powder toy a virus? And the result comes from powdertoy.co.uk. Yes, the game is virus/malware free, and that's from the developers, which is always just funny.
Yeah, it's basically like pixel art.
Yeah.
They have like different things you can, like different people's different creations you can download and just destroy it and all that stuff. It's pretty fun. I actually think that would be a pretty good teaching aid if the properties were actually true, right? So if the properties of this game were actually factual and true, then it would be a very good teaching aid, I think.
Mm-hmm. Now, that's the next question, is are they factual and true?
Exactly. Of course not, because it's a video game, right? It's make-believe.
You can have a video game that's realistic. I mean, pixel art is probably not the best realism, but...
Yeah, but it's a physics game. It's a game about physics.
Yep.
It's not like that stupid doodle god. But anyway. So Truth Seeker. You seem to have a problem?
Where is Truth Seeker?
Sitting there aping in the Ustream. Sitting there in the YouTube stream, just aping.
Flat Earthers be doing a RLM job to find gravity. What? Oh, a rim job. You just capitalized it weird. I have no idea what he's doing.
I don't think they know what they're doing.
Oh, I don't know. That's true. I use he for everyone, just by the way. When I don't know, at least. What's something we disagree on?
Evolution.
It's a waste of time. Even
Why?
if you can see the signs of evolution.
Because you believe in a theory of evolution of what is really evolution.
Well, let's say, for instance, one of the things that I think would be interesting for a
You guys
God
always say
to have set up.
adaptation, right?
Well,
you guys always
I'm not
say
even going to go
adaptation.
down the debating whether evolution is a thing or
No,
something.
I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. I'm doing a different thing, right?
I don't
But
know. If we
usually,
assume
from what I
evolution
can
is
gather,
real, we could still say God is real, because who's to say God didn't just come up with it as some random thing for us to discover and to keep us entertained? Like, I like to think of the Earth as like a puzzle box that God designed for humans to keep us entertained. Because what else would there be to do if there wasn't stuff we didn't know the answer to? If you know everything, it's boring.
This is my theory of evolution.
Ooh.
Because evolution is about adaptation, right? What part do you know of in a human's life or any animal's life when they adapt from one body type to another?
Frogs.
I said human or any other type of life, but you said frogs. I said when. Do you see that? So basically, you're saying frogs. So from a tadpole to a frog, right?
I didn't say that. I just said frogs, man. They're reading into things
See, that's
now.
a micro scale instead of macro. They're talking about like macro huge.
Yeah, but what I'm talking about in evolution is simply growth or complete fruition of germination. So a baby, when they're born, doesn't have teeth.
Right.
Later on, they get milk teeth, and then those milk teeth fall out, and they get adult teeth, and then the body type changes, their hormones change, and their body type starts to change into an adult body type. Right? Evolution. Textbook definition of evolution.
Yep,
Medical evolution.
The adaptation, because you got to think, we adapt to the sun, we get darker skin, to keep the rays, UV rays. Yeah, it's pretty simple.
But the question is adaptation a new ability? Or have you always had that ability in your body plan?
Always have had it. Since humans been around, and creatures, anything.
Yeah.
Do you guys know, like, the existential question of how do you know that you didn't come into existence yesterday and that all of your memories are fabricated?
How do you know you're not that? How do you know that we are not all just figments of your imagination?
No, this is a different
brain
question.
in a box your entire existence, running a simulation, and everything is inside of your head. What about that?
That's true.
You ever thought about that?
I have.
You ever thought about that?
One.
You are a test tube experiment from a couple of brain neurons to create a supercomputer AI.
I was going somewhere else with it entirely. So, like, you've heard the idea of you could just have all of your memories implanted and nothing previous could be real, right? I think the same goes for everything, that you can't know that at any given point in time stuff didn't just randomly start existing and that all of the history is falsified by something or someone. Because it would look the same if you falsified it as if it had always existed and then developed the way that someone wanted it to look like it had.
Yeah.
So theoretically, 10,000 years ago, God could have created humans and then created the history of evolution. And it would look exactly the same. Does it make sense? So debating it is kind of one of those things. It's like,
Well, I wasn't. Am I debating anything?
Have
you ever known me to debate or be a fan of debate? Because what does debate do? It does nothing. It's a waste of fucking time. Because
the only reason to debate is if you aren't already convinced of what you think.
No, the only reason to debate is to be open to other ideas, to change your mind, right?
Mm-hmm.
To be open to have your mind changed, right? So this isn't even a debate. These debates are not even debates because nobody's changing their. Nobody's even open to changing their mind about it. See, that's what I mean. It's just a discussion. Some people want to debate something that's been around for over 600 years. This debate about, is it a globe or is it flat?
And it's a globe.
And I know that. I know that this debate has been going on. The so-called debate has been going on since the time of the Protestant Reformation. So I can't remember what year that is. I think it was 1580. But anyway.
Why is Mike doing an at everyone?
Saying everyone joined VC because ain't nobody talking.
Because I can. I don't see why. Why do people ask at everybody? Why do the first thing they ask? Why do you do that? When normally I explain that in the next post or the tag. I can write it in plain English. I can have my English teacher help me, and they still go, "Why you do that?
Why you do this to us?" I don't know. I don't have pings turned on for the server anymore. It just shows up a little red dot.
Why? Why for you do that like this? Why for?
I do
Why
that.
come?
I actually do that with all the servers because it just goes bing, 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 bing.
Finding my
join VC
based on the star angles. What? Why is it? The dumbass can't even keep up on point.
I don't know. He's not in VC. He's just bringing up something random.
Oh, that guy? He's an idiot.
Ruhif.
Ruhif is a trip.
Personally, I don't want to be lumped in with globe earthers because I know everything. So.
Okay, well, I'll lump you in with the people that just aren't intelligent thing, because intelligent people know the human race doesn't know everything, and one man couldn't possibly know everything if it's not in the information pool to be gained.
Have you proved that it would be impossible for one person to know everything, though?
Well, yes, we can. We can prove that.
The realization that you know nothing but falsehoods is the pinnacle of wisdom.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you probably don't even know what a fluffy is.
I don't know what a fluffy is.
Well, there you go. You don't know everything.
It's called satire.
I bet you don't even know what a Flubenbrüder is.
That's not satire. See,
sarcastic.
Listen, this motherfucker can never address what's being said. I said, why the random point no one asked for? And so off topic, it's pathetic. He said, why the desperate post to get people in DC? Need friends? No, I don't need friends. Have fun in permanent timeout, punk.
Do you need friends, Mike?
No, fuck, I don't need
Everyone
friends.
needs friends. Everyone needs friends.
I don't. That's why my friends are my family, and anybody else are associates.
Everyone needs friends.
No, my brother's my best friend. You
He's
can't
still,
trust.
he's still a friend, though. So you can't say you don't have friends and that you don't need them.
I do have friends. They're family because they're the only ones that honor what true friendship is.
So you have friends then, and you need them.
Everybody needs some help sometimes in life, but I can honestly say, since I was a child, I haven't, but as a child, I have. So I did need help in life.
Wilson.
I can also say, besides my brother, isn't a motherfucker one in the world will ever whoop my ass.
So I tell you what, if you were stranded and you had no way to talk, you will become Tom Hanks in Castaway. There's just no way.
Yeah. Oh, and I'm a combat veteran that died twice in surgery. So yeah.
That's it. That movie has a really realistic
Still wasn't an
ending.
ass whooping, and there's a reason, but I'm not proud of that.
It's one of those movies that doesn't have a happy ending. It just has an ending that's
none of the guys that did that to me made it off the battlefield. I got a declaration for that, but actually I think that's disgusting. We shouldn't declarate men for being murderous, more murderous than others. It's disgusting. It really is. But like, I was a child at that age. I was inexperienced, 18, 19, 20-year-old. I know shit about the world, but what I was told. And I was too trusting of my government. Since then, I've learned that they don't have my best interests at heart. They're actually, they protect big economics, not average citizens. They throw out our civil liberties, which protection of the civil liberties is why man institutes government over their republics. They threw that away, and they now protect big business, so they can get money, free money for their campaigns, so they can keep protecting big business. But it makes sense in a greedy fucking world.
It's a circle, man.
It is.
So the corporations, they drive the government, and the government taxes us.
Well, they drive education too.
Well, there's that, but the big thing is that as individuals, we purchase the cheapest products possible, which are incidentally produced by the biggest companies, which incidentally also fund the government, which makes the decisions which help the incidentally biggest companies.
Down to names too, the Rockefellers and the royal bloodlines, because the royal bloodlines get into politics to get free money, and the Rockefellers give them the free money to make sure politics go their way.
Yeah, I mean, our entire world, or at least in the United States, our entire system of governance is a circle which just maximizes money.
If you want to see the names of the true rulers, where would you think the best legal documents would be to see that? Really? Who were fucked by these rich people? Okay, Rome. Okay, let's cover this. So, does the Albordorini Vatican family hold the trust to all treaties for all Occidental nations who were screwed out of their land by contract or treaty? Yes.
Well, them in the Vatican.
Yeah, the Albordorini family is the Vatican family. Now, he's the godfather. He's the biggest gangster on earth.
Yeah.
They own the Silk Road. You know what the Silk Road is? It's a conceptual road. It's not an actual road unless of course you're carrying products for trade down that road. Then you got to pay the toll. That's the Silk Road. So they get a piece of all commerce because the Pope is the Vicar of Christ, which means he's the actual owner of all land. As he has the how can we put it? So he has the power. He has the power of attorney of Christ on earth. When he speaks for Christ.
Yes, but this Pope just retired that title, just made it extinct.
The Vicar?
Yes.
Wonder how long it'll be before he dies.
Well, according to that one Bill talked about saint that nobody really talks about, that Catholic saint that predicted all of the popes and the key things about the pope that would help identify the pope in the search for the next Holy Father or whatever.
Well, if
right?
he's not the vicar of Christ, he's no longer the pope.
This one's David the Lamb, the last one.
Oh, because, yeah, technically he is the last one. If there's no longer a vicar of Christ.
No longer vicar of Christ.
Yep. There is no pope. That's a requirement of being the pope. You speak for Christ. And you are the shepherd for his sheep. Yeah, that's a hell of a way to put it for a bunch of goyim, isn't
it? But see, people just don't see it, like right there in front of you. Like they see the blasphemy, but they don't realize that he just abdicated his power.
Yeah, and you know what? He never claimed to be the good shepherd either.
No.
No.
Because Benedict was the one that left in disgrace because of the sexual misconduct of the church, right?
Yeah, they all worship Baal anyway.
Yeah. It's funny that this one is the only pope that is a society of Jesus.
Yeah, by another name, it's a Moloch. They were Khazarians, right?
Mm-hmm.
All of them.
Ashkenaz.
Then Khazarians became Ashkenaz. They actually took that from the real Ashkenazi people.
Yeah, actually, I think they came from Scythia. So,
and they also took Hebrew and made it Jew. Black people are Hebrews, yes. Jews will tell you right now they're not Hebrews. We're not Hebrews. That's right. You're not the Hebrew Israelites. You're not even Jewish. And actually, they are Jewish. They're Judeans, which Hebrews are not. Yeah. That's why Chris wanted us to watch that video. But, I mean, most of the concept they cover in there, I already know to be true. So, for me, it just makes it ring louder. It's the bell, the warning bell.
That's actually like the fourth time I've seen that, and I wanted to do a presentation with the group about it. But it's too long to watch the whole thing because it starts with everything.
I watched 4 episodes. Yeah, I watched 4 episodes of it. It just kept leading me to another one and another one and another one. I was like, yeah. And they're on YouTube. You just got to find them under, different presenters.
Yeah, but it's right there on BitChute.
Is it?
Yeah, that's where it's hosted originally.
I didn't know that.
So I was thinking about doing some off-topic type things.
Yeah, man.
Like real free speech type things, and then
you think
not
we
put
should
it
get
on.
rid of that Ruhoff dude, man? Listen, we're just trying to promote our live stream, and here's a dude that's just got to take every chance he can to attack anyone here that doesn't have a role that matches his. Do we need that?
He's very negative.
We don't need
well,
that.
I don't know. I would give him a chance because, after all, we gave Boyce a chance, and look how he turned out.
Actually, Boyce was cool from the get-go. I don't know why people...
Boyce is the most terrible member.
Listen, I even poke him and, try to get him to, to act it, and he won't.
Here, I'm going to give him a new role that hardly anyone has, so he should feel privileged to have.
Yeah, if you didn't get it earlier, Boyce, I was just joking around with you. I just wanted the other Globers to see, even in the face of accusation, you still didn't attack me.
He now is a member of the victim of mod abuse.
Yeah, not once. You didn't attack me, not once. And they don't notice that. They're like, oh, he's fucking picking on Boyce. No, I was showing an example.
I'm marginally mean to Ronk. That's my biggest fault, is I'm mean to Ron.
We're on live stream, so I'm not gonna say nothing about that. But Ron's his own kind of person.
Okay, you said Ron and he said Ronk.
Yeah, it's RONK, Ronk, but it's just Ron K.
Ron K.
Yeah, but
Which one's faster to say?
I understood, so I didn't go semantical on him,
Yeah.
But Ronk,
It's funny because I do the same thing. I call him Ronk all the time, even though I know it's Ron K.
How do we say it politely? Okay, he's a particular kind of guy.
He's a particular individual.
There you go.
Doing a particular individual type of behavior in a particular individual type of way, which is unique to this particular individual.
Listen,
while
so
being a particular individual in society.
I want to tell you, I don't think Boyce is toxic. I've said it over and over again. He's one of the most civil Globers here, and it just, I even came at him with, "Oh, you're the most toxic guy here," blah 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 blah, and he still didn't attack me. So if the rest of them don't see it, there's something wrong with him. He's like, well, attack isn't the best way to rebuttal toxicity. That's a smart man. But roof off, he'd have been like, fuck you, Mike. You're just a piece of shit. Because that's all he does is attack people.
Ronk has a very particular set of skills.
Yeah, I got it. That went without saying. Well, if it's reaching people, I don't know. I've always tried to tell flat earthers you have to talk to people, not at them. And some people just don't get that. Why is Rolling My Boulder muted and deafened? Other. Hey, that's real suspicious. What's up, Other? So whose alt is this?
Dingle. Looks like Cherubim. I'll be honest.
Who? What?
Yes. The dude that his own, starts with a P.
Slurpee.
P. Oh, P drinker.
Slurpee.
He's used that profile picture before, so
who keeps?
It's definitely him. I think. I guessed it last night, right? Let's see if I'm right this time.
Veronica. Sup, Slurp?
Oh, hey, Branch is here.
You ever seen that movie? Shimmer.
Yeah, it's really good.
There you go, Branch. You have control over your mic.
Man.
Yeah, man.
Oh, I didn't know. I clicked online member and it put me in a voice chat. I'm like, what the hell is the online member voice? Oops. I was trying to look at the stats. What the hell? Wrong button. Nihilistic Chris. How come he's not talking?
I don't know.
Hey, Mike, do you got the server on Discord?
What server?
The server.
This server?
Yeah, do you have board?
Oh, on Dishboard? Yeah. We're on public. We're on Discord. We're on public server promotion. I also got a GoDaddy.com.
Yeah, we're the #1 flat Earth server on Discord.
Oh man, I wondered it slowed down, man. I changed my debit cards. I like to do that. Got a new debit card, new debit account. I think my GoDaddy.com expired now because they couldn't get the payment. I might have to go redo that, and then we'll start getting more people from there. My server is out of sync. Damn it! Who changed what? Who changed something? Quit moving the damn lobbies.
But it keeps happening. I was like, what's going on here? How come this thing keeps popping up?
I hate that server. You got to go to server template, right?
I know.
Okay, click sync template.
And then click sync every time.
Oh, I fucking hate it. Karen B did that, man. Karen B, man. She's cool
Clash
though.
of Clans.
Karen's cool though. That's my homie. Not complaining. I wonder where Ig is.
He's not here. He's not in the server.
What? He's not in the server? Yes, he is. I thought he
ping him then. I couldn't ping him. I was like, what the hell happened to Iggs? Whatever he's doing, he's pissing off the Discord gods.
Well, that's crazy. Here, I guess I can just act like I'm rolling my boulder. Symphysis. What's up?
Oh, what's up, Lemon?
Got him on mute. I unmuted you. That's Symphysis. That's not Lemon.
But yeah, that's Lemon's. Yeah, that's Lemon.
Yeah, that's old time Lemon. Ether guy. What's up, Ether?
Well, who the hell gave him Globe Earther?
Globe Earther? As far as I can see, it's not.
Yep.
Why?
People conflate my belief in the ether with being as pseudoscientific as the globe. It's, yeah.
Yeah, I get your point. Yep, I'm with you. I know, Lemon. I get it.
It comes from the very inflexible, people that don't like any sort of theoretical science at all, basically, including the ether or whatever. Hard empiricists who say that I don't believe in it unless I can touch it or some crap.
I don't think quantum eraser's here, bro. I don't think he's here.
Hey, let me. I don't know if I asked you this. Would you describe things falling due to relative density and incoherent dielectric acceleration? What's your take on that? Actually, I just wanted to ask.
Makes sense to me. The background medium being the ether.
Same thing.
It just puts things into a big ether density tower. Some stuff goes up in the ether. Some stuff goes down in the ether, essentially. Some stuff floats in the ether.
Oh, are you saying no preferred direction to travel as we view it, as it's observed?
Most stuff we see goes down, but some stuff goes up, some stuff floats. The clouds appear to float. So that's only a partial description.
Some stuff goes sideways as it falls. Some stuff goes sideways and zigzags around as it rises.
Yeah. But clouds appear to float against this gravity thing. We don't. You take away our support, we keep falling. The clouds don't appear to be falling. So
I know.
Like gravity is kind of meaningless. What was that?
Clouds are more positive. Go ahead.
What about rain?
Clouds are more positively charged at the top of them. They're more negative at the bottom. That's why they appear flat.
Well, they also weigh more in my eyes.
Well, weight, I guess will vary depending on the medium that you're in. If you're in water, you tend to float. So,
yeah, and listen, what he said. That's why sprites go up and lightning comes down.
Interesting.
Yeah, solids tend to sink in gas. Some solids that sink in gas will float in liquids. Some liquids, you would think that some solids that should sink actually float, like iron.
Like
if it's mercury,
like an anvil.
Mm-hmm.
It's my fist is an anvil. My arm a ratchet.
It's almost like Isaac Newton was onto something when he coined the term gravity when he was talking about relative density and i.e. specific gravity, because he came up with that long before he came up with his silly theory of universal gravity, which is refuted by the National Center of Science Education as being just a silly theory and not even a good scientific theory at that. And the fact that some people will refute it because they learned it in school erroneously.
Well, I mean, it can't.
A silly religious belief. This is what they say.
Well, it can't be a force, like my fist is a force that's two-way. Gravity's one way. Where do we see one-way forces that aren't anything else other than, pseudo forces or abstract things? Gravity would have to pass through objects, lock onto them like a tractor beam, and then pull things toward the center after, attaining solidity. That would be like me being in the center of the room, passing through other people in the room like a ghost, grabbing onto somebody, becoming solid, and pulling them to the center of the room. That's very simple. And at that point, gravity is a pseudo force of anything at all, or something else that's probably more accurately described as the result of something else. It would need to be two-way.
He said he was walking through the room. He said he was walking through the room in ghost mode. Not you, not you, not you. You, come here. Get over here. What cartoon does that?
Shang Tsung, Sub-Zero, yeah.
No, what cartoon character does that ghost mode? I'm trying to think of him.
I don't know. Probably on Disney Plus or something.
Yeah, my daughter watched it.
No, and Disney is probably some transsexual superhero or something like that.
No, Space Alien Stitch.
Mm.
Lilo and Stitch, you could go invisible.
It's just very mystical. I mean, at that point, I'd go with electromagnetism. Electromagnetism is less wooey and less mystical than that.
Oh, Danny.
We were just discussing that earlier. You should have been here.
Yep.
Danny Phantom. Half ghost, half boy.
So what is your perspective, Lemon, on or Lemon Bird, on the old we see in radio and we see through a veil of spectrum known as visible light through a certain vibration?
Makes sense. I think God made us with limited abilities. He can open our eyes or close them, but based off of our limited abilities, we can see certain visible spectra. Anything that's outside of that is effectively invisible to us and unseen, even though it's still there.
And I'm not talking about with like a man-made detector. I'm talking about natural photon detectors, right? Our eyeballs, right?
Right.
So would you say, because this is what I'm starting to think, right? That visible light spectrum is the veil that one day will be ripped asunder and we'll be able to see all the signals, like Lucy in that movie Lucy, where she got overdosed with that drug and was able to see cell phone signals and listen in on them and stuff, but not quite to that extent. Maybe, I don't know.
I gotta watch that now. You got Lucy. It's called Lucy.
Yeah, it's a movie with what's her name?
Sexy Mila Jovovich, right? No, not Mila Jovovich. It's what's her?
She was Black Widow.
Scarlett
Johansson. Little new agey, talking about how we can become gods, with enough stuff or whatever. But otherwise, a good movie. No spoiler alert from there.
I still say Scarlett is Steve.
You never know. I mean, they're passing off some very convincing transsexuals, trying to turn these men into homosexuals. You never know.
Booty implants and all that.
The only thing that I would say with her is her eyes are very captivating. You see a very masculine, powerful stare from a man, trans or not. Women tend to have sparkly, feminine eyes. Men have very powerful stares, powerful gazes.
Or if he's confident, it depends if he's not timid or sissified.
Yeah, feral, direct, aggressive. That characterizes the male stare versus the feminine one.
That's something you learn in
Have you
boxing.
guys?
That stare.
Yeah.
Have you guys ever seen that Robot Chicken episode where it's got this guy that wins this date with Scarlett Johansson and finds out that it's a transvestite?
Yep.
And so Scarlett Johansson has a giant Johansson.
And the thing about, men tranifying is you get the muscle tone. They tend not to flab out as easily. They keep that body tone, that's relatively thin without, becoming, like a blob or something like that. So put some fake breasts and some makeup on it, and Hollywood is, very, very, very happy basically with the product, if you will. I guess there are some more obvious ones if I was going to go with that. What do you think of Alicia Vikander, the chick who did Tomb Raider recently? I kind of wonder about her. Some people say that Gal Gadot is not a gal either.
You wonder that's a 6-footer with no
Mhm.
hips, with no hips.
Yeah, but
And
that's
very
tough
gay.
nowadays, man. The things they can do, man. I just recently learned this stuff, man. I didn't even know.
So Andy John Lee, Angela Jolie, my ass.
Very powerful, kind of malish stare, I believe. Very striking. Very big bone structure as well.
Her hands are so
guys
big.
are just confused.
Her hands are so big. She could fall on my head.
I think Lemon's talking about a different actress because I think he said the new Tomb Raider.
Oh.
Well, she was the old Tomb Raider. There's a newer one called Alicia Vikander. She was in, a couple fantasy movies. Trying to think what else she was in. A very captivating stare. It's in the eyes for me, like the eyes, like Billie Eilish.
That one's most definitely a dude.
Alicia Vikander. Billie Eilish is another one. What is her name?
Billie Eilish.
Ariana Grande.
Oh my lord!
Ariana
Look at the
Grande.
size of her hands, though.
That bitch got a more defined chest than me.
I think you guys are just confused on what actually healthy women look like.
Listen, it's biology, dude. It doesn't lie. Skeletal structure, all that doesn't lie.
Literally only based on the way you chew and what you eat. Like my jawline since 3 years ago, my jaw is substantially
It's
wider.
not about her jawline.
What is it then?
It's about her shoulder structure, her muscle structure. So a man's skeleton is different than a woman. Your skeleton dictates muscle structure.
Your shoulders get broader when you do certain exercises.
Well, they do. You can also expand your chest, but this doesn't change the displacement of muscles due to skeletal structure, guy. There's certain muscles they can't build because they don't have extra ribs. They have a rotating pelvis. They can't get the lower Adonis belt. Because why? Their legs are meant to go over their damn shoulders and then pop open and pop out a baby. Ours aren't. Our hips are designed differently.
Our hips are made for muscular thrusting and, and
So
much more,
Yeah, I would suggest that you study the differences between a man's skeletal structure and a woman's skeletal structure and how it affects muscle structure, and then come back to the conversation.
I mean, there are a couple of classical differences between the men and the women. Some that are, hashtag not all. But men are typically taller, 8 heads tall. Women are 7 heads tall if you take their skull and use it, to go up and down like a metric of measure.
Yeah, it's called symmetry. Yeah.
Yeah. A man's shoulders are 3 heads wide. A woman's are 2.5, 2 1/3.
Well, so the point being, a talented or educated transvestigator doesn't rely on just one thing. Oh, she's got a butt chin, that's a woman. No, that's not true. You need more than one thing. It's a body of evidence. And I say body, it's meant both ways.
Men tend to have straighter backs as well. Women have much more of a curved, spine, curved back. Their hips start out higher above the belly button. Men tend to start below the belly button with no flaring.
Men's skull is shaped different too. They have a higher brow, while women have a more accentuated curve that curves quicker above their eyebrows.
And also the jaw on men is much more bony and muscular, but a trans person can have that shaved down to emulate the softer feminine appearance, but the bones keep growing. And so a lot of times the ones that are suspected of shaving, you'll see a bone structure come out later in life that is a little surprising, like the bones are growing a bit.
I don't know, man. I have a fucking horn.
I know what you're talking about there.
Yes.
Yeah. And also, men tend to have bigger hands. They say that the man's ring finger, the fourth finger, is taller than or bigger than the index finger. # not all, but they say that's one possible indicator as well. A woman's ring finger tends to be smaller than the index finger, and
or about the same size.
Yeah. Mine do. The arms also hang down lower on a man as well. You notice that? I think
I used to think
fat. On a man, you could take.
Go ahead.
You could take 3 distances between the cheeks, like that distance, and that's the distance between a man's shoulder blades, and you can't do that with a woman. You can only get 2.5 heads.
Oh, yeah. I heard about that one.
And like your waist, your waistband, you could take your waistband off, like close your pants up, and then with it closed, wrap that completely around your neck perfectly, symmetrical.
And men also have a bigger rib cage. Some trans do try to have rib cage removal to get that more hourglassy figure. Some have done it, and it looks more like a deleted midsection than an hourglass midsection in some cases. Yeah, thicker bones, stuff like that.
A man is 8 heads tall, and I think a woman's like 7 or 7.5.
There's another thing. If she's not a trans, then why is she so large in the transgender argument?
Yeah, it does make you wonder. What other indicators did they have? Women's fat distribution. They tend to have a much more even fat distribution. Like if they've been, eating those hamburgers, you're going to see the whole body blow up like a blimp. # not all. Men tend to have it in the belly and in the upper body first, and a less even distribution. Like their legs tend to be more spindlier, but there's exceptions too. And they tend to keep muscular legs, even when they take on some weight. But women tend to get weight and water weight everywhere once they take on the pounds, because they tend to be made out of more fat and less lean.
Do any of you have a degree in anatomy?
Well, no. We get this from the people talking about this stuff. We're not necessarily doctors, though, but we have some of the information
not
that people
anatomy.
use. Yeah,
but did y'all go over the most important
biology major?
Like a man has frankenbeans and a woman has tacos.
But those can be removed or nip tucked, or kind of people that try to pass as trans will put them basically behind the legs or something like that, or in a garment. So you may not be able to notice them unless they're dancing around or something like that, or it comes loose. So that can be bound.
Here's a different question. Why do we care? Genuinely, why do we care?
It's a way to discern the truth. It's an exercise in discernment and truth telling, telling true versus false, male versus female, deception versus non-deception. It's just an interesting exercise.
Under USC Article 18, what I'm about to say falls under this, because it's just my opinion, right? I'm not stating it's a fact, so it's not really slander towards any group. Now that disclaimer's out of the way, regardless of how you identify yourself as, what gender you identify yourself as, what species you may identify yourself as, or race you may identify yourself as, you can't beat what your bones are, right? So unless you get your ribs removed, and even then you can tell because ribs will grow back, right? So when you, I think there's like a surgical procedure to get that growth plate removed so they stop growing back. But say 300 years later after you're dead, and everyone you know is dead, and everyone that may have known you or known the people that known you have passed away, to where everything's just a memory. It's like, oh, I remember when my great-great-grandfather did this and all that stuff, right? Because I heard that from my father, and he heard that from his grandfather, and all that stuff. So it's just, a way of thinking about things. The only thing that they're going to be able to tell from your skeleton, because you ain't going to have flesh, right? They're not going to look at the tombstone and say, oh, okay, he identified as this, because the language will probably be forgotten, right? They're going to sit there and look and go, oh, okay, it's a male skeleton, or it's a female skeleton. Regardless if you're a transgender or a, what do they call them, hermaphrodites, which are kind of in betweener, they're still going to have a certain number of ribs and be classified male or female. And it has to do with your genetic makeup. So, yes, if a man can have a body type as a sexual male, but have no Y chromosome, and if you say it's impossible, then you're denying Jesus.
Well, there is a move to basically get rid of the genders if you want to go onto that, part of the discussion. Yeah. And it is
it's disgusting. I heard so much bad stories, dude, that the hair grows 6 inches. It's so weird.
Yeah.
Mike, what's that thing you like to say? That which is not testable through experimentation is not worthy of debate, isn't that?
But justice isn't, testable. Yeah, love isn't testable. That metric. I mean, that's very dangerous too.
Well, it's Newton's flaming sword, and it really actually refers to scientific conversation and not philosophical ones. Love's philosophical. So there's nothing dangerous about debating philosophy or saying, hey, you can't prove that, so I'm not going to conversate about it. That's not dangerous.
Well, we need to decide what counts as proof. Does it have to be empirical? Does it have to be something that I can see, sense, taste, or touch, or can it be inferred based off of the data?
Demonstration. So part of it is that which cannot be demonstrated through experimentation is not worthy of debate, and it's in reference to a scientific debate.
Yeah, I mean, that's my question. Like, why the hell are we discussing whether or not certain famous celebrities are trans or not?
Well, that's scientific.
Just speculation.
So, listen, it's not speculation. We covered this once. It's based on scientific biological evidence, skeletal structure, muscle displacement.
And your knowledge of this skeletal structure is through looking at pictures and assuming the skeletal structure.
No, you can Google the skeletal structure. We're on the information superhighway.
You can Google X-rays of celebrities.
You can get their skeletal structure.
Not what I said. Not what I said. Listen, you're misrepresenting or strawmanning.
No, I'm saying. What you're saying is that we can infer from someone's skeletal structure what gender they are.
No. Well, yes, actually, by their muscle distribution. Broader shoulders require wider shoulder muscles.
You can also do classical proportions. I mean, you could take a measurement of their head from a picture or whatever and see how many head lengths it takes to get down to the floor. If it's 8, it's a man. If it's 7, it's more like a female or something like that.
So this line of reasoning implies that we haven't dissected people, cut cadavers up, stripped meat off skeletal structures, and studied skeletal structures, and this information isn't available to the commoner. Well, it just is.
How would you determine whether a person's male or female without those indicators, boys? I mean, how would you determine that?
It's forensic evidence. The pelvic area can tell us, because like I said, women have a different hip structure, ball joint hip structure than men do. It's a well-known fact through biology.
It's just a way to spread knowledge, spread truth, spread knowledge, that sort of thing. Okay. Because without convincing some of these transsexuals you may end up in bed with a transsexual possibly in the near future.
Is that on topic?
Yeah, it's the agenda, man. There's an agenda here. That's why we're talking about it. It's important, man. This being forced
That's a
into.
different agenda though than the globe one.
No,
Not really.
It's all about discernment, discerning truth from lies. It's a good exercise, but if you want to switch the subject, that's fine.
It's just I don't understand why it's relevant.
Well,
or why you're so focused on it.
They covered it.
I'm concerned.
Listen, it's about human
with
rights.
How interested in this you are.
It's about human rights. See, and all human has a right to know what they're loving because we have preferences as humans. I prefer women. So I have a right to know whether or not you are a transgender or not. That's my basic.
That's a completely different discussion than discerning whether or not famous celebrities are.
Well, wait a minute. No, didn't you hear the outrage? Did you hear the outrage?
Listen,
you know this.
Yeah, the celebrities. Listen, they're just humans. They're basic humans. They don't deserve any more better rights than we do. They're not gods. I could give two shits about what some celebrity thinks.
But you said that we should know because we might be dating them.
That's a possibility.
Are you dating celebrities?
My Lord. So he said that, but the implication is it's not just celebrities who are doing this. This is an average everyday occurrence, guy. And celebrities,
I can tell.
Celebrities promote that transgenders have more rights than normal human beings. Like, we don't have a right to know. We can't turn them down. We can't say they're undesirable. We have to want them. No, I don't. I can turn them down just like I could a fat chick if I didn't like fat chicks. But I actually kind of do. I dig them more than a transgender.
Oh, Mike's into fat chicks. Okay.
I'm into all chicks, buddy, but not chicks that used to have dicks.
Just as long as you're a woman.
And those are low standards.
Just as long as you're a woman.
Low standards.
Mike,
so listen.
Are you saying if it's got two tits, a hole, and a heartbeat, you're good to go?
No,
that's what Mike's saying.
That's not what I'm saying. Not at all. The statement I made is the woman's not ugly just because she's overweight. Some are very well proportionate.
Yeah, some women can, put on a few, extra and still be shapely, curved, beautiful at any size. It just depends on the woman how they look.
Don't get me wrong. I'm not homophobic. I'm just pro pussy.
Understandable.
So Mike, what's your take on fupas then?
No.
I don't know what a fupa is, but I'm cool with a woman.
What about a super duper fupa?
And it's my right to choose. So how can I make a choice if you're disingenuous? You're a liar.
Well, the agenda is basically trying to say that men and women are interchangeable. Therefore, you're called a hateful bigot. If you have a certain...
They're not, though. They're not. And preferences are right. I like vanilla. Does that piss you off?
That makes you a vile racist with ice cream, yes.
Well, I didn't say I dislike chocolate. I said I love vanilla.
But you already said you preferred it, which is the same as saying you dislike something else, which is racist.
Oh, no, that's a twisting of the words, though. That's a straw man of the argument or the statement.
Preference is not the same thing as disliking the alternative.
Yeah,
for the SJWs, it is. It's the same.
I know. I get your point. I get it. Listen, I get it. I'm just ridiculous.
Either you like everything or you hate everything. That's the only.
I know. I'm the pickiest.
Fuck it then. I hate everything and that concept. I hate that shit. You're always telling me what I gotta think.
Well, Evan Sayek covered some of this ideology in his book, Regurgitating the Apple. He talks about how people have tried to get rid of negative discrimination by becoming utterly discriminate. They won't say any preferences at all, like good versus evil, better versus worse.
How about I start with this preference? I prefer war over political correctness.
For peace, sometimes there must be war.
Well, war is a natural state of man when he feels the scales of liberty are unjustly balanced, right?
Yeah.
The tree of liberty must be fertilized from time to time with the blood of tyrants and patriots.
Refresh, but yeah.
Sad but true.
It's not about being politically correct. It's about knowing who to not offend.
Yeah.
Oh well, you're just not an SJW liberal.
Well, we're trying to get rid of discrimination.
Listen, hey, let me tell you my first experience of the LGBT and equality. Right, so I hunt in the Manistee National Forest. In the middle of winter, thousands of people go there, right, and they hunt. And yes, people die on opening day doing dumb shit. Well, they're not doing dumb shit. Other people are shooting at stuff they can't see with high-powered rifles. So the LGBT buys a large portion of land in the middle of the Manistee National Forest when nobody else can, and they go up there and try to invoke a no hunting around them 300-mile range in the middle of hunting season. Is that about equality? Equal rights?
Sounds like just a dick move.
Yeah, it's a dick move. They don't own that land anymore. Well, Michiganders fought against that, revoked the law that gave them the right to own it. The state had to pay them back. We kicked them out of the Manistee National Forest. You know why? Because that's detrimental to a natural forest. That's what's contrary to nature. And we don't care about opinion. We won in court.
Well, because of limited opportunity cost, the moment we start to love anything, prefer anything, or whatever, people are going to perceive that resources are going to be directed toward that thing and away from something else. So people try to get equality for equal distribution, equal this, equal rights, equality everywhere, at least on paper. Now, in actual practice, people can't do that,
are the same rights for everybody.
Yeah.
But
in real life.
Did you see that post I posted? Differences between male and female skeleton. So it starts off with the main difference between a male and a female skeleton is that the pelvic cavity of the male skeleton is narrower and less roomy, where the pelvic cavity of the female skeleton is wider hips. So just like I said, known biology.
Careful, Mike. Mike. You're going to have the haters coming down on you because next thing you're going to say is men can't have kids.
Yeah, men can breastfeed now. Yeah.
Well, that's due to not having birthing hips. But hey, if you want to break your hip trying to pass a child, cool. You can die at childbirth just like a woman. Equal rights.
Well, I saw a magazine article that said men can breastfeed and men can get pregnant. So there.
Well, yeah, if that man's standing out with the ovaries.
Does that mean that the man has squeezed the baby through his narrow urethra?
So let's be specific. Yeah. Is this an identified man or a natural man?
I don't think it is a natural man. I think it is more accurately labeled, according to language from 10 years ago, as a trans man.
Mm-hmm. I've seen a guy, an old dude, on America's Got Talent, sang a song that said he found a woman. She was all perfect, except for the woman had a dick. Funniest shit I ever seen, and nobody got offended. They aired it on national TV. Let me see if I can find it.
I mean, I don't know what else to tell people that don't see the agenda going on. I mean, how can you not see it?
Actually, he said, she had it all. She even had a penis. Oh, I found it. The penis song. Hell yeah. This is funny. You got to watch this, man. I'm not going to post it if you're not going to watch it.
Fine.
What is it about? It's an interview, you said?
No.
I'm half listening.
It's about a man that sings a song about a woman that had everything except she had a penis. Oh, Deacon Frost. Blad. I heard from Blad first time in years.
Veronica. And the word of the famous poet Phil Collins, that we live in the land of confusion.
Yep. This is a land of confusion.
I agree.
With not enough love to go around.
There's too many men, too many people causing too many problems. There's not much left to go round. Can't you see this is the land of confusion? Ooh, ah, ah. Well, that was disturbed. Anyway.
Have you guys seen the article complaining about the new Buzz Lightyear movie? About the girl in there. I think she played in Orange is the New Black. She plays the character though. I forget her name, but people are outraged because there's gays on there. They're putting it in children's shows now. I think that was just recently that happened.
Hello, Miley Cyrus.
No, go ahead.
Britney Spears, Christina Aguilera, Justin Timberlake. Come on, man. They've been doing it for years.
Yeah.
They're just now coming outwardly with it.
Right. Yeah.
It's like the new Superman is like.
Man, I'm telling you. Watch this old man sing a song. It's funny as shit. 84 years old. He says, she's got wash. She's got pizzazz. She can sing.
Oh, didn't he sing that on America's Got Talent or something? Or Britain's Got Talent?
Yeah.
I think I've seen that guy.
But she's got a penis.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Trying to get Vlad to join our server. You got that right you got that right kind of fuck off. We need that in contrast to toxicity. That guy's it's funny. And nobody on there called him homophobic or anything like that. Nobody called him politically incorrect. So here's when you realize that people have better rights than anybody else. Comedian going and make a joke about Mike Smith every day, but if he makes a joke about a Jew, and all of a sudden he's not a comedian no more. Now, if you make transgender jokes, you're not a comedian. But we've changed that. Look, Cat Williams goes all over that shit. Carlin on campus. So if we can't crack jokes about you, then you don't want equal rights. You want special rights.
Yeah, I don't call it MK Ultra. I call it MK Uber.
Uber.
Because everything's Uber today, right? Uber Eats. Uber instead of a taxi.
So Uber trigger that guy and get a Uber assassination. Right? Call him up. The shell is green. Next thing you know, everybody around him dead. What the fuck? Another mass shooting. The taco is pink.
All I gotta say is I remember this one story where I woke up one time. My head was ringing, and the only thing I could feel was the color blue, and the grass is blue.
You know what's
and
funny?
the only thing I could find out after that was the ringing sound of ink.
Booby trap backwards is party boob.
Oh no, the sky is red! What happened? It's all sticky red all over me. What did I do?
Oops.
I looked down at my hands and I realized that it's really orange. Orange, I say. And I realized that it's not really hands, but that of cats! Sorry.
I don't know. I'm trying to have a politics-free work weekend, but you know. I was gonna go visit grave sites.
Something that's kind of very interesting, right?
Well,
since all the markets are pretty much closed right now.
Yep.
Take a look at the crypto market. Take a look at the stock market. Take a look at the oil futures. Take a look at the gold futures.
I'm not the only one that does that, am I?
It's bad, dude. Major recession.
No, I mean visits grave sites. I carry ashes with me. I got like 8 necklaces that contain ashes in them. Bought a good book on gunsmithing.
Oh, wow.
What? I'm no longer reading tags, so the tag response section is closed.
Well, that is unfortunate, isn't it, Mike?
Yeah, the MJ Smith. This has been a MJ Smith public announcement. Notice has been given. If you're not in the VC, live stream tag, I'll take that.
The only ones that are doing good are DAI, Doge, and the USD.
I hate that when you get a tag and there's 64 comments and you just can't freaking see it. Yeah, that song is funny as hell, Don.
Oh, you listened to it before? Nice.
Well, yeah, the old man. Are we talking about the old man?
Well, I was talking about Tyson James, but you talking about Jesse Lee Peterson? Is that the old man?
Oh yeah, Tyson James better. Oh yeah, I like that too.
Nice.
I've heard that.
Nice.
Hell, we should add that to the bot. Let me see if I can find it on Spotify.
Man, that's awesome, man. Not a lot of people I came across that listen to him in this community so far. But that's pretty cool.
It's woke music, right?
Pretty much. Pretty much. Well, they take the term woke and, hijack it, but I get what you mean by woke.
Yeah, not diet woke. Yep, it's on Spotify. Hey. Damn. What the fuck is this? It says Spotify can't play this right now. Why not? Fuck Spotify. If you got the file on your computer, play it. Okay. Well, fuck Spotify then. Close that shit.
This damn thing just kicked me off. Hate this phone.
Hey, why does Spotify say I can't play this song right now even though I have it? The hell is that? Oh, and any of you guys on Bob the Science Guy server?
Latter first, no, and the first one last. Possibly an advertisement you have to listen to.
Screw that. I started letting my grandson pluck at the guitar, play the guitar for him. I'm trying to get my hands used to it again, and I pluck it for him. And ever since I started, he wanted to grab a hold of it. So I got him a little one with real strings. He's just like pluck, 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 pluck. He cracks me up. Like, yeah, I'll make you a rocker, boy. Hey, I'm gonna have my buddy teach him how to play the drums. My buddy plays death metal, and he's one of the fastest drummers I've ever heard in my life. He's got like a set with 3 double basses in it and 3 different sets of pedals. You can spin in a circle and play his entire drum set. It's pretty bad. It's like 2 drum sets in one. But they're each set up for different stuff, you know? His name's Timmy Seaver. He plays for Production Gray. You can find that on YouTube. It's the band motto is Michigan's purest form of orchestrated violence.
Yeah, I think that was pretty cool. That was pretty cool when I did a video on Tyson James song and he shared it. That was pretty cool actually.
I like that diabolic. Good looking out, Josh. Hook my son up on this shit. He's banging that in his car.
I bet. Shit bumps.
Yeah, he's got it. He's got a good system too. I never buy a car with a system in it. I always install my own system. Tell the dealer to pull that shit out and shut down the auto theft guards and shit, or I won't buy the car. I got old Trinado Trofeo, and the motherfuckers, you could mess with the stereo and shut the entire car down, man. I'm like, what the hell is this? It happened once. I was ready to sue. I had to pay thousands to get that shit reset and then shut off to take out the auto theft, shut down shit programs, stereo theft. Like, screw that shit. I still got the car too. It was a V6 3800 sequential. I took that out and put a 305 out of a Cadillac in it. Got rid of that computer programming, that onboard diagnostics, ECMs, all that crap. Now it's a V8 drift car. if you're hip to the Trinado Trofeo. It looks good as a race car.
Check it out. The quote, "Our life is what our thoughts make it," right? So the future is what we make for ourselves, in other words. Do you know who said that?
Who said it? I agree, though.
It's Stoicism, right? Marcus Aurelius Antonius.
Yeah. Well, that's cool. That's one of my favorite quotes. I mean, the future belongs to those that prepare for it. You get you reap what you sow, basically.
And in fact, I changed the quote a little bit. I added some to it. I said, "Our life," and in parentheses, "and our reality is what our thoughts make it." Because your reality, you're prisoners of your own mind, prisoners of your own reality. So if you are taught and brought up to believe things are a certain way, to where no amount of information can change you from that way of thinking, to even try to entertain the idea, right? I mean, I don't know about everybody else, but I kind of laughed at the flat earth idea when I first heard about it, right? Until I started looking into it. And then really like remembering the world when I was younger and just realizing that you kind of have to look at the world through childlike eyes instead of being an adult and viewing reality as a fantasy. Because, I mean, come on, we've all been living a lie. Regardless if the earth is flat or not. That's just one layer of the onion, right? There's many layers. So, and it takes a special kind of person to not even wonder what reality is.
This is true.
What the fuck?
Yeah. Well, keep looking. You'll blow it up now. Is that her feet, or are you mistaken?
No, I'm talking about like what's up with that like hair?
Does she
Like,
got
go
like
wash
6
your hair.
toes?
Huh? It's a
Looks like
pillow. It's a pillow, man. The square pillow with
oh, okay.
circular fringes, but you gotta blow it up. It's a not. It's called a not right perspective. So it shows the illusions that forefronting can cause in imagery. But pictures don't tell untruths. If you ask Clovers, they're an absolute representation of reality. When we actually know a photograph is a distortion of reality. Why? Forefronting shit like that. Relative size, scale, distance. None of it's true. Just appears that way. Okay, I got a picture of a Nova 2 in my driveway, right? Badass car. Problem is, it's a model, and it's sitting by a model of a garbage bucket and other things that they're all the same scale as it, so it makes it look like a real car just because it's sitting in a slab of concrete, which is just part of a panorama. You know what a panorama is, right? I used to make these
Yeah.
things. It's like a layout of a small city or something, to model a reality. Me and my brothers used to make them. We like to build model cars and stuff like that. Come on, that's a funny image. Though it looked like that bitch got some Fozzie the Bear feet, don't it?
Yeah, it is pretty funny.
It's like first time I seen it, like, damn, how many toes that bitch got? She's an alien. Then I was like, wait, no, hold up, that's a pillow.
Doesn't that Khloe Kardashian, don't she have feet like that? Like she has 6 toes, don't she? As far as I'm aware of.
Yeah, she's supposed to have some big ass feet.
Yeah, so she would have feet like just like that actually.
Hairy knuckles and shit on her toes.
Oh man, that's whew.
There was a girl that turned 21, and for her 21st birthday, she wanted to get her breasts enlarged. So she went to Dr. Wong, and Dr. Wong says, I could do the procedure for you. He says, I want you to this out first. He says, I want you to go home, and I want you to rub on your breast every morning and say, Scooby Dooby Dooby, your boobies. I said, okay, that's kind of weird, but I'm willing to try anything, especially if it's free. So she does this for a couple of weeks and gets up every morning, Scooby Dooby Dooby, I want bigger boobies. At the end of the 2 weeks, they're the perfect size. Well, one day she's late for work. She's running. She gets on the bus late. And when she gets to the back of the bus, she realizes that she forgot her morning ritual. So right there, she just goes, Scooby Dooby Dooby, I want bigger boobies. Johnny's there and he notices her and he says, you went to Dr. Wong, didn't you? She said, well, yes. How do you know? Well, Johnny smiles and says, hickory dickory dock.
Oh, that was a video I watched. Could you hear it?
Man, these kittens are something else. Too bad I didn't have a dairy to drop these cats off because, dairy's got lots of milk.
here is a mirage. A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me Earth is photoshopped because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a famous on the galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof, it seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type, you're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal, indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting, the earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is Photoshop, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now? You lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I've taken. But you can see if you check all the percentages, so many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small, and now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal, indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting, the earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
It is Photoshop, but it has to be. It is Photoshop, but it has to be. It is Photoshop, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage. It is Photoshop, but it has to be. It is Photoshop, but it has to be. It is Photoshop, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
Oh. Am I disconnected? Or are people just quiet?
Just quiet.
Say don't go make me rap gangster and hardcore. It's just too we'll call it too bloody for Discord.
Oh, mine! I didn't even cuss in mine.
That's what I do.
Shit, read that.
What's that? Where?
In live stream. I wrote that when I was a Marine on a weekend pass. Me and my boys used to go into this place, get drunk, and take advantage of open mic. Killer crew. It's how we dealt with being special forces. There was a Muslim, an Indonesian dude, or Apu, like I call him, me, black guy. And to be honest, me and the homie, we made sure they could all rap right. We give them pre-written raps. Man, practice this shit. We making us look like punks on the mic. Take that shit that you can't deal with, you don't want to tell people about, put it in a rap and make it sound real. Get it off your chest. Like a lot of people found God at war. They'd sing "This May Be the Last Time" in the tent. And it go, "This may be the last time. It may be the last time. I don't know." The whole group would sing that, and then they'd pass the mic to you. And you might say, "It may be the last time I see death and war. It may be the last time. I don't know. This may be the last time." Oh man, we'd drink in the tent, sing that shit for hours. Made people feel better, like therapy, you know what I mean? Yeah, that's gangster, ain't it? No, nope, I ain't. Not doing that. Not doing that on the live stream. MP3. Oh, YouTube. Oh. So, it's got to be on Spotify. I'm building a studio, man. I'm going to lay some of my own tracks right here on the farm. I'm going to even do a gangster farmer track. I'll get done with the plow in the field, planting corn, and come after your ass. You better make a mad dash when I'm coming, 'cause I can't pass. Clips that end like never last. 100 in a second, but that's not too fast. Dip to trip, Ruger 1022. Coming at you, taking out your whole damn crew.
Yeah, the only thing that sucks about the new policy is, like, even if you had the video and I had the link to the video and you were to post it and we were to host that video here on this server,
yeah,
I still would not be able to have, the bot still would not be able to play that.
Yeah, it wouldn't even play our own
damn.
It wouldn't even play our own damn YouTube video if I had the copyright. It wouldn't play it. Yeah, it's bullshit. It's like so now we got to pay to post our shit on Spotify. Or do you gotta? Can you upload to Spotify?
Yeah, I got two artist pages or podcast pages on Spotify. So
is it free?
Yeah.
Mm.
I'm thinking about doing another one for the Craigbot recordings.
Right. I'm the rap Capone. I was gone to war, but now I'm home. Free and making change. Rolling through your city. See, that's the way it should have been. Not to say it wasn't, but you boys ain't no could have beens. From the hard knocks, survival is a struggle. Crooked as the Joker, or juggler when you juggle. So don't you underestimate the rap of the bloodbath. Michigan militia be that creeping on any ab. Bang the booby of the motherfucking punches. Be riding on the streets and them hoes come in bunches.
I'll even scroll up to his song. And if you're on my YouTube, you can see what I'm doing. So I'm right clicking the link and it has a drop down. So I click on apps and then I have 24/7 add to queue, play next, and play this. I'll hit play this, see what happens. Nope, unable. I'm not supported.
All up in my snakeskin. The game I shoot is drastic. I've been in this shit for 10 years. And now I'm rolling classics. So horse that shit you talking about, we can squash the drama. Your boy shedding tears cause I'm all up in his baby mama.
That's funny. Yeah, I get you. I just remember we're live streaming. Duh.
Yeah.
I was like, oh yeah, that's right. That specific bee that I used, though, I leased it. I pay somebody to lease it for some views.
Josh live streams and streams to platforms that other people don't even think about, man.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty cool.
Yeah. I wanted to do a song with Witzer, actually, to be honest.
Witzer? Yeah, I think Witzer adds a white boy flavor to our rap session. I like listening to Witzer rap. He got some practice and he started laying them down. I like Why Would They Lie? But I really think that's a question we shouldn't even, give an answer to.
Yeah.
It's stupid. Why would men in power lie? Why wouldn't they? Shit. And when we've caught them doing it, when we're not children who just got hip to the political environment, and the fact that every damn post we read on the internet, we believe about politics and we pick the wrong side. So we're adults who've been voting for years. And we also know our governments have been caught over and over lying again. Bay of Pigs, Vietnam, all that crap. So we also know when the government will do a false flag and kill their own people, they don't give a shit about our best interests or our best welfare. So the question, why would a lie, becomes ridiculous in the face of that. History shows governments don't care about people, even though we instituted this government to protect our civil liberties. And we also established the fact that when it becomes tyrannistical of our civil liberties, it's not only our right, but our duty to remove said government and replace it with new ones that benefit on our rights and civil liberties. Meaning the benefit is they keep safe. That's what the government's for. We instituted these people. They got authority from us to protect our civil liberties, not to tell us what the law means or tell us what the Constitution means. That's not their right. It's our contract with them because we created them. They didn't create the contract. How the hell they're not the biggest shareholder in it either? What gives them the right to dictate what the contract says? Or the wording in the contract? Huh? It's not their right. It's unconstitutional. We didn't afford them that right in the Constitution. It's not up to them to tell us we can't talk about them. That's unconstitutional, and it should have started a war long before they got so brave they instituted the Patriot Act. So I'm a terrorist for being a patriot and loving my country and not wanting it corrupted by people in positions of powers? And they're not subject to the same laws I am. But the laws are meant to protect my civil liberties. This is just, it's ludicrous. They got kids, not my children. My children know the Declaration of Independence. They know the Constitution. They do not say if our rulers want it, why not? Because we don't have rulers in America. We have elected officials or representatives. What are they supposed to represent, huh? Our civil liberties. We already declared them God-given and unalienable. You can't alienate me from my rights. They're mine. The thing is, when you're stupid of that, when you're ignorant of that, you're already alienated. You don't know it's right. So the Constitution, we know, doesn't give us our rights or label all of them. It just gives you examples of what a God-given right is, and you can expand it from there. All men are created equal by their creator. Now we get misinformation tags for talking about a creator and saying evolution's bullshit. How is that in a nation based on religion and freedom of religion? How is it you can censor my right to freedom of religion? You got Americans who tell you, "Oh, you're a cult, you're a heretic. You don't believe in a Roman Greco-Catholic Catholicism version of Christianity, so you're a heretic." Hey man, go screw yourself. This is America, religious freedom. And I'll go to war over that. You try to strip it from me. Because it's not yours to strip. It's mine. It's my right. I was born with it. You can call it natural or you can call it created. Either way, it was mine. I was born with it and you can't take it away. I won't allow you to. I'm not your average man.
Exactly. The one person that wants to sit there and try to take away, my rights of religious freedoms or my rights to defend my life or any of the inalienable rights that are God given, right?
Yeah.
They got to realize this, right? When it comes to that, there's no recourse for that. At that point, you become the enemy. Here, I got a question for those people.
Well, here's the
Who
thing.
the fuck died and made you my God?
Right, and so there's only one reason you would want to alienate me from these liberties. It's because you seek to benefit from them or establish power. And power is an illusion. Authority is an illusion. Words, laws, they're words on paper. The idea that they hold some authority, that's an illusion in the minds and hearts of people. There's no authority in words on paper, dude. None. I don't give a fuck if they're printed, graphed, capitalized, stated in the present tense, in a Masonic order. I don't care. They're just words on paper.
The only thing it has value is the amount of insurance that has been invested on it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I do.
Because if the insurance is nothing, then it's, bond fodder.
I got the hand that rocks the cradle. You don't want to mess with me. A father's love runs deep. He don't want to have his children imprisoned to the same bullshit that imprisoned him. I mean, this hand wouldn't rock the cradle if I didn't love my children, my grandchildren. I'm down in this real law, God game. And the law can't buck with me. I owe no allegiance to the words of dead men written on paper. I owe no allegiance to contracts made in past by my fathers. I'm not my father. Not my grandfather. Who cares what they agreed to? I mean, I honor them, but I don't have to agree with their every agreement, and I don't have to follow contracts that they may have signed or may not have. They may have agreed with through compliance. I don't even agree with agreeing with through compliance. There's a thing about blind ignorance. It's not compliance. So when you're blindly ignorant that you don't have to comply, is that compliance? No. It's just they got this system of militia that enforces it. It's called the police. That's why they don't want us to have militia. Then we got more recourse than just a platform, a judicial platform. I don't need a judge. I'm my own judge, right? I can judge what's best for my life. You call it Chief Melzekian priest. You call it whatever the hell you want, but you better recognize it. See, they just send their forces in to kill people like us, or imprison us, so we can't make the rest of society understand. So trying to tell people they're free is invoking a riot or undermining the judicial or legal or political system in the United States of America as a corporation. Is a corporation political? That's the question. And does politics rule the man? No. What should rule a man? What's best for his life? And that only. When the scales of liberty are unjust, the need for law, when the law becomes unjust, the law becomes not a law. It's no longer a law. When the need for law is gone, then the law is gone.
Repugnancy. Yeah, they don't like that word repugnancy.
Well,
it's like, who taught you that word?
It's a Latin premise, right?
Yep.
The law is repugnant. No longer applies to purposes that it was instilled for, so it's no longer worthy of being followed. You're not even supposed to police it.
And any law that goes against the founding statutes of the Constitution and the amendments, right, are in fact repugnant. So every law on the books since the 16th Amendment, well, prior to the 16th Amendment, because it was really, the 12th Amendment gave criminals certain statutes, and the classified citizen is something different than what it is today, and it said that the law of the land is the U.S. Constitution and the Bill of Rights and all that stuff. So the thing is, when they removed the law of the land, which was the Constitution, and replaced it or usurped it with the law of the sea, every law written since then is repugnant and shall not be enforced, and anyone enforcing such laws is guilty of treason and subversion. But ever since that time, well, prior to that time, there was a bunch of things that were drawn up, like sheriffs and all that stuff. And what exactly was the whole Civil War about? They say it's about slavery, but it's not about that. It's about the feds and some states arbitrarily not following through with their mandate to uphold federal law while demanding other states do.
Well, there's no provision for a federal authority in the Constitution. You know that, right?
Exactly.
States are meant to be sovereign.
They did away with that when they put the marshals in. So yeah, what is the enemy of the people? A freestanding army, right? However, paper currency is more detrimental in a central bank is more detrimental to a country's liberty or a nation's liberty than a standing army. And what are the police? I say they're a paramilitary standing army. Are they needed? Unfortunately, because of the programming and the crazy psycho stuff that's going on today, right? But if we go back to the law of the land, the weak ones are only there because the strong take advantage of them. So good men, or evil only exists when good men do nothing, right? It's from a bygone era, right? But I don't believe it is a bygone era. I believe that era is still alive today. But others would rather be ostriches and stick their head in the sand. We're in the middle of a culture war, man.
What you see is just illusions. What you see is just illusions. What you see is just illusions. What you see is just illusions.
Take a look around you, what you see is just illusions. Everything goes in circles, but there's no revolutions. They create the problems, then they offer the solutions. We're nothing but going to them, they treat us like subhumans. Take a look around you, what you see is just illusions. Everything goes in circles, but there's no revolutions. They create the problems, then they offer the solutions. We're nothing but going to them, they treat us like subhumans. Repeat after me, I am not free. They're lying to you, they're lying to me. What are they hiding? I'm dying to see. Why is it God that they're trying to be? The acquisition of wealth and power is what they know. They've always been among us, they own us, they run the show. When it comes to making a difference, we ain't moving. Freedom is a fallacy, you're just a free-range human. From the crib to the grave, you live as a slave, and that's just a matter of fact. If you wanna see change, forget all the games, we're gonna just have to attack. This is our world and we're snatching it back. If you don't want it, move off to the side. Not cowardly, not for the weak, only the strong come along for the ride. Won't be so simple, I'm not gonna lie, but that doesn't mean that I'm not gonna try. With everything that they're doing to all of us, maybe tomorrow we're all gonna die. Either way, they kill us slowly, dumb us down and make us dopey. Everything you see is fake and all the news you get is phony. It's time we show the people how the elite are so deceitful. It's time we rise up high up enough to expose this evil. Take a look around you, what you see is just illusions. Everything goes in circles, but there's no revolutions. They create the problems, then they offer the solutions. We're nothing but goyim to them, they treat us like subhumans. Take a look around you, what you see is just illusions. Everything goes in circles, but there's no revolutions. They create the problems, then they offer the solutions. We're nothing but goyim to them, they treat us like subhumans.
What you see is just illusions. What you see is just illusions. What you see is just illusions. What you see is just illusions.
ODB TV Truth Division, the one and only. They hate the fact that I'm nosy, but I say fuck it, blow me. I'm a researcher, a real truth seeker. This is my classroom, fool, I'm a school teacher. Prepare to be blown away, everything you know gets thrown away. Take your mind to a whole nother level, put the pedal to the metal with no delay. How much worse must it get before we do something about it? For we are many, they are few, man, we got them surrounded. It's time we think outside the cage where our brains have been placed. The true history of the world has been changed and erased. It's 1984, these things are so Orwellian. Big brother, motherfucker, super totalitarian. Your thoughts being suggested, your speech being suppressed, always being corrected, freedom being oppressed, always under surveillance, in a state of unrest. And if you protest it, they put your ass under arrest. Take a look around you, what you see is just illusions. Everything goes in circles, but there's no revolutions. They create the problems, then they offer the solutions. We're nothing but goyim to them, they treat us like subhumans. Take a look around you, what you see is just illusions. Everything goes in circles, but there's no revolutions. They create the problems, then they offer the solutions. We're nothing but goyim to them, they treat us like subhumans.
What you see is just illusions. What you see is just illusions. What you see is just illusions. What you see is just illusions.
Oh, yeah.
When I saw you for the very first time, I felt the closest connection. I was wondering if I died, it's like I woke up in heaven. In that instant, what I was witnessing was total perfection. Right then, I knew my life was heading in a whole new direction. I could tell that you felt it too, and you were able to see that we were meant for each other. This is the way it should be, cause I was created for you and you were made just for me. So put your hand inside of mine, let's run away and be free. Let's go. I thought I knew what love was until I met you. I can't picture myself with anyone except you. There's no one else in the world I'd rather be next to. I promise to love you forever and never neglect you. Making you my lady was the smartest decision. My life is finally complete, you were the part that was missing. I thank God every day when I wake up for all I've been given. We'll keep evolving just as long as we're living. Come on.
Baby, take my hand, we can go joyriding. I love being with you when I'm intertwined, and I even think our heartbeat beats unifying, and the temperature is rising. You're so fine, glad that you're mine. I wanna evolve with you.
I love the way that you shine and make it light when it's dark. I love the way you seek the truth, you're after my own heart. I love that you are awake, there's nothing greater than that. And I love that you know the earth is stationary and flat. I love that you're such a lady, but you're tougher than nails. And I love that you truly love me back and what it entails. I love the way that it feels when we just chill and relax. Wrap our arms around each other and talk conspiracy facts. The kind of love that I've been needing, cause it evens me out. The kind of love that I've been looking for and dreaming about. Sometimes it's hard to believe that this is actually real. Can't imagine my world without you and the passion I feel. I cherish you and I'll be there for you all of my life. I swear to you, I wanna marry you and call you my wife. It was meant to be this way. This is what we gotta do. Let's continue growing and evolving too. I love you.
Take my hand, we could go joyriding. I love being with you when I'm not out grinding. Nobody could give me the good loving you're providing. I'm not lying. I wanna evolve with you. And nothing's better than our bodies intertwined, and I even think our heartbeat beats unifying. The temperature is rising. You're so fine, glad that you're mine. I wanna evolve with you. 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 I wanna evolve with you.
MK Ultra.
Sorry about that. I'm having major issues with this stupid ass phone.
Hey, I'm over here just jamming, listening along.
Oh my god, this is pissing me off. Why are you going to download shit, you dumb son of a bitch? My fucking god.
Yo, Mike, you up?
I don't think he's up. He may be getting something to eat.
Yeah, he don't sleep this early. He's usually up a lot later. Maybe he took off for a minute. Not on a Friday. He won't be. He'll be up late. I expect. Boy, it's quiet in here without the King James. King James, what's her name? 1611. She thinks she's teaching us everything. I'm like, you don't know who you're. Do you realize who you're talking to? Like, we're not the noobs on the block. You know what I mean? Like, we've been around.
It's like, here, it's like, that's neat. Let me school you on some things that I found.
Right. You don't want to hear it. You know what I mean? It's like, well, I could run my car on HHO. No, it runs on water. It's like, no, it's
that's the
HHO.
2008.
That's old tech, right? But you don't run your car because the basic method that everyone was using is not. It's supplemental. It's not enough. It consumes a lot of electric.
Yeah, it's not.
So for $5 gas, like if you could eke out a few extra miles per gallon, like my truck holds 30 gallons and it only gets 10 miles per gallon. So yeah, I thought about it, but I'm like, dude, if I fuck up my engine, then I can't afford to get a new engine. You know, like running it lean or whatever, it might fuck it up.
Yeah. Well, the thing that you don't dependable, the best thing is like you get rid of the OBD2. You get rid of the OBD1 or the assembly line code, the AESL, assembly line link, the stupid blink code thing on the first generation EFI vehicles. Get rid of that. Get like carburetor. If you have a carburetor, you don't have to worry about it leaning out because it's metered by the vacuum. So if there's a lot of vacuum, it's going to be metered to bubble very little. If there's a little amount of vacuum, it'll allow almost full flow going through.
Self-regulating, yeah. Well, mine is fuel injected, so I would have to.
It would not make a difference.
No. Okay.
No. The only thing that might happen is if it's a diesel, you might want to try like a water methanol injection kit, but there's downsides to that as well because you are consuming water, right? The major downside is you'll be throwing away oil that still looks golden in color and not completely filthy.
Because there's water contamination in it?
That and well, water burns a lot colder, especially water and alcohol mixture. Water and methanol mixture burns a lot colder when it's in the presence of a hydrocarbon like diesel that's combusting, right? So it helps regulate exhaust gas temperatures, thus dropping the cylinder head temperatures, right? Because the cylinder head is the hottest part of the truck. It's really beneficial for diesels. Everything else, unless you're running like a top fuel dragster, then you're going to want to run only water methanol through the blower instead of fuel. It's a lot safer.
Yeah, they put like 10% alcohol in the fuel, like already, like without our consent. It's like it's hard to find pure gasoline. You can get it. There's a couple places that have it, like by the marina, or for boat fuel, because that methanol whatever takes on water, right? You get moisture in the fuel because alcohol will absorb water, and it's really damp in Michigan. You know what I mean? It's just damp, especially the winter time. And if you get water in your fuel, the engine doesn't like it. It doesn't like to start with any amount of it. At least the older models. I had an old Dodge pickup. It didn't like it, so we'd get like that heat, whatever. It's just basically isopropyl alcohol, and you throw that in there, and it dilutes the water and helps it burn. But I used to have to put a bottle of that every tank just to make it run in the wintertime.
In fact, with water methanol, you use 50% distilled water to 50% methanol, right? And the best way to get that is the shit that they sell in your state for bug washing fluid. The one that's got the methanol in it, the zero.
You mean the blue liquid?
The minus 0 degrees bug washer solvent. It's the stuff that doesn't freeze. That's half methanol, half water. And it also has like other things like colorants and stuff, but it's half methanol.
Really?
So it's 100 proof. It has to be half methanol, so it will not freeze.
So
But
what
that
about
will
all
burn
that dye?
completely.
All the dye in there because they
Doesn't
color that
matter.
like pink. No.
It doesn't matter. It'll
Diesel fuel
all burn up.
in it. It's got blue and it's got green and it's got red for the different types of fuel. Because if you run, like say you run on the road fuel and you have like an off the road tractor, like a bulldozer or a loader, that fuel doesn't have a road tax. And I learned that through my friends are in construction. And sometimes they run it like in their pickup trucks. They're not going to stick a pipette down there and test your fuel on a pickup truck. You can't get, but if you got like a semi truck, sometimes they test the fuel tanks, especially if you're hauling heavy equipment, because those guys tend to cheat. Like, let me throw some of this fuel that's untaxed, and I'll run it in my semi and save a lot of money. And you could get caught and pay a big fine. But it's basically the same shit with a different color dye to identify it.
Yeah, we call it agricultural diesel.
Oh, there you go.
You can
you could use transmission fluid from the tranny shop, just buy it off of them for cheap.
Yeah.
And just put that in your diesel. Fill
Really?
up your tank with it. Yeah.
That'll burn like diesel? No shit.
Yeah. It's nothing but high detergent oil. High detergent solvent, low viscosity.
Hell, used oil burns. You ever had a used oil burner or heater?
Oh, I've seen that, dude. A guy that made one for his garage. He made a really nice.
I had a few in my garage.
He did like oil changes, a lot of oil changes. He had like a maintenance shop, and he made a wood burning stove that burns oil. Like he had a pump, put the used motor oil upstairs, and he used a smog pump from a car, an old smog pump, and it mixed the oxygen with the oil, and the oil just drizzled in there out of like a 16th inch copper line, this really thin copper line, just drip, 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 and it heated the whole barn. He had like maybe a 4-car maintenance shop, heated it just right with just motor oil.
Yeah, you can buy them.
He made this. He made the whole thing himself, and it was pretty ingenious, all the work he put into it.
It's called a waste oil heater.
Oh yeah, his burned really clean too because he mixed a lot of oxygen with it.
Whatever you do,
do
not make one of those in the state of Oregon. There's a moratorium on all hearth or wood burning or waste oil burning devices.
What do? They tax you or they fine you?
If they see you with smoke coming out of your chimney, they're gonna probably arrest your ass. It's Oregon mandatory minimum sentencing.
This one, this doesn't have no smoke exhaust
for wood burning heat.
Yeah, there's one guy that was doing a YouTube video, and he's up in Oregon, Wrangell Star, right? And he was building a wood burning stove out of a kit, right? And he goes, "This is how you would do it," And then next thing you know, he got a visit from state inspectors about that said wood burning stove. And they fined him and stole the son of a bitch. And this is on his homestead. So he said, "Fuck this, I'm getting the fuck out of this county."
You know what you do? I had a
he was in Lane County, I'm pretty sure, because Lane County is where it was banned.
You know what you can do if you want to burn wood? If you get a 55-gallon drum and you stack one on top of it, the second chamber burns all the fuel in the smoke. So it comes out the chimney clean. You don't see any smoke. You'll see hot exhaust gas, like if you're 3 feet away, but it doesn't.
Well,
you can't.
That's the Oregon wood burner law. It says that it has to meet certain smoke emissions requirements.
Well, this would, if you put a second barrel, and then you get all the extra heat from the second barrel.
Yeah, it's called a resonator, Ron. Yep.
Oh yeah, I don't know what it was called, but they had it, and it fucking works great, dude. All the smoke gets burned up, and you don't see nothing coming up.
You just you pipe it. You put a 50-gallon drum above your wood burner, maybe 2 of them, and you just pipe your exhaust through it.
Right. The second chamber, like when you get a flashover, if there was a fire in a house, you get a flashover where the smoke ignites. Well, this purposely ignites that smoke. That smoke is like diesel fuel, so it lights. And then instead of going up the chimney, all that rich smoke is combusted in the second chamber, and you double your efficiency, and you have no smog output.
Gasohol. You're talking gasohol, right?
Well, it's just the smoke. The smoke from whatever you're burning will combust. It could be
No, Josh is comparing it to a gasifier. Yes, it's essentially
a gasifier, which uses gasohol. Yeah.
Yep.
Except for you're not storing it to get a more concentrated jet of it. It's like a waste spark system.
But it's also the heat is more efficient, and then you get it's a double benefit. There's no exhaust, like dirty smoke coming out.
Yeah, you get most of the heat that normally goes out the chimney in your resonators.
Yeah, your smoke is cooler. There's a lot of benefits.
I know guys that had 3 or 4 of them in their exhaust system, just big 50-gallon drums floating up there on the wall in their fucking wood burner in their barn. But, dude, barely any motherfucking insulation in their barn, warm as hell.
So you could stack 3 or 4 tall, Mike, 3 or 4 drums tall, and still get the effect?
Well, you pipe through one, pipe through the next, pipe through the next. So those that aren't burning, if they don't get jump over burn, they're still holding heat.
Right, you get radiant heat from the metal.
Yep, and you just put fans behind them.
I saw one guy that had a design where he took 2, can't be turned anymore fucking rotors and welded them together to where there's a gap in between them. And he used that as the diffuser where the flashover point would happen for his wood burner stove, and shit, that thing was cooking, and it was barely using anything. It was just dripping.
Yep.
So, and of course, he had the resonator tube and all that shit, which is just like 2 55-gallon barrels stacked on top of each other with a baffle in the top one and a hole at the bottom for the flue, and then the flue at the top with a fan and a shroud to blow the hot air around like we used to have on the farm. But yeah.
I think I saw Wrangle Star building one of these barrel burners, and if he was running that, there shouldn't have been no soot. It would have been undetectable, unless one of the neighbors snitched.
Doesn't matter. Somebody from the East Coast with their fat wife was a concerned neighbor. Yeah.
Yeah, but if you're not putting out emissions, like if you're not putting out billowing black smoke, who gives a fuck?
That's why he left, right? I mean, there's all kinds of stuff going on. So, as you know, he just got that new that new place and left his old homestead, his grandfather's homestead that he was grandfathering.
That was such a nice place. Yeah.
I know, man.
He had every fucking tool. He was like Battle Mod. He had such a nice barn. He had like all this cool shit. He didn't have no machine tools though, like CNC mills and all that cool shit. But he had a lot
he's a wood pixie.
Yeah. Yeah, but still, even guys like that, he had a welder and he had a plasma cutter, so he dabbled in welding.
Yeah, he says he's a professional homeowner, right?
Yeah.
Well, he's a homesteader. What's that?
That you should know how to do all that shit or not own a home.
If you're on a farm, especially, if you can't weld and you're on a farm, you better move to the city. I mean, everything needs to be repaired from time to time.
The best thing about his new location, though, is going out and cutting your driveway through the timber. That would be the best part of it. Like, let's see what kind of bitchin' trail I can make.
Let's see what kind of expensive wood I can cut.
Mm-hmm.
They got nice wood out west. That big lumber.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Shit. They got them big trees in Oregon.
But hey, that's Ohio, man. Hey, what do you Michigans know about Iron Hat?
Michiganders.
we have thick wood here. Like the trees ain't as tall as out west, but some of these trees are 8 foot around. Some of these on my friend's farm has one. He's got these really big old trees. They're not real tall, but thick. Like the trunk is really fat.
So iron hat is like a headpiece of iron?
No. It's a term called iron hat. Like it has to do with mineralization in the ground. When you find a piece of float quartz or something like that, and you happen to flip it over, because where you're at, it would probably because you have mud seasons and all that,
like
so you'd have good gold movement.
Iron cap mine?
No. Hear me out. Iron hat refers to when you pick up one of these cobbles, one of these white quartz cobbles, and you pick it up and you flip it over, or even just like a regular rock that's lighter in color, and you flip it over and you have a ruddy red, rusty color staining the bottom side of it, right? That's called iron hat.
Oh, okay.
Now, if you get down...
It's a rusty rock. It's a rusty rock because it's got a lot of iron in it. It's not
the iron in it. It's regular quartz. It's just different complex of stains.
Yeah.
But it's the ground that has the iron at the dirt. Right?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It could be high iron content in the dirt that the water's running through also.
We got hard water up here. A lot of places.
Yeah,
we hard ass water here, man. We got like 12.
Some river rocks will have that shit.
Yeah. So this is the importance of it. Why I'm talking about it, right? Because if you guys can find it and you get lucky, I'm heading up there. But anyway, when you find that and you find quite a bit of it, and like all of the rocks in the area pretty much have this iron staining to it, get down on your hands and knees to where you're low to the ground and look at the ground. Move the rocks around. See if you find any little black pebbles, which are ironstone. Right, it'll stick to a magnet.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Can you just wave a magnet through that, and if it picks up most of the ground, you should mine there?
Well, you don't really mine. What you would do is, mark the spot. Drop your pack or whatever. Go get a 5-gallon bucket. Come back and dig down 6 inches and fill up the bucket and go sample it. Pan that 5-gallon bucket, see if there's any color in it. If there's color in it, then yes, you continue until you get down to you don't see any more color. Then you know where the pay streak is, right? And then you nugget shoot. You shoot for nuggets. You look for like trends in the wash or river bank or river where it's the inside bend, right? So where, like, say you have a bank that's banking off to the left, right? The inside bend is not the bend that's moving the fastest, right? You would be moving the fastest on that little creek if you were on the right side of the creek, right? That's where the water's moving the fastest. You want to mine on the left side of that creek where the water's the slowest, because that's where the gold will fall out and drop down in the gravels and be covered up by other gravels and stay there. Then you dig down in those gravels in those inside bends. You don't worry about the straight shots, even if it's bedrock. Always go for the bends. That's where the gold will drop out of the stream. So, but it's an old cowboy adage that gold wears an iron hat, where iron rides a golden horse.
Hey, look at this, bro. Tell me, is this a good?
Oh, damn, that's glowing. You can read through that.
Is this a good? Listen, would you holler at this woman when she post this shit or no?
Where are you posting, Mike?
Oh, I'll send it to you. It's in messages. There's nothing I can post it. It's too skanky for Discord, too freaky for the format.
This is what we have. We have these stones that glow in the dark. They're called euphorites.
Oh yeah. Would you holler at that girl, or she's dropping N-bombs? Would that be a red flag?
Where is she?
Yeah, but the basic thing is
in your message.
Yeah, none of that, right? Because all of that right there, is just bait, right? That's like a fucking tackle
Oh,
box.
I
It's
know.
like a goddamn bass boat with men. Men are suckers for
Listen.
fucking bass boats because they're
Yeah.
suckers for shiny things.
Until I hear it pop out the mouth like a sucker, like a blow pop, I ain't believing shit. Yeah, that's a Youper glow rock.
Yeah, Ooperite.
I can't really see her face. The pic is too small.
Ooperite.
Oh yeah, she's cute. Here, I'll get you a
Space
picture
to
of her
keep them.
face.
I agree with her list.
The face gives reference, huh? I don't know till I see a bitch.
If she looks, I mean, you could get that for any butt ugly hoe, but I mean, it's like, do you want to look at an ugly mug? I mean, you don't want your woman ugly.
She's a redhead.
Yes,
there you go.
Some nice redheads. I can't complain.
Still kind of young, I guess, in my book. Here, let me quit laughing now till I get to look at it. Damn it!
Do you guys check out that stove by this this guy, Two Jeffs?
Yeah, that's what she left out. Never bust out a penis.
That's why I'm just like, nah, I wouldn't. There's red flags all over that.
Unless it's a. Oh well, I know this girl was born a chick. This girl, that's not the red flag I was talking about.
Is that from May 4?
Huh?
Is that the one from May 4?
Yeah, Erica Vaughn. Yeah, I know her mom. I know what she was born.
Wait a minute.
This
I don't
girl in your DM. So this girl hit on me in the most poorest of tastes. So we had a 1 year. I went to the funeral and I thought she was hitting on me a year ago. And then we had a 1 year, anniversary get together over it. And we were drinking. I decided to have a drink with my friends so they can get offended. And she just out and out hit on me in front of her uncles and everything. And they're all just looking at me like, she's a youngin'. And I'm thinking, she's 30 fucking years old. But, whatever. Yeah, I thought it was in poor taste.
She's she's one of them girls. I could tell by if that was her text message. She is a little crude. She's not a lady. She's like a.
Oh no, that's just it. Listen. She didn't hit on me at the get together. She was doing it on Facebook while we were at the get together.
Gotcha. Even publicly.
Yeah, she's smiling at me. I look down at my phone because I get a vibration, and I'm like, oh, hey, damn, Erica, you done grew up. Problem
So
is,
she was spamming it on Facebook, like so everyone could read it, or sending it to DMs.
No, it was just on a post on Facebook. So her uncles were reading it too, and I was like, God.
Oh God. That's cringy. That's cringy. Like, oh, can't you just send me a text? What the fuck?
Right. And her sister,
talk about
her
fried
sister
eggs
was liking
offense.
on all. Yeah, her sister was liking on all that freaky shit, but they were all freaks. There was 3 sisters. One passed away about 15 times, then died. She was a heroin addict, kept getting Narcan back to life. And one time she died where no one could, call them to Narcan her, I guess.
When did this happen? Because I know a lot of people that died of opiates because first they were taking like just Vicodin, and then they got on oxys, got on heroin. It's the same story.
That was her problem too. She was a good kid, man, until she started with the Vitos and then needed more Percocets. Let me get some Oxycontins. I want some OPs. Now we're gonna boot the OPs. Yeah.
It's a slippery slope, dude. It happens pretty quick. It's like, oh, great, dude. They take a Vicodin. Oh, that's great.
It was about 3 years ago, man. And we were having a big epidemic when they came out with that Narcan. It's like doping just said, fuck, I'll be doing a parking lot and across the street, somebody die. And we'd be like, oh, shit, that motherfucker, That motherfucker sleeping. It was by a homeless place, so at first we thought this dude was sleeping right by the edge of the parking lot. But my boy goes over and checks him out, and he said either he ain't got no pulse or his pulse is really fucking low.
So they should sell that, like, over the counter. They should sell that Narcan. It's like a nasal thing. Why not sell it over the counter? And if someone's having an episode, they could go to a pharmacy and just buy the shit. Like, dude, someone's dying in the park.
Well, hey, look, we literally called, the ambulance, and we said, hey, man, we think he's a dope fiend. They got there, he got a bunch of tracks, so they just narconed him. And I mean, he went from dead to boom, standing right up. And then an hour later, hour and a half later, here's this motherfucker twitching again.
It's not like anti-venom. It doesn't counteract for very long. Is that how it works?
No, it's he woke up. They didn't charge him. They didn't take him anywhere. They let him go on his way, and he went and got another motherfucking.
He got high again?
Yeah, and we was watching him across the street. We could see him booting up 10 minutes later, twitching. I'm like, dude, you better quit buying it. When they narconed him that time, I said, hey, bro, I think you're getting fentanyl. You better quit. You better go somewhere else. Like, he buying all the fentanyl up,
Yeah.
Or boot way less. Fuck. I don't like motherfuckers just die. I'm not at war. I'm home. I'm in the country. I'm back in America. Why motherfuckers gotta be dropping like the battlefield? And then it's even trippier when you watch your friends from high school die at war. They didn't jump back up and walk away and go get some more dope. But these dope fiends are just a boop. Within minutes, they're wide awake again. Well, from dead to alive. What the hell? Say a prayer.
Doesn't it?
I
Go
think
ahead,
I say a prayer when you narcon them, so they don't bring demons back with them.
Probably.
End up like Florida face eater men.
Oh, those are bath salt fuckers. Those guys are nuts.
Yeah.
Those demons, bro. Those are demon possessed people. I've seen. There was a videotape from a parking garage. This dude was like running naked, and he crashed into the car with his head. He put a huge dent in it with his knee. He put his head through the back window of like a minivan. He was just like running full speed, like naked, and bam, his head goes through the window. His leg like kneed the door, put a huge dent, and he just keeps running off like he didn't even like nothing happened. Just boom. Like, what the fuck was that? And then they're face eaters, dude. They'll eat someone's fucking face off, dude. They'll start biting the flesh off of their face for whatever reason. They do that. What? Demons, dude.
Sorcery.
There has to be something like that, dude. They literally have to be demon possessed.
Do you know what the Bible calls sorcery?
There's pharmakia, and then there's
So it's not what like Disney and the freaking witches, Harry Potter, bibbidi bobbidi boo, fucking Alakazam, Alakazam, and all that stuff, right? It's none of that.
A real curse is delivered with a needle, man.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, we know the one we can't say, yeah.
And I remember, and over in Mother Russia, you don't do drugs. Drugs do you. Crocodile. That crocodile tear shit. Holy crap. Dude, it would turn their skin like crocodiles, and like their fingers would start falling off, and like their skin on their arm would start falling off to where it's just bones, where they look like zombies, man.
That was the same drug, I think. I think it was the bath salts. No,
it's not. It's not bath salt. It's a synthetic opioid that they that they cook up with like simple over-the-counter ingredients, and like cough syrup is the base because it's like a DXM base.
Fuck that, dude.
And some medicated eye drop, right? So they have to get like some sort of they have to go to the pharmacist to get that eye drop. It's only available at the pharmacist, but not via prescription. So what's good is having Anyway, so they take that and then they mix that and they use the eye medication or whatever it is to cook this shit up, and then they inject it. Like, I know, this is gonna kill me, but what difference does it make? I'm dead anyways.
Dead man walking.
Yeah.
You know what
like
they did?
They already know they're gonna die, so they're just gonna go out on a cloud.
Walking the mile. Walking the
That's
green
the
mile.
problem.
Dead man
Why
walking.
Why is it that people want to be so anesthetized that they just nod their life away?
Ask Helio. Like some people have to be sedated to live through this world.
Oof.
I'm just saying, my boy, I love Helio, but he to deal with the reality.
What the fuck he saying, Ron? Fuck.
Fucking Ron, you motherfucker, you.
It's fucking Friday night. I'm trying to make a point here, Ron. Damn it.
He stays.
I hear you, but I'm saying
that's funny. He said he's pickled. He is pickled in alcohol, dude. That was so funny.
Listen, he used to do that shit. Hold on, Josh. They be doing the Ron and Helio show, and this motherfucker just out of the blue tell Ron shut the fuck up. I was like, what the fuck? He shackled to Shackleton. What the fuck?
We would at each other, but it's like, I know he's a drunk, and he's like, and then 2 minutes later, he's all fine. You know what I mean? He's like, I love you and I hate you.
Yeah, that's when you took a jab at him. That used to crack me up. Ron be like, oh, okay. And 2 minutes later, take a jab at him. I laugh like, yeah, man, after my own heart. Get him. Get him. I used to do it. He used to invite us all over there just to sit there on the, on his Discord while they did it, while they fucking broadcast their show. And he got tired of muting me because I'd be like, damn, man, how are you going to talk to your co-host like that, punk? Have another one. You reach into that bottle. Yeah, you sent some gentleman jack to the mail, homie. You want some Jamerson? Like, listen, I'll drink a fifth of Jamerson, with a girl or my brother, but who the fuck drinks that shit alone?
I know. Well, see, he's not alone if he's with us. That's the concept, right? If he's in the room with us, he ain't drinking alone. In a way.
It could be worse. He could be doing heroin.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a way to cope with how shitty things.
He told me something the other day I didn't know. His mom's in a wheelchair and he's going to take her to a REO Speedwagon concert in a wheelchair. I didn't know his mom.
Sweet.
I didn't know his mom.
She can drive, Mike, but her legs are weak because of conditions. I don't know exactly. She might have arthritis or something. Yeah, she can walk, but just not long distances. She's not crippled like where she can't walk, but she just has limited mobility. Like she could push a shopping cart through maybe a CVS, but not like through a big store. She could just limited amounts. I think it might be arthritis and other things. Because I was wondering the same thing. I'm like, wait, she's driving you places. Does she got like a special, like a van to lift her out of the wheelchair into the vehicles? Like, no, she can walk. She can get in and out, but she just can't walk very far. All right. It might be diabetes or something, like Helio would be facing that from alcohol. You can get diabetes. My friend's grandma had it. She would drink like a fish. She was skinny, maybe 100 pounds, this little old lady. She would half gallons of vodka and shit, and she would drink it like water. It's like, holy shit, how is she still alive? And you could see her legs were bloated. She would sit in a wheelchair around the house, but they were like, her calves were like bloated, like looked like hot dogs, you know what I mean? Like puffy, and her feet were puffy because she didn't wear shoes. She's just sitting on there on that wheelchair. It's like this skinny lady with the bloated calves and feet. And that was from the alcoholism. I don't know what it caused, but maybe diabetes.
Deep vein thrombosis.
What is it?
Deep vein thrombosis.
Probably that, yeah, and some other issues. But that's what happens. She was a social drinker, and then like maybe Helio was a social drinker. He drank on the weekends, and then it gets a slippery slope for some people where it becomes a daily thing, and you see a 100-pound woman drinking a half a gallon. Like it's, that's her maintenance level, or maybe a fifth a day. I'm not sure what her maintenance level was, but holy shit.
Yeah, that would be like my friend Natasha. Shit, I would go over to my friend's house and like gift him like a half gallon of vodka, the cheap shit, because that's what his old lady drank. And I'd be like, "Hey, old man, here you go." So I got him a half gallon of that, and he goes,
"Oh, that's what I give my neighbor every year for Christmas is a box full of all the, usually 2 or 3. I gotta use milk crates, but because my son be drinking, but he leaves half, fifths here, 3/4 of a fifth here, and my neighbor drink all that shit.
What's his brand? You said Jameson?
My neighbor? No, he ain't got a brand. Is it liquor?
Oh, anything, right? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, he's a stay cool man. I give that motherfucker that expensive, that blue label, Johnny Walker, and that motherfucker grips it. Good looking out, Mike. He sees it. Yeah, I'll take this one right here. Be buying him all day, right there in his hand.
Tried those, like a high end Scotch or anything. I just had like the cheap shit. The best one, I like Crown Royal. Pretty smooth compared to like a Jack Daniels. It's not as the hangover. You don't get the hangover. I think like a Crown Royal, it's a little less whatever's in it, it's less toxic. I don't feel the nasty hangover from drinking Crown or drinking clear liquor like vodka or rum. They don't rip me up the next day as much. When I drink Jack, something in that, maybe the oak from the barrel that they age it, that's the toxic. It really fucks me up the next day, I think.
Could be.
Jack, they don't do any when they distill, they leave the congeners in, they leave the heads in, so that might be part of the problem is the wood grain.
Oh,
possibly
definitely the wood
devil's cut.
spirit. Yeah, there's wood ethanol or wood alcohol.
Wood ethanol.
Yeah. Wood grain alcohol. Every time I used to help my dad, man, he like lumberyard it, man, or splitting wood every Sunday after we drank. All I could smell was wood grain alcohol, man. It shit made me sick.
Yeah.
Smell like Southern Comfort in the fucking barn if it was raining. Be like,
See, it's all sugar, dude. Southern Comfort. I'm like, ugh. It's like 100 proof alcohol. I've had moonshine too. My friend
Don Q. You like some Don Q?
The 151 rum. Yeah, that's not too bad. But I mean, it's I prefer that to Southern Comfort. All that syrup, that syrupy like shit.
Well, what about the purple bag? You like some Crown Royal?
I just said, yeah, the Crown Royal's nice. It's not, it's not as bad. The hangovers.
I drank so much of that. I had my Native American cousins start making me jackets, panel jackets out of them.
Oh, out of the bag? Yeah, Mike's got a velour coat. He's got the purple velour coat.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dude, that's probably a nice liner. It was a nice liner. It's soft. The Crown Royal bag. Do they still give you a bag when you buy it? Probably not.
And specialties.
Because the bag is money. Why would they waste money? Like everyone's economizing and downsizing shit.
It was a hook.
Oh, their selling feature. Look, it's a velvet purple bag. This is quality shit. It's like it is quality, dude. I could drink shots of Crown Royal and not. It's smooth. Like the Jack, you drink the Jack and it feels like you drank some rat poison. It's like ugh. Jim Beam I like better than Jack Daniels. I could drink Jim Beam straight.
Well, if you get the Crown Royal Reserve, I know that comes in a tan velvet like bag.
Oh, really? The Reserve. How much more is that?
They got a green one too, the apple.
Yep, apple, peach, whatever. That's the Royal Reserves are fruit flavored usually, aren't they?
Try that shit, dude.
Peach and apple and shit. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they all still come with the bag. Look here,
it comes in a box.
I got change that I said here. I'm gonna give this to the kids, and It just never made it out of the purple bag. I got purple bags full of quarters and silver dollars. My daughter said, "Make me a state set, Dad." I said, "Break out the purple bags."
What is a stage set?
State set. The state quarters. So like,
Oh, I got you. Yeah, set.
I had a waterbed in my room, and when I was a kid, before I went to the Corps, I kept hiding all these 2 liters of fucking pennies and like 32 ounces full of quarters and shit. And I forgot about this shit. And when my daughter was like 12, she said, "Dad, you got any change?" And it just hit me. I was like, man, yeah, hey, because she said she wanted a waterbed in my old room. And I said, hey, well, let's go tear that waterbed down. I think I got a bunch of change under that. I took the mattress out that motherfucker and picked the frame up off there. And my daughter was like, holy shit. And I said, what'd you say? Well, sorry, Dad. That's a lot of change. How do you just forget about that? I was like, well, yeah, I've always had money. I don't know.
It's all chump change. Mike, he only takes the paper. He don't care about coins.
Oh, she was geeked. Bottles
and let
full
me
of
be a lesson for you. He didn't trust it in the bank, did he?
No, 2 liters full of pennies she couldn't pick up. 2 liters full of dimes. She's like, damn, I need help, Dad. Call Uncle Adney over.
Don't cash those in too, because the coinage. You know why they said there was a coin shortage? People were hoarding the coins because if you have a 1980s copper penny, the scrap, if people start scrapping pennies, they were worth a nickel in scrap, just the copper.
I got a shitload of wheat bags.
Of good pennies. If you got wheat pennies or whatever,
yeah, wheatback pennies. Yeah, I got a shitload of them.
Yeah, save them. You can make books, and if there's rare dates, I think a 1955 is a rare date. If you get a double stamp where they stamped it twice, and you get a double 1955 where it's like the 2 numbers are overlaying, it's like a smeared date. That coin is worth a fuck ton of money.
Yeah, I got zinc pennies too.
Okay, see if you can find what would look like a zinc penny, meaning, like it's all silver, right? And it's 1974, right? 1974 penny that looks like that. You may just have a $2 million penny.
Where are you dropping your things?
It's the aluminum cent. It's the 1 year or they actually 2 years, 72 and 74.
1 ounce silver? The silver pennies?
No, it's aluminum.
Oh,
yeah.
So what are you saying? They made a few like a test run and they didn't really circulate.
1.5 million ran tests on it for circulation tests and it failed it because of the wearing, because aluminum, they didn't have the alloy right to get it hard enough. So they were all ordered destroyed except for like 16 of them, I believe, or maybe it was 18 of them that were given to state senators.
That's why, you know what, they had steel pennies that were galvanized steel during World War II because they used up the copper for making jackets on bullets and whatever, brass shells, and all this, it was all diverted, all the copper. So the steel pennies are not quite that rare, but they look like zinc, except they're steel. You can put a magnet to them.
Yeah, I found one in a water bottle.
My dad has 7.5 gallons worth of pennies.
Dang.
No, you know what? You got to sort them. Like I said, find the 1955 and rare dates. You could have a lot of money in old coins. If they're like 30, 40, 50 years old, there's going to be some rare ones mixed in.
Yeah, he's been collecting them since I was born, before I was born, and I'm 40.
My uncle was a truck driver, and he had shit from the 60s and 70s. Like he had a 5-gallon water jug of change, and somebody stole it. Yeah,
somebody tried to steal his. Someone tried to steal his. It was a glass, the glass water jug.
Yeah, it was glass. Yeah,
and they only got it halfway across the house, and they left it.
You mean like like them pickled eggs come in? 1 gallon of pickled eggs?
Like a carboy, like a Sparkletts bottle.
It was one of my cousin's friends that stole it. We think we know who stole it because he knew about it, but he had it. my uncle had it in his room and he had saved it for a long fucking time. It takes a long time to fill up half of a 5-gallon jug. It was probably 3/4 full. So there's probably silver coins in there, like the silver quarters from the 60s and shit.
You mean like for a water fountain? One of them
Oh, it was
big
a
ass?
5-gallon. Yeah, 5-gallon water jug, glass. Was made of glass.
Holy shit!
They're heavy.
Yeah,
just
we have-
empty. It's because it's like it's almost half-inch thick glass.
It's pretty
it ain't
thick.
like
Just
the bottle itself weighs like 30 pounds.
Yeah, listen,
We
I
have
never
one that's
seen.
full.
I ain't never seen one of them glass ones, but I got one of them water things right here. I get to 5. I'm just imagining the fucking plastic one full of. Fuck, you're talking a few 100 pounds, man.
I don't think you'd be able.
Weigh as much as the engine block. No wonder he
I
couldn't get it.
I could barely pick it up off the ground by myself. Like
See,
it's
when
hard just to
someone-
get your fingers under it.
I bet.
It's hard to
When he's
get
motivated, they'll
it up
get
on
it.
a
Though. If
freaking
he
dolly.
if he wants that money, he'll get it. You could pour it out though. He might have poured some out in the bags and took some, like lightened the load, took half of it out, pour it out into like a sack, and then
You're a lot stronger. You're a lot stronger too, though, when your adrenaline's pumping.
Yeah, I lifted those big oxygen tanks, like a 280 cubic foot tank. But I mean, like if you wanted it, and you're like, I want this, people can lift heavy shit.
Shit, I saw a crackhead that was all strung out on bath salts jump off the top tier of the jail cell and land on the ground below, right? Like just straight over the railing. Land on his feet with only his socks on, bust his ass, get up and run towards the cage, jump up there and fight the guards until they tased him.
Do you live there? Prison?
No, this is when I was an inmate there. And this guy was on bath salts and everybody. And so, like, later on.
How's he get that in jail? Like, how do you smuggle that in?
He didn't get it in jail. When he was arrested, he got arrested for killing his best friend because his best friend gave him, like, a needle that was full of bath salts instead of a rig of meth.
Mm.
And he just lost his mind. It happens more often than not.
Chain him up.
He went and killed that there motherfucker when he was done tripping a week later.
They would usually keep someone like that in a straitjacket. If he's that dangerous, they wouldn't let him be like free, his arms and shit. They would shackle his.
Yeah, they didn't. They put him in JCAT, and then after that, they brought him back after he passed psychological evaluations. But the dude was not right, just sitting there, shifty eyes, sitting on his bunk, with his knees in his chest, just sitting there staring at everybody, hugging his knees, and it's just like, dude. He's got fucking bad charges too. What the fuck?
We got
bro?
a special prison for crazy motherfuckers out there at SMSP or Southern Michigan State Prison, world's largest wall prison. It's called Michigan Prison for the Criminally Insane. It's a prison within a prison within a prison. It's like 6 walls in.
6 walls in.
Yeah, you ain't getting out of that. Yeah, you ain't running through concrete walls.
It's called Maxi Max.
So is that at Jackson? You live by the state prison.
Yeah, Jackson is the world's largest walled prison. So the complexes, the 2 and 3 level complexes make up, the housing units make up a wall that surrounds the prison. In the back, it's just got an old prison wall like a military prison. Like, you ever seen The Last Castle?
Does it look like a castle? I haven't seen Jackson.
It does. So does Marquette prison. They used to weld the doors shut in Marquette. You got 10-year prison sentence, they put you in your own fucking cell and welded the fucking door shut.
Yeah, you ain't breaking out of there. Those are stout. Did anyone ever escape? Like, they go through the laundry, they get, like, they hide in the laundry.
No, they in Southern Michigan State Prison?
Well, not the highest security, but even Jackson, I don't hear about anyone breaking out.
Jackson is Southern Michigan State Prison.
Oh, same thing? All right.
Yeah, SMSP, but you got the Charles Angler facility, the facility for the criminally insane. It's like 6 different prisons, RGNC,
Oh,
quarantine.
yeah, we just call it Jackson.
Right, yeah.
But there's many levels to it. Like you got higher security levels, and it's some that are not as okay. I didn't know it was broken down like that into a bunch of encampments. Like it's a whole complex.
Yeah,
I know there's
here
different levels. Like there's different levels, like level 1, level 2. Like you got the higher levels for the more severe criminals. You put them on a different tier, a different floor.
yeah, there's been escapes from there. But I mean, dude, it's kind of hard to get anywhere, because you're surrounded by farming communities where there's 15 guns in every fucking house, and these dudes are, out. If you don't want to escape during hunting season,
No, well, you got to deal with the Jacksonians, man. These guys will fuck you up. Everyone's armed around there.
Yeah. They sell postcards out there that's an aerial view of this shit. It's a joke. My brother brought one home that says, "Having a wonderful time, wish you were here." Since it's 30 miles around there is a restricted air zone, nobody can fly in it, and they will literally shoot you from the tower with armor-piercing long-range weapons. They got miniguns, Gatling guns, shit like that, auto machine guns, so they can literally shoot down a jet if it comes in to try to get a convict.
Yeah, but you can't land a jet in the prison yard. Like, why would they even? Like, if you
For like
helicopter,
what is for like them armor plated helicopters with jet engines on them? Like what's that? What was that one that was always on TV? What was the name of that series?
the armor plated helicopter. I remember like a Apache helicopter.
Yeah.
I don't know how much armor they have on a helicopter, but they got a little bit on the bottom.
Something Wolf.
Something Wolf. Wolf, I think. I mean, the odds that someone's going to have an armored helicopter, that's Batman. In Batman, the Joker's being extracted from the prison. They got an armored helicopter. Like the odds of someone having that are 0. That's only like a nation state would have something like that.
What? Yeah, but what if they got a jet plane 5 fields over and they come in and pick you up in a hot air balloon?
I mean, that's going to take. You better know somebody that has a jet airplane. I mean, most prisoners are some broke ass fuckers. They don't. If you had like a Mexican cartel guy, yeah, something like that, maybe that'd be pretty ballsy to try and attempt it. They were going to get a jet, but I guess they're ready for any scenario, man. Like if you got some maximum, those are the
wait till you see this postcard, man. It's funny.
I couldn't think of someone with that much means. And if you're that rich, you don't go to prison. Like Jeffrey Epstein, his ass never went to prison.
Right.
In my opinion, that fucker never stepped foot in prison.
No. So I got one of these at home, but one of my brothers is a prison guard. So that doesn't even show you the entire prison, but look at it now. I'll give you a judgment of size. So it's cornered on Elm Street and Cooper Street. So if you come down Elm Street for a mile and a half, you're going to be seeing nothing but prison. It's going to start with a prison incinerator and G. Robert Cotton. There's like 10. This is the main prison, but around this prison is like 50 prisons. So we house over 150,000 people on Cooper Street and Elm Street.
Holy shit!
Yeah, it's fucking crazy, man. It's one of the largest industries in Jackson.
It's too many people, man. I don't like that.
Most
too many
people Yeah, most people are prison guards here in town. It's you
Well,
know
they're
damn
out.
well you got work
That's
if you go to prison training. You know. Damn it! What the fuck are you doing here?
I think they're putting too many. Probably those are victimless crimes like drugs and shit. I mean, Jackson.
There's a lot of motherfuckers in there for murder, bro.
Well, that's what
But
you got the electric chair, man, for that. But I mean,
yeah, but this is the world's largest walled prison. You know.
yeah, Jackson is the tough prison, man. That's it's no joke.
This gives you an idea of how much area they have to get across before they can even reach wooded areas where they're gonna have to worry about hunters and shit.
They'll have to deal with battle mods. He's got every imaginable.
If they make it, the 3-4 miles to my house, and yeah,
he's
and
got a 300 mag with his name on it.
Shit, I got a 300 mag, motherfucker. Oh shit! Look out in the field. Look, that motherfucker in state blue. Hold still, kid. Don't move. Nobody. Attention on the farm. Nobody move. Oh, there's a running convict. I won't shoot to kill though. I'll just wound the motherfucker and go out and pick him up in a gator.
Take off his kneecap. That's what you
come
get.
on, boy. Come on. We going back to prison now. Here, smoke this here joint before you get there. Fuck it. I ain't all bad, man. How's your knee? You all right?
Why does that look like a
300 is probably fatal, man. That's a big.
Why does it look like a fucking baseball home plate?
Hell, I don't know why they designed it like that, man.
Doesn't it look like home plate, like home sweet home?
It does. Like, bitch, don't pass go, don't collect $200. This is home plate, motherfucker. You ain't going nowhere, my nigga.
So the outer, is that all the prison cells around the outer wall is the prison where they stay?
Well, not all of them. So nowadays, that's an old thing. So there's complexes. If you just look at it, these are the lower level securities. You got north wall, south wall, east wall. Those are level 2, 3. 3, 4. One of them is the whole entire arm is medical, AIDS patients, hepatitis, shit like that. You got Dwayne Waters, which is a prison hospital. And then in the center of the yard, you see inside the walls, you got complexes in the walls. All kinds of them. There's like 9 prisons inside that wall, and each one is a even higher security than the last. If you get stabbed, say, all the way to the right here, in that complex at the wall, there's one complex behind it real long and then another one, right? So if you get stabbed there, you got 8 gates to go through, a wall, 32 doors, and then you get to go to the prison hospital. They just come out on a golf cart and put your ass on a fucking trailer. You hope you make it. They got to get permission to go from prison to prison to prison, especially if you're a maximum security prison going through level 2 and level 3. You might be cuffed to the damn trailer while you're dying. Hello, Marcy. My brothers told me some crazy stories. Truth is, though, that they really try to save you.
Well, they get paid for each prisoner, so like,
right,
they don't want you dead because they don't get a check for you.
Right. I'm trying to get the pictures of the insides of the housing units, man. They're 100 cells long, 4 stories high on each side.
Wow.
And they only got these little metal tiers, dude. Like, I mean, somebody gets the gumption to push you off. It's hard to even imagine, but I mean, you can see one person on the bottom of stories here, but the size of it. It's hard to really grasp the size of these unless you look at them. I mean, you look at those housing units in the yard. Some of them are fucking almost the length of the prison.
Wow, yeah. Prison industrial complex.
Yeah. So that's cell block 6. This is cell block 7. Cell block 11 is RGNC, Region and Guidance Center, or quarantine. So cell block 7 is a prisoner housing unit. Cell block 6 is called top 6. This is where you see your guys in leotards, your dudes with tits that ain't made it to the top tank. They're getting raped, so they put them in top 6, which is what do they call it? Segregation. Yeah, gas ain't cheap, motherfucker. It's killing my business. Quit reminding me.
This, Mike, I couldn't believe this was about 2.5 years ago. I bought some gas because we were gonna have a power outage, and I couldn't believe how fucking cheap it was. I'm like, dude, I've never seen gas this cheap. And this was just before the election, maybe I don't know, 6-8 months. Now my truck will cost me $150 to fill the tank, but I bought what did I get here? 25 gallons for $32. I'm like,
All those
what
jobs, listen, dude, all those contracts I got up north are killing me right now. The ones in Indiana, killing me.
You need some of that off-road fuel, for the farm fuel. If you could diesel trucks, then I mean, diesel is even more expensive than gas. So fuck, if you could save the tax in your pickups and your equipment, like you don't have to buy it for your paving equipment, but yeah, it's still not cheap. Even the off-road fuel is still going to be high as fuck, man.
Yeah.
You know what? You need to maybe check your land, Mike, and see if you got any oil fields. I've seen some people have oil on their land. If you could, I don't know if you could, I don't know how to determine where you find it, but I've seen when you drive by you do know how to find it.
Yeah, the companies that offer to come in and search for natural resources, to contract them, you have to actually offer them the contracts. They're guaranteed. The only way they'll come in and look for it on your land is if you guarantee them the contracts to pump it and well it. Fuck you. I'll do this shit myself.
If you know you don't want to be drilling dry holes, you'll go broke. But if you knew there was oil in the area and you got like 100 barrels a day or 50 barrels a day, oil was what, $120 a barrel. So if you could just get that every day, just coming out of the ground, boom, 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 thousands of dollars, you'd be set.
Yeah. When it just don't fuck up the rotation. That's like fucking with my emotions.
Well, you got lots of engines and cars and shit, dude. You got your high performance shit, but they all need fuel. Like all that shit needs fuel.
No, it's just parked, man. Burning that shit.
Oh, the good shit. Well, it's summertime. It's time to go cruise that shit.
Yeah. The ones I take to car shows and shit aren't. They're the ones that are really high performance. I'm talking about. It's got a few modifications, but the blower sticks 10 foot out of the car.
Looks like a Hot Wheels car. Yeah.
Yeah, I fucking just need enough gas to get it on and off the trailer.
That's the trailer queen. Do you drag race it still?
I park them. No. I drag race my drag car, but not the ones that are just. I figured someday I'll sell them.
If you're already crippled up, you don't need to be drag racing.
Yeah, listen, certain cars you take you build and then you take to car shows hoping one day, well, you got $85,000 in his car, and they tell you never get it back. But you're hoping some dude hits the lottery and comes up and offers you $300,000 for that motherfucker.
Well, people like Jay Leno or these car guys that have lots of money, and they're like, dude, I have to have that car. There's only one of them. I want it.
Jay Leno wanted my 63 Corvette, split window.
Yeah, there probably ain't too many around.
Yeah, my brother's sister's husband works for Jay. And he told him about mine because it's got the original paint and everything on it. It was in a barn. But I'm stripping the original paint off. I've already done it.
Why would you do that?
I'm doing a resto mod, man. They're 150,000 totally classic. Resto modified. I can get that bitch over $250,000.
Do you think it wasn't worth more? If the paint was nice, you probably wouldn't want to paint over it.
It had flaws. Yeah, there were flaws in the paint job. Somebody ran it down a piece of equipment or something.
Oh,
drug it down the bumper of another car.
Oh.
Yeah. So the fiberglass.
Why don't you see how much it costs you to get set up to go around and collect the oil and whatnot and make the biodiesel? And you got the collateral to be able to do it. It might pay for itself super quick.
Dude, he's got a fleet of trucks. You got a fleet of semi trucks.
Yeah, you can you don't just need oil, you can use fucking corn oil, man. You can get the old cooking oils from deep fryers or restaurants and shit. Make biodiesel all that. Huh?
That's what I'm talking about.
French fry oil, yeah. That shit is free. They actually pay grease disposal companies to suck it out.
Yeah.
See, Battle Mod's around all kind of petroleum. He's got asphalt. He's got use diesel so that the roller don't stick, right? You guys use diesel fuel on that?
Yeah. Rakes, shovels, rollers, all that. But no, you don't use diesel on the roller, man, because diesel eats ass.
That's water. Yeah, it's water on the roller.
Yeah, because diesel, when you're rolling the finish, diesel will fuck up the finish. It breaks down the bonding units. Damn it.
He's got the good chronic.
Yeah.
Dude, I didn't put none out this year. I should have got ready, but it's already June. I'm like, damn, I waited too long. I wanted to have my plants ready.
I just harvested my outdoor.
This early? Fuck.
Yeah,
I get 2 seasons.
Really?
I harvested a room full of lemon haze. My son's already
fucking melt up
wax out of it.
Oh yeah, this shit is ready for wax, dude. Oh my god, Mike, it's so fucking ambery colors.
Send us a pic of a nug. See a nug pic.
We're not making shards. Ours gets more like butter.
How does your son make his the wax? Does he use butane? That's what I was using too. Some people got CO2. If you could do CO2, Mike. What's that?
I have to do a disclaimer in case there's any friendly fucking law enforcement listening in. It is not me that has anything to do with the production of, dabs anymore. I don't fuck with it. Thank you.
Dabs? Well, it's all legal in Michigan. We can make our own.
Yeah, but I got busted for making it.
Really? If you got I know Mike has all kind of like equipment welding shit. If you can figure out how to make a CO2 distiller, then the butane is expensive and it has like if you don't purge it, you know how it tastes like the butane if you don't do your vacuum purge right.
Yeah.
The CO2 don't have that funny taste, and it's probably cheaper.
It's just in Michigan, dabs are considered resins. We can have 2.5 ounces of that.
Well, technically, here where I got busted,
you can
just making hash. just making hash is like the same as making fucking meth.
Yeah.
You know how you make hash with your
Because it's
trimming?
still scheduled a narcotic.
If you got any dried leaves from your bud trimmings, you can get some dry ice and this really fine mesh, like a silk screen mesh, and you put it over like a 5-gallon bucket, and you just shake it back and forth, and you get this keef. You get like the keef coming off, and then you can make your hash or your concentrates from that. It still has some plant material sifting through it, but yeah, the dry ice method, you could take not a whole 5-gallon bucket, like you fill it halfway full, throw your dry ice in there and get it nice and cold. You shake it around, and then the mesh screen will let the trichomes through without too much plant material. You shake it out onto a piece of plastic or something real clean where you can see it all, and you just scrape it up with like a credit card or business card. I've made a bunch of that stuff.
That's how I made my moon rocks.
And then you just
Huh?
Pop rocks.
No, moon rock.
What do you do afterwards? You pack it with a press. You compress it into a cake. I never heard of moon rocks, but the shit I made was
what? I guess what I did technically wasn't classified as moon rock because moon rock is done with oil, right? Like honey oil or hash oil.
Yeah,
I used butane hash oil, BHO.
Yeah.
What I was doing was taking the nugs, and as soon as I would get most of the butane flashed off to where it's getting ready for purge, the long purging process, and I would purge for like 3 days. Just to make sure that everything was out. And dude, I even had it down to where I had it cured and oxidized by the time it came out of the refractory oven that I made, which is just a toaster oven inside some melamine. And you just create a little, because it doesn't take that much heat, right? Basically 100 degrees, 150, usually 150, 125. And if you have a rheostat, you can adjust it from there. But it's just hot enough to get it liquid to cause the gas to degasify, right? And basically, if I was doing the shatter, I would run it until I would get it degassed, and then I would do a pseudo winterizing where I would mix in Everclear with it and get it liquid, and keep it under the vacuum until the Everclear would boil out of it. And I would look at it and keep looking at it, and it would stay under the vacuum in a sealed container, like a food saver, like marinade, until like everything was gone out of it. But what I would do with the copycat caviar or moon rocks is I would take the buds and I would dip it in that oil, that gooey, ooey, drippy pour off, and then take that keef. What you would do is you would take your stash, your weed or whatever, and you'd break up a bunch of dry ice and you throw it in the bottom of the bucket. And I would usually take like fresh trim, right? Fresh cut, not even frozen, right? Just fresh cut, and throw it in there and do that because it's hot. It gets cold enough to break the trichomes off the dry ice. And I would put
you didn't let it cure. My leaf was dry when I sifted it.
No, I did all live. I did all live. So here's the other thing too. Like I would do bubble bags, right? So you get the bubble bags for 5-gallon buckets, right? You got 5-gallon and 3-gallon bucket, 5-gallon and 3-gallon bubble bags. You get the 5-gallon bubble bags, and they fit perfectly over the outside of a 5-gallon bucket. So you could just sit there and shake the whole thing up. Like take the whole bag and invert it to where the lid is like the top of the silk screen.
That's how
and then you just use that and shake it, and then flip it upside down and pop it, pop it, pop it, pop it, pop it until the golden color starts to disappear, and then you stop and you scrape it. Then you do another one until it starts turning green. You stop and you scrape that to pile number 2.
Aren't you supposed to let it cure first? Like if you got your trimmings, we would let it. No, isn't it better though that way to let, because your bud needs to cure.
No, because what? Okay, how are you going to do the hash? You just like when you're talking about the keef, you're just going to leave it the keef, because I could do the same thing with a grinder, right?
You dry
However, with a grinder, what I'll do is
like you can make butter from the leaf, or you can make butane honey oil, or you can make the keef. Like the keef is like it's a poor man's way because it ain't quite as nice. Um, no one really liked it. Maybe there was too much green material, and I'm thinking if you did it wet, what do you get? Maybe less plant material when the leaf is wet. Is that what the?
You only get red hair through it, if that, because it's all
Okay, so
green and it's
so
not small and it won't fit through small micron.
they told
But
us to let
it's
it dry first. I never heard the wet method.
even with doing hash, like whenever I made bubble hash, I would always do fresh frozen to where I would cut it and I wouldn't trim anything, right? I would just cut it and then cut it off the bud, like cut it off the stem and then leave the leaf on it and everything and stick it in a Ziploc bag and freeze it for like 2 days. And then take it out, scrunch it up a little bit while it's frozen in there, get it kind of crunched up because it's frozen and easily breakable. And then put it in the water with the ice and then do my gyration with my damn, what do you call it? Paint mixer.
You get
Yeah.
you get a lot of chlorophyll that way with water though, and it gets muddy. Like I had some
I've
bad
never.
hash.
The only time that I've really gotten like bad hydrosol out of making hash, was when I used blackjack. Like even
Yeah.
the wax wasn't good. It was horrible.
Yeah, someone made shitty stuff with water bags, the bubble bags, and he couldn't give it away. He made this really shitty hash, and he was selling the shit for like $5 a gram. He couldn't give it away. It was just trash.
Well, check it out. You know, like your grinder keef catch. Take
Yeah.
that, put it in some parchment paper, like just save it up after, a couple ounces or so, and just sit there and scrape up all of that keef, put it in between 2 pieces of parchment.
Yeah, the hair straightener. You hit it with the hair straightener.
No. I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about squeeze that together between 2 pieces, inside the parchment paper, right?
Yeah.
And get it squeezed down, and then get yourself like a glass bottle, like a, what is it? Made of Snapple bottle or something, right? Some sort of a glass bottle that's big and round. Like you
Mason
could put hot
jars,
water
small
in it.
mason jar.
Well, you could put like hot water in it, right? And start rolling it out on top of, while applying even pressure and applying more and more pressure over and over again until you get it rolled out and it turns from that golden green color to black hash color. At that point, all of the trichromes, even if it is fresh, are all now smashed and opened up. So now, at that point, you can gather it all together and make temple bowl.
You know what I made? I made some what's that? Distillate, some distillate oil from I first did like a butane honey oil, and then I used Everclear to dissolve it. I'm like, I have a bunch of this. What am I going to do with it all? Anyway, the Everclear, I had a infrared heat gun. I was watching my temperatures or whatever. But when you use the Everclear in your butane oil extraction, the alcohol and the butane have different boiling points, but it's separated into 2 elements. There was like an amber colored liquid and a greenish colored liquid. It's separate, like almost like vinegar and oil. It separated them. I'm like, oh, look at this. And they'll both get you high, but one has a different high than the other. So what I did, like I heated it and I had 2 different types of liquid, and I sucked it out of there with the eyedropper. At first I used like a spoon because there was a lot of liquid. I had like 8 ounces of liquid gold, right? Some of it was like the amber and some was like a greenish tint. I'm like, well, maybe this green shit ain't no good. Let me spoon it out of here and then I'll take the rest out with an eyedropper. I want to separate it. I got my red gold and my green gold, and they're both good. They'll both get you where you got to go, but the one will make you laugh a lot more. The one with the amber color, and there's a way to do it. Like if say you do your butane honey oil, and what I did, it had a whole bunch of green tinge to it. I'm like, fuck. Let me see if I could redissolve this, but something with the alcohol, and there's a little bit of water in it. We can only get 160 proof here, so the little bit of water, it did something. I think it soaked up the chlorophyll part, and it's like the polarity of it separated them, right? So the chlorophyll section was the greener tint shit, and the other stuff was like the trichome shit, like pure distillate. I still got a little bit of it. I still got like an ounce of that liquid. It's fucking, dude, like one, not even a full drop will get you high, dude. It's like really potent shit. There's a lag effect too. By the time you take it, it takes about an hour or two to kick in. It's strange. There's a huge lag time. And you know what's funny? It works better if you take it with food. Like, cause what I did is I took like the dropper, the eyedropper, and I just touched it to my thumbnail. I didn't like squeeze out a complete drop. I just left like probably a half of a droplet, and then I would lick that off. I'm like, okay, that'll be my dose. Let me see how much it takes to get me. Because sometimes I took too much and I was too fucking high. I just wanted to microdose it, so I took a small bit, and I went and got a breakfast sandwich at there's a place, Tim Hortons. I got something to eat. And I got a coffee. And that made it kick in way faster, dude. Having food, I'm like, uh-oh. I had to turn around and go home. I was getting too high. It was kicking
Wasn't
in.
Wasn't Tim Horton one of them famous tooth missers? He had one of them famous summer teeth having people.
It's a Canadian donut shop. It's like a donut and coffee shop from Canada. They're kind of combined with Wendy's. Wendy's sometimes has the same restaurant with them.
Okay, this is what I'm trying to say. Tim Horton was like a hockey player. He had summer teeth.
Oh, maybe he was. I didn't follow it, but maybe he's more. Yeah, maybe. I just watched the Red Wings back in the day, but I didn't know too much about like Canadian hockey teams and shit. I know Wayne Gretzky.
I just found that little piece of information out.
A little factoid. He wasn't like Wayne Gretzky. Maybe back in his day he was the Wayne Gretzky of his era.
Of course, he's nothing like Wayne Gretzky. Wayne Gretzky is freaking a New Yorker.
A New Yorker? No, he was a Canadian. Wayne Gretzky was like a Canadian hero. We talking the same Wayne Gretzky, the hockey player?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, yeah. Tim Hortons is like a coffee and donuts, and I went and grabbed a breakfast sandwich. But dude, it started. Normally, I was anticipating maybe it would take an hour or two to kick in, but then like that one day, I'm like, dude, I got to get some. Maybe it was the hot coffee. I don't know what it was, but it started kicking in fast, and it was getting more and more intense. I had to turn, because I drove like a half hour out of my way. I barely made it home. I'm like, dude, I gotta turn around. I didn't want to be like high on the side of the road where I couldn't drive. I'm like, dude, it's getting too heavy. It's getting heavier, like the buzz. And I just took a micro dose. So yeah, if you can make the distillate, like I told you, with the after you do the butane, what you do, you let it vape off, like your butane oil. You just vape it off, and then I didn't bother to vacuum purge it. I just mixed it with the alcohol and I boiled it down. I'm like, I know the alcohol and the butane will boil off before the water. And if you mount it, they have 3 separate boiling points. And I had so much of it, dude. I processed 5 gallons of trimmings. I had 5 gallons of it, dude. And I used like 24 bottles of butane. I was just spraying one after the next, after the next. Like I got a process. I had a bunch of trimmings saved up, like a 5-gallon bucket full of them. Or no, it was a paper bag. It was a paper bag, and then all the leftovers filled the 5-gallon bucket. Like a brown paper bag. I had that stuffed with trimmings, and I got about 8 ounces of liquid, pure liquid THC, and like after when I did I mixed in some Everclear with it to redissolve it, and like I said, the different boiling points. There's the boiling point of the butane, the alcohol, and then the water, and it separated that yucky, nasty green color because it had a green tinge to it. Like fuck, I was gonna make edibles out of it. I'm like, you know what? Let me just see what I can do. I'll mix a little Everclear in here and try it. I was trying to make like Green Dragon, the Green Dragon where you mix alcohol, whatever, and it was way too pure, the soft, but it separated into 2 colors.
You ever had that stuff before?
You know what? I got a bottle of it right now that's been sitting for years. I don't know if it's any good. I mixed the 151 liquor and Everclear. I did 2 separate batches. I filled it completely with trimmings, and I put it in a mason jar, and I filled it with the liquor. It's been sitting there for like about probably 4 or 5 years now. I don't know if it's any good. I'd
Oh
have to
no,
run
you
it through
didn't
a
do it
coffee
right.
filter. I did it wrong. It just, dude,
Yeah.
it's probably rotten by now, but it's been sitting
No,
in that jar.
what you did is you made black oil or the hash oil, right? So you can still like probably distill it because it won't rot. It's alcohol.
It's still in the jar, and I got it in a brown paper bag, so there's no sunlight on it or anything. Got it packed away.
You could probably process it, right?
I'm gonna try.
No,
Yeah,
you
I'll
can
filter it through a
process it.
coffee filter. Yeah, it's gonna be yuck. I was trying to make Green Dragon. I'm like, I'll make Green Dragon. I still got 2 jars of that shit. 2 1-quart jars of it sitting around.
Get yourself a bottle of Everclear if you can, or whatever, or even like, Blue Label smeared off the 100 proof stuff.
I can get some from my
dabs.
cousin in
Everclear's
Ohio.
cheaper.
Well,
Yeah, but
Everclear in Ohio is 190
it's banned.
proof. In Michigan, it's only 160. So maybe I want the stronger shit.
It's banned in some areas though. Everclear.
Yeah, Michigan doesn't have it. Ohio has it, but not Michigan.
If I'm gonna drink, that's what I drink. 190
Ugh.
Everclear.
I tried to drink some a little bit, dude. It was tasted like fucking rubbing alcohol. Like,
No, don't drink it straight. Mix it with your favorite type of juice.
Oh, all right. Yeah,
I used to have parties, and when I was younger, and I would save like 44-ounce cups from like racetrack. I'd have a bunch of them, and I'd tell everybody to bring their favorite juice. And when they came in the door, I'd take their keys, and I'd put a double shot of Everclear in a 44-ounce glass, and I'd give it out, right? And people that drank all the time, but they didn't know what I was putting in there. But anyway, people that drank all the time, 20 minutes later, they'd be like, "I'm gonna get some more, man." I'm like, "No, you're not. I'm pouring drinks, and you don't get any more yet." And they're like,
"Yeah,
all the time, dude. This ain't gonna do nothing to me, man." I'm like, "In 30 minutes, if you want another drink, I'll give you another drink." And then they'd come back in like 10 minutes, 15 minutes, be like, "Dude, I'm glad you didn't give me another drink. I don't know what you put in there." And they're slurring, but that double shots equal to like 5 shots of regular, 80 proof whiskey.
Helio will down that whole bottle, dude. He won't even phase his ass. He'll be drinking that shit like it's Kool-Aid.
He drinks a whole bottle of Everclear. He might not wake up again.
I'm just saying though, he's like he stays drunk, right? So
that reminds me of that one time I made wine out of Concord grapes and fermented, of course fermented it, made the wine and then distilled it, made a brandy, and then I took like half a pint over to my buddy's house who's alcoholic, right? He's used to drinking straight whiskey all the time and beer. I go, "Here, try this." And he goes, "Oh, what's this?" And I go, "That's hooch. Careful with that shit. That'll hurt you. It's 160 proof." He's like, 160 proof? What do you mean? I go, "It's 120, or whatever it was. It's up there. It's up there in percentage. I can't remember exactly what the percentage was, but it was like 160 proof, right?" And he looked at me, took a sip. He's like, "Oh, that is really good. Tasted like grapes." He's like, "How the hell did you do that?" I was like, "I don't know. It's first time luck, I guess." And he sat there and he started drinking the whole thing. And I go, "No. I tried taking it away. And he goes, "I know what I'm doing." And he finished the whole jar.
Man.
He was hurting. I said, "I told you, you idiot. You were the guinea pig." I said, "Just take a sip. I want to see if it fucks you up or kills
tastes
you."
like grape juice, and he's pounding it, but it hits you like Everclear. That's like, see, the Everclear tastes so bad you can't drink it straight like that. It's like carrots, and it tastes like carrots and rubbing alcohol, like a mixture of those.
I don't even think the Everclear has much of a taste at all. It just
No.
it burns so bad. Like,
yeah,
I would take a double shot and just hold like a cup over my mouth and drool in it for like a minute.
It burns your mouth.
Fill the cup half up with drool.
What's the point?
Anyways,
then you just
you
gotta
take
cut it. You can't. It's like you might as well just buy 100 proof. It's the same difference. You got to cut it.
I don't like drinking anyway. I think it all tastes like shit. So
It does taste well. It's some of them like he had the grape Kool-Aid, the special brew stuff. What was it called? You made brandy.
Yeah, it's not grape Kool-Aid. It tasted like fresh grapes.
Oh man!
Like, cause I tasted it, dude. It was. He goes, "This is better than 99 grapes." And I go, "I
How
know,
much
right?"
did you
He goes,
make?
"Can you do that with apples?" Like 2 pints. I only did a 5-gallon run.
Only 2 pints. Yeah, it's some rare shit. Then yeah, it took you a lot of grapes to make those.
I was only able to get like a half a pint off of my brandy or my apricot brandy run, which was disappointing.
You spend so much.
I mean, you actually got more, but you don't want the heads. You only want the bodies, and you don't want the tails. And I can tell by the oil look and the taste.
So
only
that's
alcohol I ever liked was just a couple of apple ciders and mead. Besides that, I think all alcohol tastes like crap.
Well, it all tastes the same. It's all alcohol, but he had a special brand. You got the grape flavor coming through. If you distill it to just pure alcohol, all you're going to taste is like rubbing alcohol. It doesn't have that special, unique flavor. If you brew it down to too much distillate, right, you're going to brew all the specialness out. Well, you left it 160.
You carry over some of the flavor. You carry over some of the notes. Yeah, it was just single distilled. And I only kept the hearts. Right?
Oh
like
man,
I didn't keep. You don't keep the heads because that'll make you go blind, and you can tell by how it sizzles on top of the still. And you can also tell by if it stings, like if your tongue has a burning, stinging sensation. That's congener. That's methanol. You don't want that.
That's what Everclear tastes like. It stings in your mouth. It's
that's the tip of your tongue. Those
continuous. That's continuous distillation process issue.
So what? How long do you vape that out? Like if you got your distiller, how much do you waste? Like the front end of it, you throw out.
Oh, you don't waste anything. The heads you save for lighting your campfires and stuff.
Well, I mean that's what I mean. Like how much do you not put in your batch? Like how do you know when to stop running? Like okay, this is enough. Let me start saving the rest.
Well, let's say say with something that you're guaranteed to get like the most yield out of, like corn squeezins. Sweet run, you're going to get the most, which is going to be the first squeeze, the first distillation before you remash and get a sour mash, which is going to make it a little bit more sour. And the third one, which is going to make it kind of bitter. You mix all three of them together to get the bourbon shit, the sour mash shit. Sour mash blend, whiskey blend, bourbon blend, whatever it is. It's the same stuff.
What about the grape one?
But
how you made the
grape
stuff?
5 gallons. Hang on, out of 5 gallons, I wouldn't use the entire 5 gallons, so it'd be like 3.5 gallons of mash in glass carboy, which is water bottle with the change in and all that. Take one of those, distill it, or ferment it by putting a condom over it, let it blow up and all that. Pretty easy. Anyways, when you're distilling it, you're squeezing everything out of it. And so basically you're pouring everything into a giant pot still, and then you're running it off, and then you're collecting the remains, and you're adding a little bit more sugar to it, letting it cool down, and then pitching more yeast in it and letting it kick off for another 2 weeks to get another run off of it.
Oh man.
So when you're doing it the first time, you're going to get overall with heads, body, and tail. You're going to get, or heads, hearts, and tail, you're going to get, out of 5 gallons, maybe 3 quarts, if that.
Well, that's a lot. That's a lot more than I expect. If you're 3 quarts out of 5 gallons, that's.
But out of the 3 quarts, the first half a quart is going to be heads, and the tails is going to be about another quart.
So you can't let them mix,
oil coming
right?
through.
if you just let them go into one container, they would mix, and you'd never be able to separate the heads from the tails.
Well, you want to keep an eye on your vapor column, right? You want to keep an eye on that column that's coming over, the temperature on that, right? And the best thing is to go science with Celsius, right? 73 Celsius is when the good shit starts coming over. So at 72, you're going to realize, 71 to 72 Celsius, you're going to realize that there's going to be some liquid that's starting to come over and some steam. That's all bad stuff, right? Bad stuff. And then the first little bit of stuff that comes over, it'll come over and it'll be very fragrant, right? But that's not good for you. That's all like the ethyls and
the stuff that
methyls
boils first is the toxic shit, right?
It's the lighter boiling compounds. It's a lighter boiling compound, so they boil at a lower temperature, like all of the aromatics and the benzene and stuff like that, right?
So the tail end is the shit. The tail end is shitty, and the head end is shitty.
Yeah, you just want the hearts.
So when it first starts to boil, right, you got to monitor your temperature really close. When it's first boiling the alcohol at a lower temp, that's the toxic gas. And then you got the sweet spot in the middle, and then you got toxic gas at the end when it's getting extra
No, it's
hot.
not. It's not toxic. It's not toxic gas at the end. It's grog at the end.
Distillate.
No, it's grog, but you keep it because you're pulling the alcohol out of the mash and discarding it or redistilling, and you're keeping the tails because when you go to distill the next time, you pitch those tails into it because you're going to get more alcohol out of it than you would. Otherwise.
Well, how come it's not tainted again? Like if you take the tails and you redistill it, it's not tainted. It's not the same.
No, because it's just plant oils, water, and alcohol.
I thought it was just a different type of alcohol. Like, like when I mix the butane with alcohol, they all have different boiling points, water, butane, and something. I don't know if the polarized molecules absorb because it was only 160 proof. They might have absorbed some of the water in it. I'm not sure how it did it, but I kind of did it by accident. I'm like, wow, this is cool. It separated my shit.
No, nothing.
Because it was
like
a homogeneous. It was a homogeneous green liquid. I'm like, oh, this is probably not going to be good. I accidentally.
See, when you're doing a fractal distillation, which is what you're talking about, it's a little different, right? But what I'm talking about is just straight distillation.
Yeah,
where
normal
it's just chugging through. So instead of trying to, the hottest part is at the top of the still before it comes over. That's the vapor column, right? That's the temperature of the vapor that's coming over. By the temperature, you know what fraction is coming over. So once it goes from 72 to about 74, 74 is when I start tasting it and testing it on the still head to see how it sizzles, right? If it doesn't sizzle so much, and if when you taste it on your tongue, it's nice and smooth and mellow, that's the good stuff, right? But when there's no more sting, like even if there's just a little bit of sting, I'll let it keep dripping. Better safe than sorry. I don't want nobody going blind. I ain't going to go blind. And so the whole thing goes through, and then when you're done, you have your fractions, right? You have your different jars. And you can't really tell from it, but you can tell from the percentage-wise of alcohol if you're able to have like a hydrometer or some sort of specific gravity tester.
Yeah. You could tell if it's the toxic shit, the toxic alcohol by the specific gravity.
Yeah. You could tell what mixture's in it because the fraction will be incorrect. The gravity will be off.
But it can never be, let's say you took the heads with all the toxic shit and you redistilled it. You wouldn't want to do that because there's a lot of toxic shit in that head liquid, right? You just want to discard it or use it for fuel or whatever.
Yeah. Charcoal fluid.
Yeah, because you don't want to go, whatever's in there is so toxic it could make you go blind. So there's I would never reconstitute, try and redistill it because there's already toxic shit mixed with it.
Yeah, but the tails is different. You can redistill the tails. And in fact, if you were to just do it another way where you would just collect the tail or the hearts and the tails and collect the tails and run the tails together to get a little bit more hearts from it, because you won't get any more heads from the tails. And what ends up happening is you go ahead and you redistill what you ran the first time.
The mash? You just add the tails to the
No.
old mash or fresh
No,
mash?
the distillate.
Only
You
distillate.
redistill the distillate, yeah.
Oh, okay. You double distill it, yeah.
And you get rid of more water out of the mix, so it purifies
Do you
it.
add any water, or you just redistill?
No.
Because it should be coming out damn near 100 proof.
Yeah, you don't add any water, and the reason why you can tell when you're nearing the end of your run, because it'll climb up to about 80, and then as soon as it gets to about 86, you're going to notice that it's going to start looking oily, and it's pretty much all water coming over at that point. If you go ahead and let it get to 90, you're going to get water and sour mash coming over, like the sour acid.
You want to get below the water boiling point.
Threshold, yeah.
I'm using a double
No,
boiler.
The problem is allotrope. I'm not using pump keg, nothing. Just single shots. And with one single shot, you get 120 proof. So that's what, 60%?
Yeah.
One shot.
That's
so
perfect.
The second
you
shot.
Can drink that shit. You can't drink it if it gets hotter than that so much.
Second shot, you would get like 160-ish, 170. And the third shot, third distillation, you're going to get just pure essence, or all the essence is going to be gone. You're going to get just pure hot
you
whiskey.
Ruin it,
right?
Yeah,
you completely kill the profile of it, right?
It's Everclear. It's ubiquitous. It doesn't matter if it's from corn or grapes. It's all
90% at that point, yeah.
See, that's the point of ruining the flavor. You start with like apples or some kind of fruit that's really nice, and you basically turn it into shit. It tastes like gasoline.
What you do, right, is if you take some reclaim, if you have a rig, take some reclaim, dry the reclaim out, cure the reclaim, get it completely desiccated, and then mix in alcohol with it, and make sure it's completely activated the THC that's in it. Make sure it's completely activated, right? And then you take that whole thing and you put it in with your whiskey, and you mix it up. Then it's activated. Then when you consume it, you actually feel it, right? A lot of people make the mistake of just doing the hash and not activating the chemical in it, so the carbon dioxide molecule stays attached to the THC and it doesn't get them high because it's not activated.
Yeah, you got to heat it to 160, I think. It was around 160 degrees and to get activated THC.
Yeah.
That's why I was keeping my shit. I didn't want to lose. I was getting the when I was vaping that off, I was what's that?
If you're just keefing, if you're just collecting keef, take the keef and do the hash thing like I was saying with the hot water bottle, right? That'll activate it. That'll change that'll decarboxylate it. Right?
Yeah, you can put it in the oven.
The curing process that oxidizes it is what really helps it and delivers the flavor profile, right?
Yeah.
So at that point, then you, of course, if you're dealing with hash, you're going to mill it down. And then it would be, activated and ready to go at that point. Then you would just throw that in with your whiskey and mix it up and let it sit until it's completely dissolved. And just don't even strain it and neck it. But the problem with that is, you ever had vermouth?
Vermouth? I don't think I have had it, no.
Not sweet vermouth, but dry vermouth or a dry martini.
Never had a martini, no.
Oh, well, Green Dragon is very dry.
I bet. Well, I mean, I just used the highest proof alcohol I could get my hands on. I used 51, and then Everclear was like 160 or something, 161 or 160 proof. And I still got them sitting in a jar, in a glass 1-quart jar. and I never bothered. I'm like, who am I gonna sell this shit to? I don't really take it that much. I still got a 1 ounce liquid bottle of distillate. I haven't taken any in a long time. There's probably 1,000 doses in there. You don't need a full drop. What's that?
It has to do with the amount of oil that's in it, right? Since you have a lot of dissolved oil inside of the whiskey itself, it's going to coat the back of your throat, and you're just going to be like, your throat's going to feel like the Sahara.
1 drop will rip you up, dude. You take 1 full, less than a drop. I mean, it depends how much of a heavy stoner you are, but like less than a drop got me fucking wrecked.
Yeah.
It's like pure distillate. It's pure. So it's like, it don't take much, and you could take too much. But like, if you take a full drop, it might be way too much. It's like, how do you measure less than a drop? It's difficult. If you take a whole complete drop, maybe it might, that might be like 10 doses. I got to figure out a way to dilute it, I was thinking, some people
measure the amount, measure out a known 350 mil, like a known 350 mil with an eyedropper, right? And then within that 350 mil, you would dissolve, say, a gram. That way, each drop is 10 to 15 milligrams.
350 milliliters is a lot. That's like a half. That's like a half of a fifth, or it's like a fifth is 750 milliliters. 750 milliliters.
350 is half a pint.
A fifth is 750. 750. So if you got half of 750,
it's the smallest amount of whiskey you can get besides the alcohol or the airplane bottles. Is what I'm saying.
Those are 50 mils, I think.
Yeah, those are 50. I mean, sometimes you can get the hundreds, but very rarely. But usually it's a half pint.
Put like 1 milliliter of distillate in that amount of alcohol.
Yeah,
like pure THC distillate in one of those small bottles, and then how much is your dose? How much do you dose?
10 to 15 milligrams per drop.
1 drop?
Tincture wise, yeah.
Okay, so tincture 1 drop is your dose. 1 drop out of the 50 mil bottle is your dosage.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it's 50 to 1. It's 1 part pure distillate and 50 parts alcohol.
Pretty much.
Okay, that makes sense.
I mean, you can use other things besides alcohol. You can use like glycerin based too.
I was gonna cut it. Yeah, they said you could even use olive oil or what do you call it? What's that shit? Coconut oil. But those go rancid, so I think that alcohol would be better.
Yeah.
So I think it would. I think you're right. I think if I diluted it 50 parts, it would be easier to dose it. Like, okay, let me try 1 drop. Let me try, a 50 to 1 strength, like 50 to 1 dilution. Okay, 1's not doing it. Let me take 2 drops, because at this level of concentrate, it's too much. It's hard to get your dosage just right.
Ladies and gentlemen, the very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society. And we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings.
In America, they watch you and they track your every move. They're even putting poison in your food. In America, the people are too blind to see the truth. But it's too late and there's nothing we can do. In America, just watch your favorite show and watch the news, so they can pre-program you with your views. In America, get a job, obey the law, support the troops, and just kick back, cause there's nothing we can do. This is the divided states of Illuminati land. People stumbling all over the place like zombies, man. Just like The Walking Dead, they got this country zombified. All your water's fluoridated, all your food is modified. You are what you eat, so I guess that means that you're a GMO. And you don't even know, but you're too blind to see it though. You have to be asleep to have the American dream. Just how they need it, cause your freedom was never a thing. The best kind of slaves are the slaves that don't know that they're slaves. Stuck in a daze and they behave how they're told to behave. Good
good little sheeple people, always happy, always gleeful. No revolting, no rebelling, no uprising, no upheaval. The ones that rule us wanna keep us all clueless and weak. It's not looking so good for humans, the future is bleak. You think you are unique, but really you're a replica, created by the false education that they gave you here. In America, they watch you and they track your every move. They're even putting poison in your food. In America, the people are too blind to see the truth, but it's too late and there's nothing we can do. In America, just watch your favorite show and watch the news, so they can pre-program you with your views. In America, get a job, obey the law, support the troops, and just get back, cause there's nothing we can do.
In this present crisis, government is not the solution to our problem. Government is the problem.
We are conditioned every minute of every day, and being ignorant is just the American way. The national debt is a debt we can never repay, but if they say to pay your taxes, you better obey. Hypocritical kingdom of wicked criminals, using symbols and signals to fill your head with subliminals. When you watch TV, it's corroding your mind. When the 5G network goes online, there'll be nowhere to hide. Electromagnetic frequencies all around us so frequently. Nothing is what it seems to be. They deceive us so easily. No one even believe in me while they're meeting in secrecy. Have you seen the world recently? Never treating us decently. What happened to liberty and justice for all? Dictators free themselves, but we don't get nothing at all. I just want you to know the truth, so please don't shoot the messenger. It's a bitch, but this is how it is when you live. In America, they watch you and they track your every move.